inconsistent with the ways how responsible states should act in the 21st century. It is no longer about Ukraine or Georgia or other countries neighboring Russia. Peace and security in Europe and beyond are at stake. Silence and acquiescence to land grabbing today is tantamount to a crime before the generations to come. Distinguished colleagues, we should be united in defending the very fundamentals of the international rules-based order. And first and foremost, the UN Charter, Helsinki Final Act, and Charter of Paris for New Europe. With this in mind, we call on Russia to reverse its illegal recognition, to immediately withdraw its military from Ukraine
and its borders, and abide by the international law. We call upon Russia to do the same with regard to the occupied Georgian regions. And in conclusion, within its internationally recognized borders, including Crimea and Donbass, and Ukraine's navigational rights in the territorial waters.
and territorial integrity of Ukraine, within its internationally
I thank the distinguished representative of
and
Georgia,
and Ukraine's
and now I
navigational
invite
rights
the
in
distinguished
territorial
representative
waters. I thank you.
Turkey to take the floor.
I thank the distinguished representative of Georgia, and now I invite the distinguished representative of Turkey to take the floor.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, it has been 8 years since the occupation of Crimea. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, it has been 8 years since the occupation of Crimea. Since the first day, the international community has maintained a resolute position. We never recognized the illegal annexation. And we have always supported Ukraine's independence, territorial integrity, sovereignty, and its political unity within its internationally recognized borders. This is our legal and moral obligation. Mr. President, today we face a new act of aggression, this time against another part of Ukrainian territory. This is totally unacceptable. We reject Russia's decision to recognize the so-called Donetsk and Luhansk republics and send in additional troops. It is illegal and illegitimate. It is in contravention of the Minsk agreements and constitutes a flagrant violation of Ukraine's political unity, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. Mr. President, we do not need, nor do we want, a new war in our region. We call upon Russia to reverse its decision and return to diplomacy and dialogue on the basis of the Minsk agreements. This is the only way that will take us away from the precipice. Therefore, we call for restraint and common sense. We urge the parties to get together around the negotiation table without delay. As a neighbor to both parties, we are ready to facilitate this process and host technical and/or high-level meetings. We also welcome President Zelensky's proposal for a meeting between P5, Turkey, Germany, and Ukraine. Finally, we continue to support the OSCE Special Monitoring Mission led by Ambassador Halit Çevik. Mr. President, I am obliged to repeat, today, Ukraine...
Chinese media accidentally posts Communist Party rules on Russia-Ukraine news, hints Taiwan takeover. Chinese news media posted instructions to social platforms about how to approach coverage on an NBSP.
This is an aggression against the fundamental principles of international law and the UN Charter. Make no mistake, we all need the rules-based international order. It is our duty as member states to defend legality. It is our obligation to ensure that conflicts are resolved through peaceful means. We must make sure that the founding principles of the UN are upheld. This is the only way to save ourselves from the scourge of war. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Turkey. And I will give the floor to distinguished representative of Costa Rica.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, Secretary General, once again, another serious crisis with dangerous global repercussions is knocking on the doors of Eastern Europe and our organization. By recognizing the Donetsk and Luhansk regions as independent entities, the Russian Federation violates the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. It violates the UN Charter, the Minsk Agreements, and the Budapest Memorandum, as well as repeated resolutions of the Security Council and of this General Assembly, and some of the most solid principles of international law. Costa Rica condemns such actions contrary to international law and reiterates that fait accomplis can impose realities on the ground, but they do not generate entitlement. Allow me to make 4 reflections on the current crisis. Firstly, we must accept that in order to be legitimate, collective security must respect international law. The charter of this organization clearly defines our rights and duties. Compliance with it is not optional, it is mandatory, because even the largest nations are subject to international law. It is binding because the P5 of the Security Council are guided by being exemplary international actors when entrusted with peace and security on behalf of the rest of the membership. As permanent members, they have more obligations to international law and to its unrestricted respect. Secondly, Russian aggression and the violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity and the violation of the terms that made possible that country's renunciation of nuclear weapons undermine the international non-proliferation regime. With the Budapest Memorandum, the nuclear weapon states undertook to respect Ukraine's borders in its exchange for its protection of nuclear particular for those countries like those of Latin America and the Caribbean have declared ourselves to be nuclear weapon free. A state is only as strong as its word. Thirdly, Mr. President, distinguished Secretary General, we must exhaust all diplomatic avenues to avoid the devastating humanitarian consequences of an armed conflict for millions of people in Ukraine. Civic spaces and fundamental freedoms in the Donetsk and Luhansk regions have been severely curtailed since the serious armed events which took place in 2014, and this has led to an erosion of freedom of expression and independent activism. Costa Rica regrets that many human rights defenders, of which I have been one, many environmental activists, journalists, and members of national minorities have been forced to flee, and this has restricted their participation in public affairs and peaceful assemblies. There is no freedom or plurality where there is censorship and persecution.
Mr. President, the international community must remain a diligent recording of all violations of international law, international humanitarian law, and international human rights law by the Russian Federation, in line with the comments made here by the Secretary General. As we have seen in this crisis, emerging technologies provide a new set of challenges and a potential for an escalation into violence, and diplomatic response is required. The capacity of some states to use artificial intelligence in cyber attacks and in misinformation campaigns makes it more urgent than ever for us to adopt new multilateral agreements in order to minimize future risks and to guarantee international stability. We cannot allow that the homes of millions of people in Ukraine will become an experimental camp for new forms of violence. The time for that is well over. To use psychological warfare is violence. That violence, to shut off power, is violence. We should condemn that violence as we do condemn armed violence. The law protects civilians regardless of the level of suffering, and Costa Rica will continue to honor the right of Ukrainian citizens to have a peaceful and safe daily life without foreign interference. In closing, Mr. President, Costa Rica would like to remind all states that the road to peace building must be paved with people-centered initiatives led by women. Far from being helpless victims, women have been at the forefront, calling for a cessation of fighting and addressing the root causes of conflict. And they have also been involved in peace building. Peace will not be sustainable if it is not inclusive. Mr. President.
Our United Nations must be much more than a place that forces states to lay down their weapons. The United Nations must be a place where dialogue prevails and where no one feels the need to pick weapons up in the first place. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Costa Rica. And I'll give the floor to the distinguished representative of Mexico.
Mr. President, Secretary General, Mexico has come to this meeting on the situation in Ukraine in the hopes of contributing to keep open the paths of dialogue and diplomacy. Mexico abides by the obligation to respect the sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders and in strict compliance with international law, with the UN Charter, and with GA resolutions 2625, 3314, and 68/262, as well as the Minsk agreements. We note that the cumulative effect of events in recent days
and then a couple of words in Ukrainian, since we have Ukrainian TV here, and then we will wait in new questions. Mr. Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I came here today to the United Nations to convey a very simple message that the attack by Russia on Ukraine is also the attack on the United Nations Charter. We heard the statement by the Secretary General of the United Nations, who pledged his support and commitment to defending the Charter and the principles that this organization stands for. He was immediately attacked by the Russian Federation, and this is exactly the demonstration of how Russia treats the UN. They want the United Nations to become the League of Nations, to follow the path of the League of Nations, to become obsolete. And it is high time for all members of the UN to stand together in defending the Charter, the principles, and the Secretary General of the UN. We know that the toolkit of the UN is a limited one, especially when a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council who has a veto right can block any decision related to maintaining peace and security in the world. Nevertheless, we have to do our utmost to utilize every instrument at the disposal of the UN to prevent further military escalation and the war. And now I will say a couple of words in Ukrainian. Дорогі українці, сьогодні тут у ООН зібралися в буквальному сенсі всі країни світу, і вони чітко почули. Перше, Україна прагне миру, але Україна готова захищатися. Друге, зараз в буквальному сенсі від кожної країни, члена ООН, залежить, чи буде зроблено все для того, щоб захистити світовий порядок і не допустити руйнування і дискредитації Організації Об'єднаних Націй з боку Росії. На жаль, Росія є постійним членом Ради безпеки, має право вето і буде намагатися блокувати будь-яку діяльність ООН. Але саме зараз настав той момент, коли ООН має продемонструвати лідерство. Я почув обнадійливу позицію Генерального секретаря ООН, його готовність боротися за ООН. І сподіваюся, що ця позиція надихне і багатьох співробітників організації, і держави-члени. І останнє. В 1994 році Україна відмовилася від свого ядерного арсеналу. Ми зробили неоціненний внесок в світову безпеку. Ніхто в світі більше такого не робив. І тому ми переконані, що сьогодні світ має як один стати на захист України і допомогти нам відстояти нашу незалежність, нашу територіальну цілісність, наш суверенітет. Кожна країна-член ООН має свою позицію, має свої національні інтереси, ми поважаємо це. Але немає такої держави-члена ООН, яка не може зараз надіслати чіткий сигнал в Москву, що ця війна не потрібна світові, і Росія має зупинитися. І саме до цього я закликав сьогодні Організацію Об'єднаних Націй. Ми також порушили декілька конкретних ініціатив, до яких могла б вдатися ООН та її держави-члени для стримування агресії, для запобігання війні. Серед інших це скликання саміту у форматі постійних членів Радбезу, плюс Україна, Туреччина, Німеччина. Зараз кожен дипломатичний інструмент має бути використаний для збереження миру. І ми будемо це робити щодня і щоночі. Дякую. Now I stand ready to take your questions.
Hi, Mr. Foreign Minister. Amanda Price from Al Jazeera English. Russia seemed to make very clear in the GA today that that they don't see a role for the UN Secretary General's good offices in mediation. And as you said, Russia has a veto in the Security Council, which it could use on any resolution meant to send peacekeepers. So what realistically can the UN do beyond issuing strong statements? What are you expecting?
Well, that's exactly what I said. Today, Russia openly attacked Secretary General of the United Nations. And by doing so, it demonstrated that it attacks the United Nations as a whole. And I believe that all member states who share the principles of this organization in good faith should stand by Ukraine and should stand by Secretary General. You are absolutely right. UN can adopt resolutions, send messages, but unfortunately, this is something that needs to be done, but this is something that would not be enough. So, what could be practically done? First, the Secretary General should continue to demonstrate leadership. Second, the United Nations should consider the entire toolkit available to them that does not require approval by the UN Security Council and utilize these instruments available to them. One of them is the significant increase
of humanitarian assistance to Ukraine under the circumstances. Second, we reminded the United Nations about our request of 2015 to consider launching a peace operation in Ukraine. And there is a way to do that without the UN Security Council decision based on the UN General Assembly resolution. So I'm certain that if there is a will, there is a way. And we will be working with the United Nations on making sure that the will is there and we find the way to put pressure on Russia.
Minister, you got to talks with Americans yesterday. You met Secretary Blinken, you met President Biden. You never comment on that until now. Could you tell what is the main message you got from Americans?
The United both, not even both, but my three main counterparts, my three main interlocutors in Washington, President Biden, State Secretary Blinken, and Secretary of Defense Austin, they all conveyed three very clear messages. First, the United States will stand by Ukraine, whatever happens, whatever scenario Russia will prefer. Second, the United States will continue to provide Ukraine with defensive weapons to further build our capacity to defend our country. And I would like to assure you that we would be happy if we never have to pick up those weapons and use them in the battlefield. We want peace. But if Russia attacks, we have to be equipped to fight back. And the third message was that US sanctions will be continued. There will be more sanctions on Russia, more painful sanctions on Russia, and they will be done in close coordination with the allies, with the US allies in Europe and other parts of the world in order to ensure the maximum efficiency of these sanctions. So these are the political messages, but I assure you that in our talks we were very specific about the ways how these messages will be turned into actions in the coming days. And we appreciate, for example, the sanctions which were already imposed by the United States, Canada, United Kingdom, the European Union, some other countries, but this is not enough. And our partners should not wait for Russian rockets to hit Ukrainian soil or Russian planes to cross into our airspace. to impose the new wave of sanctions. Sanctions make sense when they deter Russia from further action. So the time for the next wave of sanctions has come. We are in a very dynamic situation, and every day matters.
Thank you, Stefano Vaccarella, Voce di New York. This is a follow-up and another question. So can we say that you, after the meeting in Washington, you are satisfied, completely satisfied? Because there were reaction in Washington by the other party that say that President Biden was too weak in his reaction toward Russia. So I would like you to respond to this. And then today, what you heard so far, the speeches, there will be more, China will speak. Are you satisfied? The reaction, is Russia isolated enough in this building at the moment?
I will be satisfied when the last Russian soldier withdraws from Ukrainian territory. Until it doesn't happen, I cannot be fully satisfied. But what we saw yesterday and the day before in Washington, in London, in Brussels, in Ottawa, was a clear demonstration that, that our partners understand clearly one simple fact. This is not only an attack on Ukraine. This is an attack on the existing world order. And the fact that they imposed the first wave of sanctions is appreciated. The decision of the German government to hold Nord Stream 2 is appreciated. But this is not enough to stop Putin. And this is why the message that I received yesterday in Washington, that what was already done is not the end of story, and more actions will be taken. And we will be looking forward to it. And my message is simple, that do not wait too long. You have to act now. Literally every day, decisions have to be adopted. More sanctions have to be imposed. More weapons have to be supplied. More diplomatic efforts have to be undertaken.
Minister, I would like to come back to UN topic actually, because since we're here, you already mentioned about the tools, practical tools that can be implemented by UN to help Ukraine. Can you be more specific about deadlines, about conditions when we can talk about, like, for example, strengths of humanitarian aid to Ukraine, or like peacekeeping missions that actually everybody is expected to see? Thank you.
Again, deadline for every action aimed at preventing the war is now. We all have our bureaucracies, national governments, international organizations. They are essentially bureaucratic structures, and we understand that there are procedures. So the sooner these procedures are launched, the better it is. The situation deteriorates every day, and no one can allow waiting until it's too late. As foreign minister, I do my best to avoid a situation when the world reacts to the war only after Ukrainian blood will be spilled. I do not want my co-patriots to pay their lives and sufferings for the reluctance, for the cautiousness, for the inability to act by other governments or international organizations. This is why I'm saying clearly here in the United Nations, and I said it yesterday in Washington, we appreciate what has been done, but this is not enough. More needs to be done as soon as possible.
Foreign Minister, thank you so much for this availability. My question goes to the message that the Russian ambassador gave. At the end of his speech, he said that the Russian military will be in charge of peacekeeping, and they will not be softy with the violators. What can you say about that type of message, especially after the Secretary General was very clear about his concern of the use of the word peacekeeping to refer to the Russian military on the Donbas area?
I think the Secretary General should come out and say a very simple thing. Russia must stop abusing the word peacekeepers and the concept of peacekeeping enshrined in the United Nations Charter.
This is exactly what we are talking about. Russia tries to replace the UN with itself.
they want to have a free hand to decide how to maintain peace the way they want to maintain peace. And usually when they say that we want to maintain peace, they speak about another act of aggression. And the use of the word peacekeepers may work for Russian audience, but it shouldn't mislead the world. And the world should clearly debunk this disinformation and speak openly. This is the time to call spade a spade. Speaking about classic diplomatic narratives do not work anymore. Calling on both sides to de-escalate or making statements not mentioning Russia doesn't help anyone except Russia, because it creates space for Russia to move forward and to come to a conclusion that in the end everything will be fine. Because if they are afraid to call us by name now, under these critical circumstances, then they will tolerate any kind of behavior. But again, I will repeat it, the fact that you mentioned about the reference to peacekeepers, it's another manifestation of Russia's ignorance, of Russia ignoring the United Nations, of Russia attacking the fundamental concepts of the United Nations. And I'm not exaggerating when I'm saying that what Russia is doing now is an attempt to make the United Nations follow the path of the League of Nations. We all saw it in history. And it's for our generation who learned history, who read history books, who know diplomacy, to avoid the repetition of this scenario. No one can say now, this has never happened before. We didn't realize where it would take us to. There will be no such excuse. Everyone perfectly understands what is happening here. And the attack on the Secretary General by the Russian ambassador is unprecedented. And if the United Nations tolerate such an attack, it will be only the United Nations who will suffer the most and who will end up discredited and unrespected.
Thank you, Mr. Foreign Minister, and thank you for this availability. And welcome to New York. There has been a lot of concern about how President Biden described the invasion by Russia, calling it the start of an invasion. Just a follow-up to what you mentioned, did you talk to him about how he might have moved the goalposts in imposing sanctions on Russia, how for months he threatened to impose those hard-hitting sanctions, and now there is talk that perhaps throwing Russia out of the SWIFT financial system might be out of the question. That was the nuclear option. And my second question is, after what you heard from the Russians today at the United Nations General Assembly, under what circumstance would you sit down at the same table with your Russian counterpart, Sergei Lavrov, for some kind of negotiation about this matter? Thank you.
As far as I understand President Biden, his idea is to impose sanctions by waves. And we accept this approach. But what I said to the President yesterday, what I said to other interlocutors and during my meetings here in the United Nations, is that these waves should come one after another. Again, we appreciate decisions already taken, but they're not enough to prevent Russia from changing their mind, to prevent President Putin from changing their mind. This is not enough. And we should not allow Russia the slightest possibility to think that the unbearable sanctions which were promised to them will be bearable. Now, on Minister Lavrov, I was appointed as foreign minister in March 2020, and since then there were numerous attempts to arrange our meeting in Normandy format. I reach out to speak bilaterally on the phone to him, but he never picks up the phone. He never agrees he never agreed to meet in the Normandy format. He is talented enough to find all kinds of excuses why he shouldn't show up. So I don't care about him. If he
is ready to convince President Putin to stop this madness, we are ready to sit down. I'm open. If he just follows if he just reinforces the narratives of President Putin and chooses war to diplomacy, that's his choice. That's his choice, and he will pay for that.
Hello, I'm Kaori Yoshida from Nikkei, Japanese business news. Japan, along with some Western nations, have imposed sanctions on Russia over Ukraine. There are a lot of Japanese media here today. Could we get a reaction from you on these movements and from the announcement of potential additional sanctions by Japan?
We expect a stronger reaction by Japan and a stronger action by Japan for a number of reasons which I'm not going to elaborate on today. I believe Japan must be vitally interested in not allowing Russia to crush the existing world order based on rules, and not to demonstrate by its example to others that this is a path of success, and the one who dares eventually succeeds. And these are the global consequences of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. Because if we are not able to defend very simple fundamental principles in Europe, it means that we are not able to defend them in any other part of the world. So a stronger reaction by Japan is most welcome. And I understand that some countries may think this is not our fight. We have to wait and see how it ends up. Some believe that we have excellent relations with Russia. Why should we put them at stake? But this is not about Ukraine. This is really about the destruction of the world order. And every nation who has this kind of considerations should understand simple fact. Now Russia tries to behave nicely to them, to keep them under control and avoid additional pressure coming from new corners. But if Russia succeeds, the next step for Russia will be to build their relations with those countries from a dominant position, because they will demonstrate that this is what we are capable to do, and this is where we are capable, we can be successful. So every country should be mindful of that consequence. Russia may smile to you today like they did with Minsk agreements.
For 7 years, they were convincing everyone that Minsk agreements is the only and fundamental basis for diplomatic solution. They were saying on every corner that Minsk agreements were endorsed by the UN Security Council resolution. This is a sacred document that everyone has to focus on. But one morning they changed their plan and they abandoned everything. It's crazy. A permanent member of the United Nations Security Council killed the document endorsed by the United Nations Security Council resolution, which they supported and had been convincing everyone to follow it. So the mood, the attitude can change in a day, and every country should understand that. Every country should understand that making compromises comes at a price to all. Thank you. Have a good day. Stay safe.
Less sovereign than any other nation. And no nation has the right to undermine the integrity of any other nation. That's what it means. That's what the sovereign equality means. Goes on to say, all members shall settle their international disputes by peaceful means in such a manner that international peace and security and justice are not endangered. So, when we say desist,
dialogue, de-escalate, we're not asking someone to do us a favor. We're asking them to do what they're actually signed up to do. And that's the challenge. And finally, all members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state or in any other manner inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations. This is not an option.
This is not something to say, well, if you'd like to do this, perhaps you'd like to consider doing it this way. We're not asking any nation state, any member state to do us a favor. We're asking them to follow the rules and to follow the law. Malgré ses engagements,
Despite these solemn commitments, Russia has done everything possible to undermine the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of its neighbor, Ukraine. Since Putin acceded to the presidency of his country, he clearly stated that he was not going to accept that Ukraine would be an autonomous sovereign nation, and this is exactly what he repeated on Monday, 2 days ago. He said the same thing. In recent years, Russia has continued to destabilize Ukraine and regional security. And that is why Canada firmly condemns supporting Russia and the formation of weapons in Donbass, and the access of Russia to this region will have serious consequences. It has led to the death of more than 13,000 people, more than 3,000 civilians, and the internal displacement of 1.5 million Ukrainians. Many other Ukrainians are in need of humanitarian aid. We are now on the verge of an even more devastating situation, and despite the denials, its campaigns of misinformation, its fabrications, its lies, and its propaganda, Russia must accept the responsibility for loss of human life, for destruction of the country, and for the chaos which it has created.
Condemn the recognition by Russia of the so-called Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics and its decision to move troops into Ukraine under what they call peacekeeping, but anyone else who understands the meaning of language would call war making. They're not peacekeepers. They're soldiers who are there to invade. Their actions violate several treaties and international agreements to which Russia is a signatory, including the Budapest Accords, the Minsk Agreements, and of course the Charter. These come with obligations that Russia is clearly rejecting. As demonstrated today, Canada and the international community are united and steadfast in our support for Ukraine and for its people. We're implementing responsive measures, including economic sanctions. If Russia further escalates, we will follow with more severe measures. Russia and its acolytes can spin and can contort all they want, but the violations of international law are theirs. The loss of life, the wounding, the pain, the suffering are all their responsibilities. As it's been said, this is President Putin's choice. We shall respond to any further violations of the UN Charter collectively with our allies and with great determination. It is never too late to stop. It's never too late to make a turn to diplomacy, to dialogue, and to negotiation. Together with our partners in Europe, in NATO and the OSCE, Canada has made it very clear, and I repeat today, we are prepared to talk directly about mutual reductions in threats to the peace of Europe,
to ensure peace, prosperity, and progress for all peoples living in this region that has, in this past century, known too much hardship, too much tragedy, too much loss of life. We are steadfast in our commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence. It's clear that the Russian Federation's actions directly threaten this sovereignty, this territorial integrity of Ukraine, and undermine the entire rules-based international order. Russia's hostile actions have to stop. Ukraine is not a mistake. Ukraine is a sovereign nation.
Its autonomy must be respected and its territorial integrity restored. It is a solemn and considered decision of a people who have sought freedom and prosperity on their own terms. Most of us have referred to President Putin's speech of Monday. I noticed that my colleague from
the Russian Federation did not. But in that speech, it's clear he denied the existence of the other. And when he did that, he made it apparent to the whole world that this is not about NATO. This is not about the European Union. This is about the existence and the right to existence of a member state of this organization. Mr. President, each and every member state that is here, we all, each and every one of us, has an obligation to uphold the territorial integrity of other states.
To oppose invasions and to insist on the peaceful resolution of disputes. That's what we've all signed up for. We didn't sign up for it just for ourselves. We didn't say this applies to us, but it doesn't apply to anyone else. It applies to all of us. No matter how big or how small you may be, it applies to each and every one of us. No nation, no matter how powerful it may be, can take the law into its own hands. No nation has the right to use its might to destroy everyone else's rights. Speaking as a proud Canadian, I can say we worked for peace with justice in Korea. We worked hard during the Suez Crisis in 1956. And again, when we said there was no legal basis for the invasion of Iraq in 2003. These were not easy decisions. They were not necessarily popular in all quarters, or even among some of our allies. But they were based on a powerful belief in law, in rules, in common decency, and in multilateralism that is now embedded in our bones. We need to remember that invasion and war bring with them terrible losses.
For you. You will have all seen that today Secretary General spoke in the General Assembly and said we're facing the biggest global peace and security crisis in recent years, certainly in his time as Secretary General. He told the General Assembly members that the decision by the Russian Federation to recognize the so-called independence of certain areas of Donetsk and Luhansk regions and the follow-up are violations of territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine and inconsistent with the principles of the Charter. He also added that the Minsk agreements were surviving in an intensive care unit thanks to a number of life support devices, but those devices have now been disconnected. He added that this is time for restraint, reason, and de-escalation. There is no place for action and statements that would take this dangerous situation over the abyss. It is high time, he said, to establish a ceasefire and return to the path of dialogue, negotiations to save the people of Ukraine and beyond from the scourge of war. Do you work in television? Just checking. It's okay. That's all right. I mean, Benno brought his snack. You know, you walk in front of the camera. Jeez. Yeah, it's okay. It's all right. It's all right. On the humanitarian front, on Ukraine, our colleagues in that country continue to receive reports of hostilities impacting civilians and their properties, as well as infrastructure on both sides of the contact line. Once again, we call on all parties to take all measures to protect civilians and civilian infrastructure. Despite the volatile security situation, we, along with our humanitarian partners in eastern Ukraine, are making all efforts to respond to the needs of people on both sides of that line. Response efforts are, however, constrained due to limited funding. As of today, the existing humanitarian response plan for 2022 has been funded by less than 10%. We are calling on donors to prioritize their support to this plan, which seeks $190 million to address the needs of 1.8 million of the most vulnerable people on both sides of the contact line. You will have seen that earlier today we issued a statement in which the Secretary General strongly condemned the arrest of 4 members of the UN peacekeeping mission in the Central African Republic. As we told you yesterday, they were arrested at Bangui Airport on Monday while escorting a senior UN military officer of the mission. The Secretary General emphasizes that pursuant to the 2014 Status of Forces Agreement between the UN and the government of the Central African Republic, these members of the UN mission enjoy privileges and immunities which are held in the interest of the organization. He recalls that the 2014 Status of Forces Agreement establishes a specific procedure in cases where members of the mission are suspected by the authorities of the Central African Republic of having committed an offense. He also notes that this procedure has not been followed in this present case. Secretary General calls upon the government of the Central African Republic to abide by all of its obligations under international law, including the Status of Forces Agreement, and release our 4 colleagues unconditionally and without delay. The Secretary General reaffirms the solidarity and nations to the people of the Central African Republic. Back here in the Security Council, Tor Venislan, the UN Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process, briefed the Security Council members on the Israeli-Palestine situation today. He warned that across the West Bank, daily violence continues, tensions in East Jerusalem and the refugee camps are mounting, and settler violence remains a serious concern. He also said that illegal settlements and planning processes are steadily advancing alongside demolitions and evictions, including in and around East Jerusalem. Mr. Venislan added that in Gaza, a fragile calm currently prevails, but that absent fundamental changes, this is only temporary. In a tweet, Mr. Venislan said that today, in a tweet, Mr. Venislan said today he was gravely concerned by yesterday's killing of a 14-year-old boy, Mohammed Shahadadeh, by the Israeli security forces in Bethlehem. He offered his deepest condolences to the family and said the Israeli security forces must exercise maximum restraint and may use lethal force only when strictly unavoidable to protect human life. Jean-Pierre Lacroix, the head of the peacekeeping department, as you know, is continuing his trip in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, where he's representing the Secretary General. This morning, he traveled to the capital Kinshasa and met with President Tshisekedi, as well as Prime Minister Salma Lukonde. Mr. Lacroix had also met with representatives of political parties and civil society. Discussions today focused on the political and security situation in the country, including the ongoing activities of armed groups in the country's east and their impact on the population living in the impacted provinces. Mr. Lacroix reiterated our commitment to work with Congolese authorities and relevant stakeholders towards peace and security in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. A few humanitarian updates. First one on Madagascar, where tropical cyclone Imnati made landfall overnight in the village of Mangatsiatra, in an area already impacted by tropical cyclone Batsirai. Our colleagues say that this is the 5th extreme weather event to impact Madagascar this year, and we're still only in February. Over 44,000 people have been evacuated to 130 shelter sites ahead of the cyclone, according to the authorities. Stocks of food and non-food items were also pre-positioned by the government and as well as our UN humanitarian partners in Manjari and Manakara to enable immediate response to affected areas. The World Food Programme, together with authorities, is planning the distribution of food in sites for displaced people. Partners are already visiting impacted areas to identify the community's most immediate needs.
Aerial assessment by the government and the UN and our own humanitarian partners are expected to begin tomorrow. In the meantime, the now weakened weather system is still bringing heavy rain and strong winds to the southeast of Madagascar, including in the Grand Sud region, which has been suffering an extremely severe drought. Given how dry the land is in these areas, we have great concerns about the risk of flash floods with new rains coming in. Turning to Afghanistan, a delegation of senior UN and NGO representatives who are part of the Emergency Directors Group of the Interagency Standing Committee is currently in the country on a 5-day mission. They will see firsthand the humanitarian situation on the ground, as well as the ongoing aid response to the dire situation in the country. The team is meeting with frontline aid workers, healthcare professionals, and humanitarian coordination teams in Kabul and at the humanitarian projects in Kandahar, Panjwai, and Spinboldak. We're also meeting with women and men directly impacted by decades of conflict and displacement, climate events, including recurrent droughts, and the severe economic decline in Afghanistan since August of this year. The Syria Humanitarian Needs Overview for 2022 has now been published and says that this year, some 14.6 million people, that's 9% more than last year, are in need of humanitarian assistance in the country. Overall, people's ability to meet basic needs is decreasing, with a disproportionate impact on female-headed households, older persons without family support, persons with disabilities, and children. More households are turning to negative ways of coping, including child labor, child marriage, the sale of productive assets. We continue to provide life-saving aid, but also emphasize the need for resilience and recovery assistance. And in Brazil, our team there, led by the UN's resident coordinator, Sylvia Rux, launched a partnership with the Interstate Consortium that includes all 9 states of the Amazon to support the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. This initiative includes the creation of an SDG monitoring mechanism and development proposals to raise funds and finance sustainable development activities. Currently, there are 16 entities working within the Amazonian states with a new partnership that will integrate their line of action. By working with all Amazonian states, we will reach 30 million people that live in an area to boost our capacity to contribute to the work of curbing deforestation while promoting human and economic development. And in Colombia, not too far away, we, along with our partners today, launched the 2022 Humanitarian Response Plan, aiming to help 1.6 million vulnerable people at a cost of about $283 million US. The plan focuses on health, malnutrition, food insecurity, and ensuring the protection of the most vulnerable, particularly indigenous communities. The plan also contributes to addressing violence against civilians, particularly women and children, the movements of migrants and refugees, and climate. Our friends here at the Department of Economic and Social Affairs today released a new report which analyzes how rapid population growth adds to the challenges of achieving sustainable economic and social development. Our projections suggest that global population could grow to a peak of almost 11 billion people by the end of this century. The report also highlights the rise in per capita income has been more important than population growth in driving increased production and consumption and emission of greenhouse gases. The report is the first in a series of major demographic trends to provide reliable data, accessible information, analysis of population patterns and trends to help guide policymaking. That information is available on the web. And the UN Human Rights Office today released a report which calls on development finance institutions to adopt a proactive approach to human rights violations. The report notes that initiatives supported by these institutions often lead to adverse social and environmental impact on individuals and communities. That report is online. Another report, this one about the UN Environment Program and the NGO Grid Arundel, warns that climate change and land use change are projected to make wildfires more frequent and intense. The report projects that there will be global increase of extreme fires up from 14% by 2030, 30% by the end of 2050, and 50% by the end of the century. UNEP calls for radical change in government spending on wildfires, shifting their investments from reaction and response to prevention and preparedness. The report also calls for the combination of data and scientific-based monitoring system with indigenous knowledge and for strong regional and international cooperation. The report was released ahead of the resumed 5th session of the UN Environment Assembly, which gets underway starting the 28th of February in Nairobi. I want to end on a positive note. We now have 61 member states fully paid up. Our friends in Mali paid their dues in full. Mali is the capital of which country? Mali. No, okay, Maldives. You cannot Google on Jeopardy. Benno, go ahead.
Thank you. After the Secretary General accused Russia of violating the UN Charter, Russia does the same now with the SG, saying that he made several statements incompatible with his status and his authority under the UN Charter. What's your comment on that?
Look, the Secretary General's words, I think, were very clear. He repeated that he spoke to you yesterday. He spoke again today. I'm not going to enter into polemics. I will let all of you do the compare and contrast.
Still, follow up. Does the SG think that he acted in his authority?
He would not have said what he said if he did not think he was acting within his role as Secretary General. Yes, ma'am.
Thanks, Steph. After the Secretary General made his comments on Ukraine, did he hear from Moscow any sort of reaction? Did the foreign minister call him on the phone?
Well, I mean, he heard what the permanent representative, Mr. Nemenzia, said at the General Assembly. He was standing right behind him, so he heard him. And there had also been contacts between the Secretary General and Mr. Nemenzia yesterday.
Do you have a readout of those contacts?
Again, I will let you do the compare and contrast. Madame.
Just a quick follow-up on that. So does the Secretary General think that the Security Council is doing actually a job besides meeting? Does he believe that the Security Council should do more on this issue?
I will give you my standard answer is that we firmly believe that the Security Council has an important play in the prevention of conflict, in ensuring peace and security, and we think when the Council speaks with one voice, they are stronger.
On a different topic, do you have any updates on the humanitarian situation on Yemen? And is it also possible to get somebody from the ground in Yemen to talk to us about the humanitarian situation there? Thank you.
We will ask if Mr. Gressly can join you, and I'll try to get, if he can't, he probably won't be able to join us in the next 24, 48 hours, but I'll try to get an update for you from Yemen. And from what I know, the update is not positive. Let me go to the screen first, and I'll come back to you. Nikos.
Hello, Stefan. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. My question, 2 days ago, the Secretary General called out Russian President Putin's decision to recognize certain areas of the Donetsk and Luhansk regions of Ukraine as independent. As a violation of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. May I ask why the Secretary General never issued a similar statement regarding Turkey's violation of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Cyprus? For example, a while ago, you talked about Ukraine and you said the word dangerous. And you're correct. Is this danger only for other countries, not Cyprus? Is this a fair treatment under the UN principles? Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Nikos. One, I would encourage you to do some research. You're free to look to see what the Secretary General at the time in the early mid-70s said about what was going on in Cyprus. Currently, the Cyprus situation is one for which the Secretary General, I think, has put out a lot of effort, a lot of political capital in order to help the parties resolve the problems on the ground. And whether it's through his good officers, whether it's the mission, we continue to work in that way.
Thank you, Stefan. I will not stop doing research. Just to remind you, I'm a refugee as of 1974. So further to my research, I never forget.
Okay. Amanda.
Thanks, Steph. Do you have any updates on staffing levels, UN staffing levels in eastern Ukraine? You'd said that additional staff were going in, some dependents were going out.
Yeah, they're fluctuating. As I mentioned, we are in the process of removing some staff that does not have what essential functions that can be done, basically done from other places, moving out some dependents. On the other hand, some more staff are coming in to support on the humanitarian, on the operational basis. I'll try to get you some more fixed numbers soon. Okay, Paulina, I think it is you, unless somebody else opens a mic, which they will not. Okay.
I have a question, Stefan, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Oscar.
Yes, thank you, Stefan. Stefan, what is the humanitarian crisis situation now when the Prime Minister asked his citizens to leave and not to travel and to leave the country immediately? And in the region...
Sorry, Oscar, Oscar, what situation you're referring to? I didn't...
Ukraine.
Oh, Ukraine. You know, the humanitarian situation for the people living on both sides of the line of contact is fairly dire. We're very concerned that there continues to be shelling or firing across the line. We are seeking further funds to assist about 1.8 million people. We had a convoy last go in, I think, on Thursday or Friday last week. We're continuing to operate. We're continuing to be present in eastern Ukraine on both sides of the line of contact, and we will continue to do so. But obviously, the more there is continued exchange of fire, the more it is difficult and challenging it is for the civilian population, which has already been suffering for quite a number of years. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Paulina, please. Thank you. Podium or here? Okay. Oof.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you know, the General Assembly plenary meeting on the situation in the occupied territories of Ukraine is underway. The meeting was opened by the President of the General Assembly, Abdullah Shahid. He reminded the global community that the impetus for the creation of the United Nations are inscribed in the first words of the United Nations Charter: to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. He urged the parties to intensify their negotiations and de-escalate the current trajectory through dialogue. Quote, lasting peace is not achieved nor sustained by military engagements, but through political solutions, the President said. The Secretary General spoke following the President, as you heard from Stefan. There are more than 80 speakers on the list. I am looking right now. They are on number 21, and there are 86 currently on the list. So this will definitely resume in the 3 p.m. session. The first national speaker was the Foreign Minister of Ukraine, Dmytro Kuleba, followed by Lord Ahmed of Wimbledon in his role as Minister of State for the Commonwealth and the United Nations. Tobias Lindner, Germany's Minister of State, then took the podium. And you have the President's speech in your inbox.
Ahead of the plenary, President Shah had met with Foreign Minister Kuleba. The president was briefed on the ongoing situation and was told that it is more crucial now than ever before to act decisively to prevent war. This afternoon, the president will meet with Lord Ahmed of Wimbledon. And turning to vaccines in our own New York, this afternoon, President Shahid will meet with Dr. Sandra Lindsay. She is the first person in the United States to have received a COVID vaccine outside of the clinical trials. Dr. Lindsay is a medical professional at the Long Island Jewish Medical Center in Queens. She's also an advocate for vaccinations and for vaccine equity. Dr. Lindsay is here in the context of Friday's high-level event on vaccine equity that will be held in the General Assembly Hall. This is also an opportunity for the President to say a symbolic thank you to all the frontline health workers who have been supporting the diplomatic community over the past years. And our friends at Unifeed will try to put out video on this visit either today or tomorrow, and you will also have a press release. And then turning to Friday's high-level event on vaccine equity, you will have the President's embargoed remarks tomorrow afternoon, along with an embargoed press release. Do you have any questions for me? Okay, I don't see any in the room, and I don't see any on the screen. Oh, I'm sorry. Iftikhar, do you have a question? Yep.
And Pauline, is there going to be any outcome of this session? In the form of a resolution or declaration?
There is no declaration or resolution in the works.
Thank you.
All right, thanks very much, everyone. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
International community. Consistent with the UN Charter and as members of the General Assembly, it is our responsibility to do all that we can do to avoid the deadly consequences of war. We know only too well that the cost of conflict falls on civilians, with a disproportionate burden carried by women, children, and the elderly. Death, injury, displacement, loss of critical infrastructure, reduced access to healthcare and education, and the curtailment of human rights and freedoms. This is why New Zealand stands so strongly opposed to Russia's deliberate and provocative actions taken in the last few days. Russia's actions represent a clear breach of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and a sharp violation of international law and the Minsk agreements. New Zealand strongly supports the sovereign right of any state to determine its own future, including in terms of its security relationships. We have been consistent in expressing our strong support for Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty, and international diplomatic efforts to find a peaceful solution. There is no basis under international law for the recognition of the self-proclaimed Donetsk People's Republic and Luhansk People's Republic. Their recognition by Russia and the deployment of Russian troops into the Donetsk and Luhansk regions undermines diplomatic efforts towards a de-escalation of the crisis between Russia and Ukraine. New Zealand is deeply concerned that this is a calculated act by Russia to create a pretext for an invasion of Ukraine. Everyone in this chamber knows that a military invasion is an act of aggression and a violation of one of the most fundamental principles of international law. We join the Secretary General in being deeply concerned about the perversion of the concept of peacekeeping. We agree that when troops of one country enter the territory of another country without its consent, they are not peacekeepers at all. Recent increases in ceasefire violations and civilian casualties in the conflict zones in the Donbass region are of great concern. Human rights violations in territory controlled by the self-proclaimed republics and in Russian-occupied Crimea are very troubling. New Zealand joins the international community in calling for human rights violations in the Donbass region to cease. We encourage Russia, Ukraine, and other parties to intensify dialogue, including through a return to the Normandy format, with a focus on bringing an urgent de-escalation of tension. We call on Russia and all parties to respect international humanitarian law. And we call on Russia to commit to dialogue to resolve its security concerns, to act in the interests of peace and the principles of the United Nations, and to act consistently with its responsibilities as a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. Russia's continued efforts to undermine the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine represent one of the most significant risks to international peace and security for decades. The impacts of such a conflict will not be confined to Europe. It will further destabilize the international community at a time when geostrategic uncertainty is already high. The international rules system is under pressure, and the global economy remains fragile, all compounded by the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. This is a dangerous time. We are at a critical juncture, but it is one where we believe that diplomacy must prevail in preventing a conflict that would have tragic consequences for Ukraine, for Europe, for Russia, and for the world. New Zealand supports the Secretary-General's rallying call to resolve this crisis without further bloodshed. We stand ready to support international diplomatic efforts to de-escalate the crisis in Ukraine in any way we can. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of New Zealand. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Italy.
Mr. President, Italy aligns itself with the statement of the European Union and wishes to add the following remarks of its own. We strongly condemn the decision by the Russian Federation to recognize the independence of the self-proclaimed republics of Donetsk and Lugansk and to deploy Russian forces in the Donbass region. These acts are unacceptable violations of Ukraine's democratic sovereignty and territorial integrity, are inconsistent with the principles of the Charter of the United Nations, and contradict the Minsk agreements endorsed by the Security Council and of which the Russian Federation is a signatory party. The EU has already responded to these violations with additional restrictive measures, including on economic relations and trade with the non-governmental controlled areas, in the financial sphere with asset freeze of some banks and restrictions on sovereign debt, as well as against individuals and entities responsible for undermining the territorial integrity of Ukraine. In line with UN General Assembly Resolution 68/262, Italy also reaffirms its non-recognition of the illegal annexation of the Crimea Peninsula and reiterates its unwavering support and commitment to Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. This position has been stated by Italy also in its capacity as the current presidency of the Council of Europe. We call on Russia to reconsider its decisions to de-escalate tensions, to withdraw military forces from Ukraine's territory, and to fully abide by its international commitments. As the Secretary General, whose efforts we appreciate, pointed out yesterday and today, we need de-escalation now, and now is the time to return to negotiations. We urge Russia to pursue dialogue on security issues through the US-Russia Strategic Stability Dialogue, the NATO-Russia Council, and the OSCE. We commend the renewed OSCE European Security Dialogue launched by the Polish OSCE chairmanship in office, and we encourage Russia to engage constructively in it. While the offer of dialogue remains standing, any further military initiative against Ukraine would trigger an additional united and firm response. Mr. President, after almost 8 years of conflict and in light of the latest developments, we are more and more concerned about the condition of the civilian population in Ukraine, which continues to bear the heaviest burden. It is of the utmost importance to provide effective and unhindered assistance to those in need, and to help preserve the economic and financial stability of Ukraine, which is being further undermined by the current crisis environment. In this regard, Italy intends to support Ukraine with an amount of around 110 million euros in aid credit and grants. Building on the support that it has provided since 2014, Italy remains committed to do its part together with its European partners and in full solidarity with the Ukrainian people. Mr. President, Italy will continue to be actively engaged in close coordination with its European partners and with its allies to promote a peaceful solution to this crisis and to avert a conflict at the heart of Europe, which would have disastrous humanitarian and economic consequences. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Italy. We have heard the last speaker in the debate on this item for this morning. We shall hear the remaining speakers at 3 p.m. today in this hall. The meeting is adjourned.
If you want to eat healthy and feel your best, you gotta try Kachava. Kachava is the world's healthiest, all-in-one meal shake. It's made with over 70 plant-based superfoods and nutrients. Giving you all your essentials in one delicious meal.
Cheers!
Oh, hell yeah.
Thank you.
Just water, 2 scoops, blend and go. A complete meal in seconds to keep you going for hours. Only the highest quality plant-based ingredients to fuel your body and mind. Made for health-conscious people on the go. It's amazing what you can do when you eat healthy and feel your best. Join thousands of happy customers using Kachava to achieve their health goals. It all starts with changing what you put into your body.
Click the link and start today.
A very strange day is coming to America. In short, a massive and surprising new transition could soon determine the next group of millionaires, while leaving 99% of the public even worse off than before.
The control of the government of Ukraine. We condemn the use of heavy weaponry and recalls that the shelling of civilian infrastructures represents a clear violation of the ceasefire, the Minsk agreements, and international humanitarian law. The EU commends Ukraine's posture and restraint in the face of continued provocations and efforts at destabilization, as we've just heard from this rostrum this morning by the Foreign Minister. The EU underlines the role of the OSCE as the appropriate forum to address security concerns of all interested parties, including Russia. EU member states are ready to engage in strengthening the existing mechanisms to ensure military transparency and predictability, and to support efforts regarding arms control, in particular within the OSCE framework. In this regard, we urge Russia to abide by its commitments under the Vienna document and notably to provide full transparency on its military activities in the region, to host visits to the areas which are the cause of concern, to take significant and verifiable steps to de-escalate the situation and to provide information on the reported redeployment of Russian units from the locations of military exercises. We also express our support for the valuable engagement of the OSCE Special Monitoring Mission, the SMM, and its impartial monitoring. We're therefore deeply concerned by Russia's continued actions to obstruct the presence of the SMM in the non-government controlled areas of Ukraine. The SMM is mandated to monitor the entire territory of Ukraine within its international recognized borders, including the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. We urge Russia to respect the mandate of the SMM as agreed by all participating states and ensure that all restrictions affecting the mission's work are lifted immediately. We once again deplore the targeting of assets of the mission. The volatile security situation in eastern Ukraine has an immense impact on the civilian population, in particular persons in the most vulnerable situations living in the non-government controlled areas and along both sides of the contact line, where people are under continuous threat of shelling, and we share a profound concern for their sufferings. As a result of the conflict, 2.9 million Ukrainians are still in need of humanitarian assistance. We call on the sides to respect international humanitarian law and guarantee unhindered and sustained access for humanitarian actors, including UNHCR and other UN agencies, as well as national and international NGOs, to all people in need. The EU, together with its 27 member states, is the biggest donor of humanitarian aid to Ukraine since the beginning of the conflict. The EU will continue to support humanitarian organizations. Mr. President, let me turn to the situation in Crimea. These days, we commemorate 8 years since the beginning of the hostile Russian political and military actions against the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine, leading to the illegal annexation of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol by the Russian Federation. This illegal annexation and Russia's subsequent actions on the peninsula and in surrounding waters are in blatant breach of international law and of key principles of the rules-based international order. They remain a direct challenge to international security with grave implications for the international law that protects the sovereignty, territorial integrity and unity of all states. In line with the resolutions of this General Assembly, the EU reconfirms its condemnation of this violation of international law and continues to implement its consistent non-recognition policy of the illegal annexation, including through restrictive measures, together with transatlantic partners. As stated in Resolution 68262, the so-called referendum organized by Russia on the Crimean Peninsula in March 2014 has no legal validity.
and we recall the obligation of all states not to recognize as lawful any territorial acquisition of special advantage resulting from aggression. And we call on all UN member states to remain steadfast in their policy of non-recognition of Russia's illegal annexation. We welcome Ukraine's efforts to continue to seek justice using international legal instruments and courts. The ongoing Russian militarization of the Crimean Peninsula has a negative impact on the security situation in the Black Sea region and beyond, and we call on Russia to refrain from impeding the lawful exercise of navigational rights and freedoms to and from the Sea of Azov in accordance with international law. We affirm the universal and unified character of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. We remain seriously concerned about transfers by the Russian Federation of sophisticated weapons systems and military personnel to the peninsula since March 2014. As documented in the reports by the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Russian citizenship and conscription in the armed forces of the Russian Federation have been imposed on Crimean residents in violation of international humanitarian law. Russian legislative elections have been illegally held in the legally annexed Crimea, and a population census conducted in an attempt to legitimize the illegal annexation of the peninsula. All these developments are extremely worrying and hostile. The EU remains deeply concerned about the severe deterioration of human rights situation in the Crimean Peninsula since its illegal annexation by the Russian Federation. Residents of the peninsula face systematic violations of human rights and fundamental freedoms, such as the rights to freedom of expression, religion or belief and association, and the right to peaceful assembly. Arbitrary detentions and convictions remain systemic. In particular, the human rights situation of the Crimean Tatars have been targeted. In accordance with the UN General Assembly Resolution 76179, adopted last December, it is crucial that regional and international human rights monitoring mechanisms, as well as non-governmental human rights organizations, are granted proper and unimpeded access to the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. Journalists, media workers, human rights defenders and defense lawyers should be able to work independently and without undue interference and intimidation. Mr. President, the EU reaffirms our commitment to further support Ukraine's resilience, including encountering cyber and hybrid threats and tackling disinformation. The EU underlines the importance of Ukraine's reform agenda based on democracy, rule of law, respect for international law and human rights. In conclusion, Mr. President, let me reiterate once again our firm belief that tensions and disagreements must be resolved through dialogue and diplomacy, and that this issue is not only a matter of regional concern, but of a global. Threats and violations of international law, including the UN Charter, affect all member states of the UN and all people of the world. I thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of the European Union.
Damages and suffering of those living on both sides of the contact line. Furthermore, we are witnessing Russia's continued effort of de facto integration and systematic demographic changes of the illegally annexed Crimea, as well as non-government controlled areas in Donetsk and Luhansk regions of Ukraine, including through accelerated issuing of Russian passports on the massive scale to Ukrainian citizens and forced conscription to the Russian armed forces. Such moves are making the conflict resolution efforts even more difficult. We are concerned about reported arbitrary detentions and arrests, especially of Crimean Tatars and Ukrainian-speaking minorities, increasing pressure on journalists and media workers, human rights defenders, and other members of civil society. Russia must fully respect international law, including international humanitarian law and international human rights law. We call for the immediate release of all illegally detained and imprisoned persons in the Crimean Peninsula and in Russia. It is essential that international organizations and human rights actors have unhindered access to the areas currently not under control of the Ukraine and the Crimean Peninsula, in accordance with UN General Assembly Resolution 76, 2021/179 of the 16th December 2021. We urge Russia to withdraw its forces and material from within Ukraine, including the Crimean Peninsula and non-government controlled areas of Luhansk and Donetsk Oblast, as well as from areas adjacent to its borders, and to immediately stop fueling the conflict. We reiterate our full support to the efforts towards peaceful and sustainable resolution of this conflict through the established international mechanisms. We commend Ukraine for its constructive approach and urge Russia to assume its responsibility as a party to the conflict, upholding its commitments, abide by the international law, and return to the discussions within the Normandy format and the Trilateral Contact Group. It is essential that the OSCE Special Monitoring Mission have free and unhindered access through Ukraine, including the Crimean Peninsula and non-government controlled areas in Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast of Ukraine, in accordance with its mandates. We're deeply concerned regarding the continued restrictions of the mission's freedom of movement, including security incidents involving its staff and assets. Mr. President, the position of Nordic and Baltic countries is clear. It is our duty as members of the UN to defend the rules-based international order. Challenges to this order clearly affect international community as a whole. We urge Russia to abide by international law and uphold its international commitments. Like the Secretary General, we recall the obligations under the UN Charter of all members to refrain from the threat or use of force and to settle the international disputes by peaceful means. We thank the Secretary General for his clear message on Russia's aggressive actions and call for the UN to continue efforts to restore respect for the sovereignty, territorial integrity, political independence, and unity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Lithuania, who spoke on behalf of the 8 Nordic Baltic countries. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation.
Господин председатель,
Mr. President, Secretary General, I would like to start my statement with a clarification. The agenda item which we are meeting to discuss today has clearly been given the wrong title. If it is supposed to reflect reality, then it should not be temporarily occupied territories, but rather territories lost as a result of the hate-filled policy against its own citizens that Kiev has turned into a national idea after the illegitimate Maidan coup of 2014. As regards those citizens who were not in agreement with that coup, as soon as the current regime came to power with the tacit endorsement of its Western backers, a policy of systemic deprivation of basic human rights inter alia on ethnic grounds was implemented. We understand the focus of today's discussion is the recognition by the Russian Federation of the DLR and the LPR as the current affairs event of the day. There is currently a great deal of speculation and insinuation surrounding this decision. I'd like to underscore that what happened was a direct result of Kiev's years-long sabotage of their direct obligations under the package of measures adopted in Security Council Resolution 2202. As soon as it was signed in February 2015, Russia was consistently committed to this complicated internal Ukrainian compromise. We did all we could to preserve the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. We organized numerous UN Security Council meetings, area formula meetings. We actively participated in the work of the Normandy format and the Minsk contact group. We discussed the situation in the east of Ukraine in the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. This is despite the fact that Russia is not a party to the Minsk process and is not and was not. All this was in vain. For 8 years, Kiev continued and is continuing to bomb its own citizens and shirk from direct dialogue with Donbass. It has led, over the past 8 years, the entire international community up the garden path, insisting on its commitment to the Minsk agreements, but only through its interpretation.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Coming up at the top of the hour, we will have the State Department briefing, and then we'll also have a White House briefing about an hour away. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
The Ukrainian representative sabotage the implementation not only of political issues but economic and other issues as well. However, recently the Ukrainian leadership have stopped having scruples. They've told the cameras directly that they do not intend to uphold their commitments. Perhaps the last straw, the last confirmation of this was the fact that the Ukrainian PR unambiguously confirmed this during the Security Council meeting we organized on the 17th of February. However, our Western colleagues did not even urge Ukraine to implement Minsk. It became clear that there were no more prospects for Kiev implementing this document. It is precisely because of Kiev's unwillingness to consider the interests of a broad swathe of its population that since 2014 Ukraine has been at war with its own citizens who do not agree with the Maidan values and the current policy of the authorities. The Ukraine's Western backers did nothing to convince Kiev to heed its own people, thus demonstrating egregious double standards. In any other crisis situation, UN member states call for an inclusive, direct dialogue between the parties to the conflict. If this does not occur, an internal conflict cannot be resolved. However, with Ukraine, everything was completely the other way around. The cornerstone of the package is dialogue, and this has been sabotaged by Ukraine all this time. It is to our great regret that the UN Secretary General today and a few days ago has made some statements regarding what is going on in the east of Ukraine that are not in line with his status and his mandate under the UN Charter. We specifically looked at the statistics and former files and dossiers, and we saw that there was no conflict when the Secretary General, be this the current one or his predecessors, allowed himself to make such statements regarding any country. Regarding the situation in Ukraine, the Secretary General has raised his voice often to uphold all the requirements of the packet of measures under Security Council Resolution 2202 that directly require all matters to be resolved between agreement with Kiev and Donbass. Nobody in the West mentioned that at all. Unfortunately, the Secretary General has followed this very sad example. In these circumstances, we don't understand what good offices that the Secretary General talked about can be provided. The people in Crimea and Donetsk and Lugansk declared their independence. Crimea was luckier. Its inhabitants almost immediately said they wanted to accede to Russia, and they came under the protection of the Russian Federation. The people of Donetsk and Lugansk, to whom our German and French partners had promised a just settlement, had to wait our recognition over a long 8-year period. During this time, at the behest of our Western colleagues, there was still a glimmer of hope that Kiev would have a change of heart and start dialogue with its citizens. However, the Maidan authorities didn't have such plans in mind. Over that period, it carried out 2 heinous, bloody military adventures, culminating in the Ukrainian army routing the self-defense fighters and flouting the Minsk agreement. agreements. Instead of implementing them, Kiev right from the start nurtured plans for revenge without ceasing to shell residential areas and to conduct sabotage. Furthermore, it's important to bear in mind that over the years, Ukraine irrevocably became anti-Russia and waged a war on the Russian language and all that is Russian as part of its state policies. The country has seen the emergence of a linguistic inquisition. The area where the Russian language can be used has significantly shrunk and has been subject to repression. Under President Zelensky, who during his pre-election campaign donned the garb of a peacekeeper and a protector of the interests of all Ukrainians, under him there was a ban introduced on broadcasting 6 opposition TV channels. Lies about World War II have taken deep root. Hitler's comrades in arms have become heroes, and the real heroes have become nobodies. We don't agree with Kiev's policy. Those people who didn't agree have been persecuted, and there's been physical harm and massacres and murders of journalists and others. Thus, it was clear to the people of Donetsk and Lugansk what kind of Ukraine they were being asked to return to. However, even faced with this, they did not waver from implementing the Minsk agreements. They believed that the document would be implemented and they would be granted special status. As it turned out, these hopes were dashed. Today, we are all aware of the horrific figure of 14,000 victims of the conflict, including hundreds of children. The overwhelming majority of them are inhabitants of Donetsk and Lugansk. All these years, there's been an economic, transport and food embargo on Donbass. Elderly people and children have to hide from shelling. The number of refugees who are being rescued and going to Russia and not Ukraine, over the past few days alone has reached tens of thousands. 96,000 people today alone. For any civilized state, it's clear that you can't treat your people like that. That means Kiev doesn't need Donbass inhabitants. It only needs their land. And this is something that President Zelensky said this clearly, telling them that they should get away and go to Russia. However, the Kiev authorities are dubbing these people very disparagingly terrorists. Having become convinced the situation was hopeless, we decided that the people of Donbass are fully within their rights to consider themselves independent. You know the rest. Distinguished colleagues, given the blatant genocide and the trampling on the most important human right of all, the right to life, our country could not remain indifferent to the fate of the 4 million people of Donbass. We primarily have been guided by the fact that the greatest value of all is that of human life. In criticizing us for our decision, you are showing utter indifference for the fate of the Donetsk and Lugansk people, just as Kiev and its Western backers have done during these 8 years of conflict. This conflict is by no means over. Shelling of residential areas in both republics has not ceased. The West continues to goad and to provoke and to arm Kiev. We warn you that since, upon the request of Donetsk and Lugansk, the ceasefire will be monitored by the Russian armed forces, no one intends to go softly with any violators. Therefore, we urge you today to focus efforts on reining in Kiev and deterring it from conducting a new military adventure that might cost the whole of Ukraine very dearly. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Japan.
And some of you will be seeing a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
Mr. President, the government of Japan has a strong view that what is happening in and around Ukraine is not an isolated problem in Europe, but a problem for the entire international community and a challenge to the international order. It goes totally against the purposes and the principles of the UN Charter. Mr. President, Japan consistently supports the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. Russia's decision to recognize the independence of certain regions of eastern Ukraine seriously undermines those very principles in violation of international law. It is absolutely unacceptable, and Japan strongly condemns the series of recent Russian acts. Prime Minister Kishida, acting in lockstep with the international community, has announced sanction measures, including the suspension of the issuance of entry visas and asset freeze to individuals concerned. Japan continues to pay close attention with serious concern to the development of the situation, including Russia's military buildup in the armed areas around Ukraine's borders, and its decision regarding the deployment of its forces outside its territory. Tensions should be de-escalated by the withdrawal of Russian troops, and this is essential to restore the cause of diplomacy. Any threat or use of force against the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states goes against the fundamental principles that underpin the rules-based international order. It is a clear violation of international law, and what is at stake for the member states is the rule of law and the UN Charter itself. Mr. President, Japan expresses its solidarity with the people of Ukraine for the hope come true. Japan has made its own diplomatic efforts for a peaceful solution and supports the efforts of all countries for a serious diplomatic solution to the present crisis. Before closing, let me reiterate that unilateral attempts to change the status quo by force or coercion are unacceptable, regardless of wherever they take place. No member state can afford to be a bystander. Japan will continue to work hand in hand with other partners. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Japan. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. Member states of the United Nations, we stand at a crossroads in the history of this body. On Monday, President Putin announced that Russia would recognize as independent states the so-called DNR and LNR regions, part of the sovereign territory of Ukraine controlled by Russia's proxies since 2014. He then ordered Russian military forces, under the guise of so-called peacekeepers, to deploy to these regions. In the hours that followed, Secretary General Guterres said this was a violation of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine and inconsistent with the principles of the Charter of the United Nations. He reaffirmed that to us in his remarks today. In an emergency meeting Monday night, all but one member of the Security Council called for dialogue and diplomacy, which can only happen if Russia abandons its unprovoked further aggression toward Ukraine. Has Russia heeded these calls? No. Instead, it has responded with additional actions to undermine Ukraine's sovereignty, including mass disinformation, which we just heard again today, cyber attacks, and efforts to create a false flag pretext, in addition to Russia's overwhelming military buildup of more than 150,000 troops near Ukraine's border. Russia's actions have only confirmed what we and other nations have been warning about. Other UN member states must recognize the threat before us all today, before it's too late. Colleagues, there's no middle ground here. Calling for both sides to de-escalate only gives Russia a pass. Russia is the aggressor here. History tells us that looking the other way is ultimately the more costly path. And we need only to look across the past decade for an indication of the path that Russia is taking. Since 2014, Russia has occupied Crimea following its illegal invasion and has been manufacturing and fueling ongoing military conflicts in eastern Ukraine. In recent years, including President Putin's remarks this week, Russian leaders have claimed that Ukraine is not a real country. They have questioned its right to exist. Russia's actions are an unprovoked violation of international law, of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and a direct contradiction of the Minsk agreements. Russia's aggression not only threatens all of Ukraine, but every member state and the UN itself. Colleagues, President Putin gave us the clearest indication of his intentions on Monday when he asked the world to travel back in time by more than 100 years before the United Nations even existed to an age of empires. He asserted that Russia can recolonize its neighbors and that he will use force to make a farce of the United Nations. The United States rejects that firmly. This is 2022. We're not going back to an era of empires and colonies or to the USSR or the Soviet Union. We have moved forward. And we must ensure, as the permanent representative from Kenya said in the Security Council on Monday night, that the embers of dead empires do not ignite new forms of oppression and violence. Unfortunately, the fake reality Russia wants to create is already having real consequences for the people of Ukraine and for the world. To date, Russia's war in eastern Ukraine has already killed more than 14,000 people, nearly 3 million Ukrainians, half of whom are elderly people and children, need food, shelter, and other life-saving assistance. And of course, ordinary Russians should be asking how many Russian lives Putin is willing to sacrifice to feed his ambitions. If Russia continues down this path, it could, according to our estimates, create a new refugee crisis, one of the largest facing the world today, with as many as 5 million more people displaced by Russia's war of choice and putting pressure on Ukraine's neighbors. And because Ukraine is one of the world's largest wheat suppliers, especially for the developing world, Russia's actions could cause a spike in food prices and lead to even more desperate hunger in places like Libya, Yemen, and Lebanon. The tidal wave of suffering this war will cause are unthinkable. And then there's the broader threat that Russia's actions upend our international system, make a mockery of the UN Charter, and call into question our most fundamental principles of sovereignty, diplomacy, and territorial integrity. Unfortunately, despite these terrible, world-altering outcomes, Russia appears determined to proceed. Together with our partners and allies, President Biden has taken decisive action to make the cost of Russia's actions crystal clear. But as much as we all want Russia to de-escalate and choose the path of peace, that is not our choice to make. This is President Putin's war of choice. If he chooses to escalate further, Russia and Russia alone will bear full responsibility for what is to come. What we can do together today is make clear that Russia will pay an even steeper price if it continues this aggression, that responsible countries do not bully their neighbors into submission, that former empires cannot lay claim to sovereign and independent nations. The very first line of the UN Charter states, "We are uniting together," quote, "determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war." This, right here, right now, is a moment. It is a moment when we can save this generation and the next from that terrible fate. Colleagues, now is not the time to sit on the sidelines. Now is the time to get off of the sidelines. Let us together show Russia that it is isolated and alone in its aggressive actions. Let us stand fully behind the principles of sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity for Ukraine and for all member states. Let us show Russia that every other UN member state believes it is time to de-escalate, to come back to the negotiating table, and to work toward peace so that Ukrainians can live in security and the tenets of the UN Charter can be upheld for future generations to come. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United States.
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox for you.
I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Georgia.
Mr. President, Excellencies, my delegation aligns itself with the statement made by the European Union, and in my national capacity, I would like to add the following comment. Last year, we celebrated 75th anniversary of the United Nations, which was created to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. But today, our generation and this very United Nations and the rules-based order has come at a crucial juncture. How the events will unfold will define not only the future of security and stability in Europe, but of the entire international community. It is deeply alarming that the international norms and principles that we all committed to uphold are repeatedly violated by the Russian Federation, a permanent member of the Security Council whose primary responsibility is to do the exact opposite, act as the guardian of peace and security. Unfortunately, breaching the international law and undermining international rules-based order has long been a marking of Russia's aggressive policy towards its neighboring states, aimed at forcefully redrawing their borders and trying to curb their sovereign choices. My country, Georgia, is no exception here. Russia's decision to recognize the so-called independence of integral parts of Ukraine and sending its military as the so-called peacekeepers represent grave violation of the UN Charter and the Helsinki Final Act. Moreover, they are in breach of Russia's own commitments made under the Budapest Memorandum and the Minsk agreements endorsed by the Security Council Resolution 2202. The Georgian government strongly condemns Russia's so-called recognition of Ukraine's territories, the so-called LPR and DPR. Let me be clear, these decisions, as in the case of Russian-occupied Georgian regions, shall never be accepted by the international community. 8 years have passed since the Russian aggression against Ukraine, annexation of Crimea, and instigation of the conflict in Donbass. The humanitarian cost alone is tremendous.
more than 14,000 Ukrainian citizens died, while more than 30,000 have been injured, and almost 1.5 million residents of the occupied areas of Ukraine now live in internal displacement. As we speak, another wave of Russia's military aggression against Ukraine is well underway. It is aimed at redrawing Ukraine's sovereign borders, and the security repercussions of such actions will go far beyond Ukraine. Let me express strong solidarity and commend brave Ukrainian people for their restraint and resilience in the face of the ongoing aggression. Dear colleagues, aggression against Ukraine is a repetition of the same pattern of Russia's illegal actions that we saw against my own country. It started with inciting and backing up puppet regimes in Georgia's Abkhazia and Skin Valley regions. Then came a full-scale military aggression in 2008 under fabricated pretexts, leading to their illegal occupation. And shortly after signing a ceasefire agreement, instead of fulfilling obligations undertaken, Russia recognized the occupied territories as sovereign entities, thus creating a launchpad for their factual annexation. As of today, in breach of all the international commitments, including inter alia the EU-mediated 12 of August 2008 ceasefire agreement, Russian Federation continues its illegal and provocative actions toward the occupied regions of Georgia, conducting so-called borderization process, which in effect is nothing less than a continuous aggression and a creeping annexation. Humanitarian consequences of the aforementioned actions are appalling, given unbearable human rights situation and the conditions the civilian population, women and children have to endure. We are seeing the very same playbook in action in Ukraine. This pattern of behavior brazenly undermines the entire international rules-based order, poses grave threat to regional and global peace and security, and are inconsistent with the ways how responsible states should act in the 21st century. It is no longer about Ukraine or Georgia or other countries neighboring Russia. Peace and security in Europe and beyond are at stake. Silence and acquiescence to land grabbing today is tantamount to a crime before the generations to come. Distinguished colleagues, we should be united in defending the very fundamentals of the international rules-based order, and first and foremost, the UN Charter, Helsinki Final Act, and Charter of Paris for New Europe. With this in mind, we call on Russia to reverse its illegal recognition.
Hello, I'm Dr. Tina Master. If you're worried about your kids in COVID, know that you have the power to protect them. The vaccines are tested, proven, and safer than most over-the-counter medications. Call your pediatrician and get the facts.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Borders, including Crimea and Donbass, and Ukraine's navigational rights in its territorial waters. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Georgia. And now I invite the distinguished representative of Turkey to take the floor.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, it has been 8 years since the occupation of Crimea. Since the first day, the international community has maintained a resolute position. We never recognized the illegal annexation. And we have always supported Ukraine's independence, territorial integrity, sovereignty, and political unity within its internationally recognized borders. This is our legal and moral obligation. Mr. President, today we face a new act of aggression, this time against another part of Ukrainian territory. This is totally unacceptable. We reject.
We're going to take our final break of the hour for some of you right here on Live Now from Fox. You can see where we are just moments away from the State Department briefing. We'll bring it to you live as soon as it happens right here on Live Now from Fox.
Of the Minsk agreements and constitutes a flagrant violation of Ukraine's political unity, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. Mr. President, we do not need, nor do we want, a new war in our region. We call upon Russia to reverse its decision and return to diplomacy and dialogue
on the basis of the Minsk agreements. This is the only way that will take us away from the precipice. Therefore, we call for restraint and common sense. We urge the parties to get together around the negotiation table without delay. As a neighbor to both parties, we are ready to facilitate this process and host technical and/or high-level meetings. We also welcome President Zelensky's proposal for a meeting between P5, Turkey, Germany, and Ukraine. Finally, we continue to support the OSCE Special Monitoring Mission led by Ambassador Halit Çevik. Mr. President, I am obliged to repeat, today Ukraine, a founding member of the United Nations, is faced with yet another act of aggression. And the global community is faced with yet another threat to regional and international peace and security. But
So
above all, this is an aggression against the fundamental principles of international law and the UN Charter. Make no mistake, we all need the rules-based international order. It is our duty as member states to defend legality. It is our obligation to ensure that conflicts are resolved through peaceful means. We must make sure that the founding principles of the UN are upheld. This is the only
first 5 to 6 days. Now I'm saying start on day one. Don't wait. Don't go and get tested. You start feeling the sniffles. You start feeling the tickle in the throat. Throw everything at it. Throw the kitchen sink at it.
Yeah, that's key, because when they say you're positive, then they send you home to wait till you get really sick and then kill you.
Don't go and get tested.
Totally.
You start feeling the sniffles. You start feeling the tickle in the throat.
The pandemic,
throw
I'm not trying
everything
to
at
be a
it. Throw the
fearmonger
kitchen
here
sink
because
at it.
Yeah,
It's easy to deal with, right? Especially if you treat it on day one.
Well, the whole enemy of the people has been trying to block this information. And so absolutely, and it's been one good thing Trump did was, I guess, make it easier, for these online, systems with great doctors like yourself to get things to people and democratize this and not have a monopoly. That's why it's so important to write this down and share it with others and tell others, hey, you need to go to my doctor or mygotodoc.com, one word, mygotodoc.com. You need to write that down. You need to share that, and you need to get prepared ahead of time. And I personally am already planning to do this. I'm doing a regimen of the hydroxychloroquine, of the ivermectin. I've got it in my office. I've decided I'm going to start on it Saturday. I'm going to take it again just because of all that I've personally seen to make sure any of this crap is cleared out of me. Because, again, folks, this is very serious.
Yeah, so along those lines, there's some people who feel like they're totally normal. And, when you check them, when you run an MRI scan or something, you find they have heart inflammation or there's something going on in their body. And there's only one company out there that I work with a lot. It's IncellDX, it's Bruce Patterson's group. They have a test to see if you still have the spike protein in your body and if it's causing the inflammation, which you see in long COVID patients. So, we don't know. There's probably a lot of silent long COVID that's causing disease. It's causing heart attacks, it's causing strokes, and we don't know that that's what's causing it, right? Like your parents, your elderly parents had COVID, and then a year later they die of a stroke. Maybe they wouldn't have had that stroke if they hadn't had COVID. And I totally agree, the vaccines are worse, and the vaccines can also be treated the same way. You can also check to see if the spike protein is still in your body. You can check to see if it's causing inflammation. It does the same thing that long COVID does.
And I got to just back you up. I've had so many top doctors and scientists on, and I said, what do you do if you've already had to have it for your job? And they said, the way you treat COVID is the way you treat any potential vaccine damage.
Yeah, and so if you want to be sure, if you want to, make sure you're not wasting your time taking medications you don't need, you can go to covidlonghaulers.com. It's a website that works, that's IncellDX's website, and you can order those tests, and you can see if you have the inflammation, you can see if you have the spike protein. But people who have a change in their health, you just assume that you have long COVID, right? If you don't have as much, energy as you used to, you can't think straight, you start forgetting words, you can't sleep well, you have anxiety. I mean, there's so much.
That happened to my dad. I mean, he literally, for like at least 2 months, was really screwed up. And now 8-9 months later, he's almost back, but it's been, I've got him to take ivermectin again and other things, and it's really helped him.
And most people who have this don't realize they have.
And to its unrestricted respect. Secondly, Russian aggression and the violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and the violation of the terms that made possible that country's renunciation of nuclear weapons, undermine the international non-proliferation regime. With the Budapest Memorandum, the nuclear weapon states undertook to respect Ukraine's borders in its exchange for its rejection of nuclear weapons. Costa Rica regrets the non-compliance with this commitment, which has serious consequences for the nuclear non-proliferation regime. This is a matter of concern for the entire international community, and in particular for those countries, like those of Latin America and the Caribbean, have declared ourselves to be nuclear weapon-free. A state is only as strong as its word. Thirdly, Mr. President, distinguished Secretary General, we must exhaust all diplomatic avenues to avoid the devastating humanitarian consequences of an armed conflict for millions of people in Ukraine. Civic spaces and fundamental freedoms in the Donetsk and Luhansk regions have been severely curtailed
since the serious armed events which took place in 2014. And this has led to an erosion of freedom of expression and independent activism. Costa Rica regrets that many human rights defenders, of which I have been one, many environmental activists, journalists, and members of national minorities have been forced to flee, and this has restricted their participation in public affairs and peaceful assemblies. There is no freedom or plurality where there is censorship and persecution. Mr. President, the international community must remain a diligent reporting of all violations of international law, international humanitarian law, and international human rights law by the Russian Federation, in line with the comments made here by the Secretary General. As we have seen in this crisis, emerging technologies provide a new set of challenges and a potential for an escalation into violence, and diplomatic response is required. The capacity of some states to use artificial intelligence in cyber attacks and in misinformation campaigns makes it more urgent than ever for us to adopt new multilateral agreements in order to minimize future risks and to guarantee international stability. We cannot allow that the homes of millions of people in Ukraine will become an experimental camp for new forms of violence. The time for that is well over. To use psychological warfare is violence. That violence, to shut off power, is violence. We should condemn that violence as we do condemn armed violence. The law protects civilians regardless of the level of suffering, and Costa Rica will continue to honor the right of Ukrainian citizens to have a peaceful and safe daily life without foreign interference. In closing, Mr. President, Costa Rica would like to remind all states that the road to peace building must be paved with people-centered initiatives led by women. Far from being helpless victims, women have been at the forefront, calling for a cessation of fighting and addressing the root causes of conflict and they have also been involved in peace building. Peace will not be sustainable if it is not inclusive. Mr. President, our United Nations must be much more than a place that forces states to lay down their weapons. The United Nations must be a place where dialogue prevails and where no one feels the need to pick weapons up in the first place. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Costa Rica. And I'll give the floor to the distinguished representative of Mexico.
Mr. President, Secretary General, Mexico has come to this meeting on the situation in Ukraine in the hopes of contributing to keep open the paths of dialogue and diplomacy. Mexico abides by the obligation to respect the sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, and in strict compliance with international law, with the UN Charter, and with GA Resolutions 26, 25, 3314, and 68/262, as well as the Minsk agreements. We note that the cumulative effect of events in recent days violate three key principles: the ban on the threat or use of force in international relations, respect for the territorial integrity and political independence of states, and non-interference in the internal affairs of states. Mr. President, just a few days ago, before the Security Council, Russia made a statement to the effect that it would not invade Ukraine. We hope that it will continue to comply fully with that statement. Mexico agrees with the statements made by the Secretary General, and we support his appeal for a peaceful solution. The Security Council Resolution 2202 of 2015, unanimously adopted, is the only framework for resolving the situation in the east of Ukraine. The United Nations has created the broadest structure of mechanisms for peacefully resolving disputes, and these mechanisms have not been fully exhausted. In the Security Council, Mexico shared its vision on reducing tensions, promoting dialogue, and providing a space for political negotiations using three elements: de-escalation, diplomacy, and dialogue. Finally, we reiterate our appeal to the parties that they facilitate safe, unimpeded humanitarian access, and that the human rights of all peoples be fully respected. Mr. President, situations such as this one put to the test the capacity of this organization to fulfill its principles and purposes. It is time for us to fulfill our mandate. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Mexico. And I'll give the floor to the distinguished representative of France.
Mr. President, France firmly condemns the unilateral recognition by Russia of the independence of the separatist regions of the east of Ukraine. France also condemns the decision to deploy the Russian army in these territories. This is a violation of international law. It is a violation of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine, and it is incompatible with the United Nations Charter, as the Secretary General declared. This is a unilateral renunciation by Russia of the Minsk agreements that it nonetheless signed and which are endorsed by Resolution 2202 of the Security Council. This is also a clear violation of the fundamental principles of the OSCE enshrined in the Helsinki Final Act and the Paris Charter, which are the basis for stability in Europe. It is finally a questioning of the commitments taken by President Putin over the last few days. France is very seriously concerned by aspersions cast on the legitimacy of the very existence of the Ukrainian state by the highest authorities of the Russian state. Russia has chosen the path of destabilization and confrontation. Despite unwavering efforts for de-escalation over recent weeks and recent days, in particular, efforts by President Macron in conjunction with Chancellor Scholz. We would urge Russia to review and cancel the decision to recognize these separatist entities and withdraw its armed forces from all Ukrainian territory back to internationally recognized borders. Henceforth, France and its European Union partners will take necessary measures, in particular against those banks that finance Russian military operations in these territories, and to prevent trade with separatist entities, In the context of the heightened tensions on the Ukrainian border caused by the increased Russian military activity and the increased number of ceasefire violations along the contact line over recent days, this new stage in destabilization by Russia presents a real threat to European security. We would urge Russia to abstain from all additional destabilizing actions, in particular those likely to endanger the safety and security of civilians. We condemn the use of heavy weaponry, and we condemn the indiscriminate bombing of civilian areas. Once again, these are blatant violations of the Minsk agreements. France welcomes the restraint Ukraine has demonstrated in these difficult circumstances. France expresses its full solidarity with the Ukrainian people and government. France reiterates its condemnation of the illegal annexation of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol by Russia in 2014, and our support for the EU non-recognition policy. Their annexation is also a flagrant violation of international law and the primary source of serious repeated violations of human rights on this territory. Once again, we express our concern here. We condemn the militarization of this territory by Russia, which is part of the strategy of the Russian threat against Ukraine that we've seen over recent weeks. We lend our support to the efforts of the International Crimea Platform. Mr. President, given the destabilizing and confrontation strategy opted for by Russia, we call for a unified reaction of the international community to defend the fundamental principles of the UN Charter. We commend the high level of participation in this debate, and we call for ongoing mobilization within this assembly. France, which aligns itself with, will align itself with the statement, has aligned itself with the statement earlier made by the EU, will continue to mobilize linked in with all its partners to support the sovereignty, territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative for France.
All right, everybody, we go out live right now to the State Department briefing that we have been waiting for. You're watching live now from Fox.
After Russia recognized the so-called Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics as quote-unquote independent, President Putin authorized Russian troops to enter those regions. He has taken other steps that amount to a direct assault on Ukraine's sovereignty. We responded and turned quickly and decisively. Within less than a day, we'd announced the first tranche of sanctions with our allies and partners, including those in the European Union, the United Kingdom, Canada, Japan, and Australia. Our German allies, yesterday, took resolute action to ensure that the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, what had been a prized $11 billion investment on the part of the Russian Federation, is suspended indefinitely. And as you have just seen, President Biden today authorized sanctions on Nord Stream 2 AG and its corporate office holders. We have now taken complementary action using our own authorities to ensure that Nord Stream 2 is off the table, just as we said it would be. In lockstep with our allies, we are blocking from the global financial system 2 large banks that are connected to the Kremlin and Russian military, and Russian sovereign wealth can no longer trade on US or European financial markets. As you all know, we additionally sanctioned Russian elites, those elites who are, in many ways, complicit. This is the beginning of our response. If Putin escalates further, we will escalate further using additional sanctions and export controls, which we've yet to unveil, but are fully prepared to implement with allies and partners across the globe. The sequence of events that Secretary Blinken laid out at the UN Security Council last week appears to be proceeding exactly as he laid out. We've seen false flags. We've seen provocations. We've seen theatrically staged meetings at the Kremlin. We've seen cyber operations, and the list goes on. So where do we go from here? Moscow needs to demonstrate that it's serious about diplomacy. Russia's actions over the last 48 hours have, in fact, demonstrated the opposite. If Moscow's approach changes, we remain ready to engage. The United States and our allies and partners remain open to diplomacy. We are eager to engage to avert what would be a brutal and costly conflict. But, as we have said, diplomacy cannot succeed unless Russia changes course. As we have said, we are prepared. We are prepared for any contingency going forward. Matt.
Okay. Thanks. I have a question about the Houthi sanctions, but it's largely semantic, so I'll leave it till later. On Nord Stream 2, you guys have been saying for months, indeed for over a year, since the waivers were first granted, that in fact this gave you additional leverage, withholding the sanctions did, and would serve as a deterrent. Clearly, it didn't. It didn't provide you with any leverage at all that we can tell, because of what you just said in your opening statement about the invasion beginning. So, you know, how do you explain to people why you didn't impose these sanctions earlier?
So, Matt, it's important, and let's just rewind the tape and remember what has happened in recent hours. Yesterday, within a short time frame of the Russian invasion beginning, Germany took decisive, resolute action to take Nord Stream 2 off the table. Today, we followed with our own complementary authorities using the powers and capabilities that we have. We have always said, in the context of Nord Stream 2, in the context of the steps that we are taking with partners and allies around the world, that one of the most important tools we have in our arsenal is transatlantic unity.
The fact that Germany acted so quickly, so decisively, is in many ways a product of the coordination, of the consultation we have done now with two successive German governments. Of course, it started with Chancellor Merkel and her government, and in more recent months we have had concerted discussions with Chancellor Scholz in his government. The fact that we are acting in unison immediately to take these steps that essentially remove Nord Stream 2 from the equation, that is a byproduct, that is a result of the work that we have done together with the German government over the course of these last several months, over the course of the last year or so.
So it sounds to me, correct me if I'm wrong, that your argument is that if you had imposed the sanctions earlier, the Germans wouldn't have the Germans wouldn't have done what they did yesterday, or it would have been a much bigger lift to get them to do that.
What we have said, and our strategy has been predicated on the knowledge that transatlantic unity is the most powerful instrument we have.
But look, the pipeline's already been built. Okay. Now, whether it gets turned on or not, is another question.
Right. So
presumably you had more leverage, and I don't understand why you don't think that you would have had more leverage if these sanctions had been imposed before the pipeline was finished.
So, Matt, you also raise a good point. The pipeline, when this administration came into office, was more than 90% complete. We have imposed sanctions under PISA on a number of targets associated with this pipeline, persons and entities. But the fact is that had we sanctioned Nord Stream 2 AG, had we sanctioned its corporate office holders, it is far from clear that that would have kept the pipeline from going into operation. What the Germans did yesterday was to ensure that the pipeline is no longer part of the equation. Right. So by acting together with the Germans, how we did, when we did, and the way in which we did, we have ensured that this is an $11 billion prize investment that is now a hunk of steel sitting at the bottom of the sea.
All right, well, I don't think you though can prove, and the converse can't be proven either, but you just don't know if imposing the sanctions earlier would have had more of a deterrent effect, or any deterrent
well,
effect.
If we would have made it a sunk cost many months ago for the Russian Federation, I don't think that would have had much deterrent capability.
Well, but it hasn't anyway, so I'll leave it there.
Simon.
Yeah, the Secretary obviously said yesterday he had cancelled his meeting with Foreign Minister Lavrov, but you guys remain open to diplomacy. So what exactly would you want to see from Russia in order to, reschedule that meeting, in order to resume some kind of diplomacy, diplomatic talks between you? And just an additional one, you've sort of, this is the last, or this is part of the first tranche of sanctions, the Nord Stream 2 sanctions that just came out. Is that the end of the first tranche, or is there more coming in that? And can you say whether more sanctions actions will be taken if Russia, doesn't escalate further from where it is now?
Well, the question you ask is what we would like to see. Let me start by answering that question by letting you know what we no longer will engage in, and that is the pretense of diplomacy. You heard the Secretary use that phrase yesterday, and that is what we have seen. This is, and has been, in some ways, diplomatic kabuki theater on the part of the Russians, making statements that they are committed to a diplomatic path while their actions suggest exactly the opposite. That is not an environment in which diplomacy can achieve the results that it needs to achieve. Our goal here, even as the Russian invasion of Ukraine is beginning, is to avert the worst case scenario that we have warned about for some time now. And we have gone into great detail in terms of what that could look like. Electronic warfare, a fuller scale invasion, an attack on major urban centers, including Kyiv, a city of 2.9 million people, horrific human rights abuses, atrocities, potential war crimes. These are all things that even as the invasion is beginning, we are going to do everything that we reasonably can to prevent from happening. And so that's why, together with our allies and partners, we absolutely remain open to diplomacy, but only if Moscow is serious. We are not going to engage in this pretense with them, during which they draw out the process, suggest one thing, do another, ready their preparations, move their forces closer to the border, develop and refine their plans as they give the world a head fake that they are actually committed to the diplomatic path. Now, there are a number of ways that Moscow could indicate that it is serious. It essentially boils down to de-escalation. That would be the most concrete, the clearest indication that diplomacy has the potential to bear fruit, that diplomacy has the potential to save lives. That is the kind of diplomacy we are interested in. That is also not the kind of diplomacy that we have seen any indication as of yet that Moscow is interested in. Vivian.
Can you comment on the reports that the U.S. informed the Ukrainian government that an attack could happen as soon as tonight, and that Kharkiv is possibly in the line of attack, that it could be directly that the Russian troops could roll over the border and attack Kharkiv tonight?
What I'll say about those reports is they are entirely consistent with what we have been saying for some time now, that Russia has amassed forces along Ukraine's borders, in Belarus, positioned the assets, the heavy weaponry, the soldiers, the service members it would need to undertake an invasion of Ukraine at a moment's notice. That has been true for some time now. So for several days now, we have said the invasion is potentially imminent, meaning it could start today, it could start tomorrow, it could start next week. What we haven't seen is, and this goes back to Simon's question, is any indication that the Russians are backing away from this. We have not seen any data points that alleviate the grave concern, the profound concern that we've been expressing for some time now. So the invasion remains potentially imminent, and Moscow is poised to do precisely the kinds of things that you just outlined.
Can I just follow up really quickly also on something Simon said, that you and Simon discussed? With this notion of diplomacy still on the table, and now you're saying that it's possible that, Donbass is obviously being attacked, if not actually, then rhetorically, that the Russians are now, acknowledging or recognizing their autonomy and sovereignty. So how can you then justify discussions about diplomacy when this is underway? I mean, you keep on saying that the Russians have to show that they're serious, they have to de-escalate, but could they pause things right now and possibly engage in talks with the U.S., or do significant sort of scale back have to happen? Do we have to see troops falling back before that's discussed? Is Donbass being regarded differently from the rest of the country?
So you heard from our colleagues at the White House and others here over the course of the day yesterday, including the Secretary, that the invasion is beginning. And when we spoke about the beginning of the invasion, we talked about several developments over the course of that 24-hour period. Vladimir Putin's recognition of the so-called DNR and LNR, the order that he conveyed to the Ministry of Defense to deploy forces into the Donbass, the authorization that he sought to send Russian service members into service extraterritorially, the rhetorical assault, essentially, that we saw President Putin deliver against Ukraine, denying Ukraine its sovereignty and essentially its right to exist. Those are what we've seen, those are what we've heard, but as I just mentioned, there are some things, many things in fact, that Russia is poised to do at a moment's notice that we have not yet seen. A large-scale invasion, an assault on urban centers, the human rights abuses, the potential war crimes, the atrocities that we have great concern could take place. These are all things that we want to prevent. So you asked the question, why would we engage in diplomacy? Well, we would engage in diplomacy to save lives. we would engage in diplomacy to prevent an all-out war. This is a war that would be brutal, it would be costly, it would be, in many ways, devastating for the Russian Federation, of course, for the Ukrainian people, and the way in which the Russian Federation would wage this war, you heard from the National Security Advisor, it would not be a type of conflict that you might imagine over territory or over concrete ends. You heard the National Security Advisor make the case that this would be a war waged against the Ukrainian people to subjugate them, to crush them, to exact, in many ways, revenge. This is what we want to prevent. So we are ready to engage, but we need a partner. We need a negotiating counterpart that demonstrates seriousness of purpose. We have not seen that from the Russian Federation. In fact, we have seen the opposite at every turn. Andrea.
We have diplomats right now in Lviv, or are they spending the nights in Poland and going back and forth? Have we made any kind of commitment to the safe passage, to any kind of extraction, if you will, for key members of the Zelensky government, if necessary? And what would be our commitment to any insurgency that developed, given if it were a full-scale invasion, if any? I mean, there was training, there was support. And one final question.
Should write these down.
Sorry. Your reaction to former Secretary of State Pompeo and former President Trump praising Putin's cleverness, strength, and smartness in the last couple
I'll start with that one. I have no response. In fact, I have no words. To move on to Lviv, I think what you heard from us on Sunday is that the Secretary had determined that it was in the best interests and the best interest of the safety and security of our team on the ground for them to temporarily relocate into Poland. They have been spending the night in Poland, but they have been regularly essentially commuting back into Lviv. Our chargé, Christina Kavin, has been leading the team back on the ground in Lviv. We have every expectation that they will continue to do so as long as the security environment remains permissive. When they are on the ground in Lviv, they're able to undertake emergency consular services to help Americans who may be seeking to leave the country. They are engaging with our Ukrainian partners, and they have important missions that they're able to fulfill in Lviv. But regardless of whether they're in Lviv, whether they are in Poland, that in no way changes the commitment we have to our Ukrainian partners. It in no way diminishes the partnership we have with Kyiv. We've remained in constant contact with our partners in the Ukrainian government, and that takes me to your question about any advice we may have passed on to the Zelensky government. The fact is that we are in contact with our friends and counterparts in Kyiv on a daily basis. As you know, Foreign Minister Kuleba was here yesterday. The president had an opportunity to speak to President Zelensky over the weekend. The secretary was in the Oval Office for that call. The President Zelensky and his team know that they have the steadfast and unwavering support of the United States. Of course, our goal in all of this is to avert that worst-case scenario, the worst-case scenario that we've already talked about in the course of this briefing. The fact is that the president and his team will make decisions in the coming days based on the best interests of their country and their people. The foreign minister was asked a question about this just yesterday. He provided an insight into their thinking, but these will be decisions that our Ukrainian counterparts will make based on their own determinations and their own calculus. In terms of our, let me put it this way, in terms of
our continued assistance to our Ukrainian partners, the president has made very clear that in the event of a Russian invasion, which, as we have said, is beginning, we will not only continue our defensive security assistance to our Ukrainian partners, but we will double down on it. So on top of the unprecedented level of defensive security assistance that we provided to our Ukrainian partners over the last year, $650 million, including a $200 million drawdown that the president signed in December, deliveries of which continue to flow into Kyiv, flow into Ukraine, I should say. We will continue, not only continue to provide that support, but we will look to further that defensive security assistance for our Ukrainian partners. Kylie.
I'm just wondering if Russia has responded at all to Blinken's letter yesterday, and what diplomatic conversations between the U.S. and Russia have looked like in the last 24 hours.
What I'll say is the Secretary laid out for Foreign Minister Lavrov in a private communication the fact that under the current circumstances and what we have seen from the Russian Federation so far, our conclusion that a meeting this week in Geneva would not serve the purpose that any such meeting would need to serve. And first and foremost, that is to avert a brutal, massive, costly conflict. The Russians and all of you later heard that publicly from Secretary Blinken. The Russians know precisely our position. They know through private communications and through our own public messaging that we stand ready to engage diplomatically if they are willing to do so in good faith. And if they are willing to change their posture, we will be ready, willing and able to engage them on this.
And did the Secretary detail what in good faith would look like in this letter, or was it broad descriptions like you just gave?
We are not going to be prescriptive in terms of what de-escalation might look like, what good faith might look like. We have been very clear because all of you know, presumably our counterparts in the Russian Federation know, what steps might look like if they were interested in signaling de-escalation. We have not seen any of those steps. And again, we have seen steps that actually move in the opposite direction.
And then just last question. Can or will the U.S. keep open our embassy in Moscow if there's a full-scale invasion into Ukraine?
We believe in times of conflict, in times of crisis, that the ability to communicate is in some ways even more imperative. Now, long before the massive Russian military buildup started along Ukraine's borders in Belarus, of course, our team on the ground in Moscow and throughout Russia, they were in a very difficult operating environment. A very difficult operating environment because of the restrictions that the Russian Federation had imposed on them. It will be our goal to be in a position to maintain diplomatic communication, the ability to convey clearly any messages that we need to send to the Russian Federation. Embassies are an important tool in that, but we have also seen the Russian Federation, even in recent days, escalate on an unprovoked and needless basis the bilateral challenges in terms of our own diplomatic staffing in Moscow and our ability to operate an embassy on the ground. But again, we believe communication, we believe the ability to pass messages is even more important in times of great crisis.
On Nord Stream, are you working with the Germans to find alternative sources of energy for them? I mean, it seems like the pipeline is not going to go full, operate or going to go operational anytime soon. So, are you working with them, with the Qataris or any other potential suppliers, perhaps in Algeria and so on, and about the means to get it there? Now, I have a quick question on the diplomacy.
Sure. Let me start with your question on the energy, and of course, this was something that President Biden discussed yesterday. We have been frank, we've been candid with the American people that our measures, the measures we have and are prepared to impose on the Russian Federation, certainly won't be cost-free for the Russian Federation, but they won't be entirely cost-free for the rest of the world as well. And so that is why we are working with countries around the world executing a plan with major producing and consuming countries to secure the stability of global energy supplies, whether that's oil, whether that's LNG. For energy consumers, and you heard this from Deputy National Security Advisor Dalip Singh yesterday, he made the point that we all have strategic reserves at our disposal. And those reserves, we know, could support the supply of global energy. The White House announced such a move late last year. There are other countries that have their own strategic supplies. For energy producers, we know that many of them have spare capacity to provide supply to global markets that could balance those markets in the event of any supply disruption. More broadly, we've been very clear with the Russian Federation that any further attempt to weaponize energy, to constrict flows with a malign geopolitical intent or purpose would have massive consequences. And to your point, would only further the long-standing effort to diversify energy supplies for Europe and the rest of the world. We have heard from a number of countries, including Japan, including Australia, including Slovakia, that they are taking concrete steps in terms of global energy markets. We expect other countries will have announcements of their own. We also know that the International Energy Agency has announced that it's monitoring and consulting with member states to ensure market stability going forward. But to the question about diversification of supply, this has been a long-standing goal of ours. And to go back to the question of Nord Stream 2, there was the communique that together we drafted and finalized with the German government over the summer, in the summer of July of 2021. It laid out a series of steps that Germany committed to taking with Ukraine to help Ukraine diversify its supply of energy, cognizant that Russia had weaponized energy flows in the past, and Russia might have been looking to do so again in the future. If Russia were to take that step, we've been very clear about the massive consequences that would befall it.
On Kylie's and your response on diplomacy. So are you urging the Ukrainians not to cut off relations with Russia? And because there was talk that they might cut off all diplomatic relations with Russia.
That's a decision for the Ukrainian government to make.
Of course, but are you bringing them I mean, if they decided to cut off their relations with Russia, you wouldn't say, no, don't do it now, or go ahead, do it, whatever.
That is a decision for the Ukrainian government to make. Again, the Russian Federation has launched an assault on Ukraine's sovereignty, on its territorial integrity, in many different ways, in many different forms, but the decision as to whether to continue diplomatic relations between Kyiv and Moscow, that's something that Kyiv will have to decide.
On the diplomacy, I'm curious about your reference publicly from the podium to what the Russians have been doing as kabuki theater. What specifically are you referring to? The meeting in Geneva between Secretary Blinken and Foreign Minister Lavrov, the UN Security Council meeting last week, or even yesterday, whatever it was, a day or two ago, the Russian National Security Council.
So I think you could point to any number of steps. What comes to my mind immediately was the dramatic theatrical scene we saw, I guess it was last week now, between President Putin and his deputies, in which they had what was scripted, I assume, to be a pretty candid exchange, indicating that the Russian Federation should pursue diplomacy, only as, at that very moment and in the days that followed, we saw additional Russian forces go to the border. We saw additional Russian forces take up readiness. That is not consistent with a country that purports to be interested in diplomacy.
No, but that is not diplomacy per se. That was an internal government meeting, whether they would stage.
That was kabuki theater. I think we can agree.
Fine, yeah, but I want to know if you're talking about the meeting in Geneva between the Secretary and.
I was referring to the incident of kabuki theater that I just mentioned to you.
Okay, because I just want to make sure that you don't think you're not now in a position where you think that the meeting in Geneva that did happen was a waste of time and simply an entertainment.
Look, I wouldn't want to characterize
the Security Council meetings are a waste of time because
Well,
I just want to make sure that you're not
so
talking about
the UN Security
those.
Council meeting most certainly was not a waste of time because the Russian Federation and the entire world heard from a number of countries the broad and strong consensus that this should be resolved diplomatically and that state sovereignty should be an inviolable principle. That certainly was not pointless. Yes. Sure.
The Security Council meeting, U.S. officials said that they believed Russia could be using it as a pretext for this invasion. And you said earlier that this is and has been, in some ways, kabuki theater all along. So are you, to Matt's point, are you making the assessment that
the Russian Security Council meeting you're referring to?
No, sorry, the one last Thursday before there was a briefing where U.S. officials said they believed, given the document that the Russian mission circulated, that they were going to use the meeting as a pretext. So do you assess now that all of these diplomatic engagements were part of a charade to give Russia cover, to show that they had been engaging in good faith diplomacy in their mind?
I wouldn't want to make a sweeping categorical judgment like that. What I will say is that if you take a step back, we have not seen any indication that Russia's stated commitment to the diplomatic path had bore any resemblance to its actions, or that its actions reflected any stated commitment to the diplomatic path. That is not to say that there is not value in these sessions, and I think the UN Security Council session that you all saw last Thursday was extraordinarily valuable. It was valuable even for the Russian Federation, and if any of those messages got to the Russian people, they would have heard a strong message of resolve and consensus and unanimity from the rest of the world, that the steps that Putin was taking, the plans that he may well still have in mind, that is not something that the rest of the world is prepared to countenance.
But the meetings in Geneva, the non-papers back and forth, that you don't think that all was a charade by the Russian government?
I am not prepared to use such wholesale language. Now, have we been able to deter and to prevent the worst case scenario? That's still an unresolved question. What is not unresolved is that we have seen continued signs that the Russian Federation is moving forward with the plans that we have been warning about for weeks.
Can I just another follow-up?
Especially the Japanese, who invented it.
No.
They pay to go see it. So
no offense intended. Yes.
Can I just another follow-up? Yesterday, Foreign Minister Kuleba said that their plan A obviously is to use diplomacy to deter Russia. Mm-hmm. Plan B is to defend every inch of Ukrainian territory. You've previously praised their restraint. Do you agree with their plan B? Do you think they have a right to self-defense? And if Russia moves past the current areas that the separatists control in the Donbass, do the Ukrainians have a right to respond?
Of course the Ukrainians have a right to self-defense. Yes.
In terms of its stance on the Ukraine situation. At times they've talked about the importance of state sovereignty. At other times they've railed against NATO expansion. Has the State Department been in communication with PRC interlocutors seeking clarity on their position? And have you laid out any ways in which these ongoing signals might undercut US-China ties? And on a related note, you've kind of hinted before that if the PRC were to seek to undermine the impact of US sanctions on Russia, then the US would have countermeasures. Have those discussions continued with PRC interlocutors?
Well, as you know, Secretary Blinken had an opportunity to speak to his counterpart, Foreign Minister Wang, just the other night. And one of the two primary topics they discussed was Russia's the crisis that Russia has needlessly precipitated with Ukraine and with the rest of the world. Secretary Blinken, and we issued a readout, the PRC also issued their own readout, but you saw in our readout that the Secretary made very clear where we stand in terms of our unwavering support for Ukraine's territorial integrity and its sovereignty. And I think especially that last point, sovereignty, should be an element that the PRC understands quite well. We often in statecraft Here, the PRC cite this principle of sovereignty, which in any number of instances they have claimed should be inviolable, should be sacrosanct, should be one of the foundational rules that countries abide by and respect. So you'll have to ask the PRC how they marry that long-standing position with anything less than an effort to use the considerable influence and sway they have with the Russian Federation to urge Vladimir Putin to back down, to de-escalate. Whether they are doing that, you'll have to ask them. But we did see in the readout that our PRC counterparts are also calling for the situation to be resolved diplomatically and to be resolved peacefully. Now, whether Putin heeds that call, I think that is not something we yet know.
What about relaying the potential impact on US-China relations?
Look, in terms of our bilateral relationship with...
In terms of China's support for Russia and its railing against NATO expansion and the potential, tacit endorsement that provides, what's the impact of that on US-China relations?
Well, we believe, and we've made this point not only about the PRC, but every responsible country in the world has, in our estimation, an obligation to use any influence it has with the Russian Federation to urge, to incentivize, to advocate for Vladimir Putin to back down, for the Russian Federation to de-escalate. Again, you will have to ask the PRC whether they have used their own considerable influence with the Russian Federation to that end. Of course, we've all read the 5,000-word joint communique, and we can glean our own conclusions from that. I think what gives us concern is that from that manifesto and from what we've seen not only in recent days, weeks, and months, but in recent years, is this growing partnership between Russia and the PRC. And I say it's concerning because we talk about a rules-based international order, a rules-based international order that has been at the crux of 7+ decades of unprecedented levels of stability, of security, of prosperity the world over, whether that's in Europe or the Indo-Pacific and places in between. It is true, we think, that Russia and the PRC also want a world order. This is a vision that they appear to be developing together, if you read that communique. But this is an order that is and would be profoundly illiberal, an order that stands in contrast to the system that countries around the world, including, by the way, Russia and in some ways the PRC, have built over the last 7 decades. It is an order that is in many ways destructive rather than additive. So that is, as we see this relationship develop, and we've seen something that gives us great concern. And of course, in recent days, we've seen Russia reach out to its autocratic counterparts in other corners of the globe. This gets back to one of the core points that the president has been making since before he assumed high office. And that is increasingly, we are seeing the world divided between democracy and autocracy. It is and has been a charge of this president and this administration's foreign policy to act to unite our democratic colleagues around the world, to act in unison, to galvanize collective action. And I think whether the challenge has been what Russia is doing, whether the challenge has been what the PRC is doing, what we are seeing from state and non-state actors around the world, you've seen us succeed in that. But it will continue to be an animating principle
as we continue to see the forces of autocracy, the forces of authoritarianism, the forces of illiberalism continue to work together and attempt to combine forces. But the other point, even as they try to do that, we are confident. We are confident in our own abilities. We are confident in our abilities as an international community. And whether that's the West, whether that's a community of democracies, whether it is our system of alliances and partnerships that span the globe. And we're confident for a number of reasons. If you look at it quantitatively, we have 50% plus of global GDP. We have a large share of the world's population. China and Russia, in terms of their GDP, are what, 20% of global GDP? We have innovation, we have entrepreneurship, we have a shared set of values that we really think are a core instrument of national power. And we know that when we put all of this together, especially when we act with our allies and our partners, as we've done in the face of the challenge that Russia has posed, in the face of the challenge to the rules-based international system that the PRC has posed, or even when you talk about the threats and challenges that we face that are not state actors, climate change, COVID, economic recovery. We know that acting together, we are situated to take on any threat, to seize any opportunity. And that's really been the driving force of our foreign policy. It's why Secretary Blinken spent so much time of his first year in office repairing, revitalizing, in some ways reimagining the system of alliances and partnerships.
And you are seeing the dividends of that now play out, even in recent hours.
Well, first of all, can you guess how long that answer was? How many
I
minutes that was?
I'm sure you'll tell me.
I can't because my otter seems to have like frozen here.
I hope you paid for the premium version.
But if you're boasting about how reinventing it and you're seeing the fruits of all that labor now, you're talking about the united reaction.
The united response of the international community.
Russia. Okay. Can I purely? It's unrelated to Ukraine, but it is China. And that is something that I know Nike is interested in and has been asking about before. But there is
barely an anniversary an anniversary in diplomatic history that goes by without the U.S., the State Department at least, if not the White House, making some kind of comment about it. And in that light, regardless of how tense or strained relations are now with China, why is it that there hasn't been any mention of Nixon's, former President Nixon's, the 50th anniversary of former President Nixon's visit to China, which was, a pretty groundbreaking event when it happened, paved the way for recognition, U.S. recognition of the PRC and opening of diplomatic relations, and it seems to me that it would make sense for there to be some kind of mention of this, or are you just like embarrassed by it now and think that it should never have happened?
I don't think, certainly not the latter. Matt, there are some anniversaries that we commemorate. There are other anniversaries that we don't. I'm not aware of any plans at the moment for a statement, but
about like the 17th anniversary of U.S. Iceland relations or something. Not to demean Iceland, but I mean these kinds of things get attention, and this one, which was a pretty big deal, a BFD as the president might say at the time and since, just seems to be being.
So you've been listening in to the State Department briefing. Spokesman Ned Price coming out answering reporter questions. Bottom right-hand corner, John Kirby, the spokesman for the Pentagon, will be briefing reporters on what is going on with troop deployment out in Poland and bordering countries of Ukraine as this full invasion is imminent from Russia, from Putin. And we've been hearing more about increased sanctions introduced and announced by President Biden. We'll get into that a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to be going out to a commercial break. When you come back, still more from the State Department briefing as relations between Russia and Ukraine are top of mind for the rest of the day.
Putin appears to have in mind for Ukraine. We've communicated to Pakistan our position regarding Russia's further renewed invasion of Ukraine, and we have briefed them on our efforts to pursue diplomacy over war. We have a long-standing partnership and cooperation with Pakistan. We view our partnership with a prosperous, with a democratic Pakistan as critical to U.S. interests, and we certainly hope when it comes to those shared interests, the aversion of a costly conflict, the aversion of a destabilizing conflict, that every country around the world would make that point clearly in unambiguous language in their engagements with the Russian Federation. Andrea.
Can I just follow up on Khan's visit? On the timing of his visit, is it to the U.S. read that he's indirectly endorsing Putin?
You would have to ask the Pakistani government what the intent is.
You read.
You would have to ask the Pakistani government. I'm just not in a position to offer an assessment on the timing of a foreign counterpart's travel to another country. Yes, Andrea.
Different assessment of Vladimir Putin than the one that this government had, that this president had after Geneva, or was the previous assessment wrong?
The previous assessment and the assessment now is that we would prefer a relationship with Russia that is stable and predictable. But at every turn before Geneva, or just about every turn before Geneva, and at turns since Geneva, the Russian Federation has indicated that they have apparently little interest in that type of relationship. So we've always said that, and we said this before Geneva when we responded decisively in response to interference in our elections, in response to the Russian Federation's use of weapons of mass destruction against dissidents on foreign soil for solar winds, that we would respond decisively, strongly in response to these types of activities. We have. The same is true if Russia continues its invasion of Ukraine. Same principle applies.
Separate question on a different subject, if I could ask a quick question about Iran.
Okay, any final questions on Russia, Ukraine before we move on? Okay, please. Yes.
Today, the Russian ambassador to Washington said that he doesn't remember a single day that when Russia lived without restrictions from the Western world. Putin proved he's immune to sanctions. He has $600 billion in federal reserves. He has been in the driving seat, making decisions to which the West is responding now, and was responding since 2008. Are you thinking of a strategical approach to deal with this? You just said that they are trying to change the world order.
So to the statement from the Russian Federation that they have been under sanctions since 2014, that is, of course, accurate. The sanctions that we have put in place and that we will continue to put in place are qualitatively different from any measures that the United States or any other country has imposed on the Russian Federation, including in 2014. So if they are comparing what they've been under now to what they will be under in going forward, if this invasion moves forward, that would be a profound miscalculation on their part. When you talk about and think about the sanctions that we've already put in place, Nord Stream 2 is off the table. The Germans have taken decisive action. We have taken decisive action. That's an $11 billion project that is now a piece of steel at the bottom of the ocean. We have, in lockstep with our allies, put in place blocking sanctions against the fifth largest Russian financial institution. That's $50 billion in assets. We've put in place blocking sanctions against another bank that funds the Ministry of Defense with some $35 billion in assets. In other words, these institutions can no longer make any transactions with the United States or with Europe, given the EU's own corresponding actions in this regard. Here's the other point. With the authorities we have, with the intent we have, no Russian financial institution is safe if the invasion proceeds. As you heard from Dalip Singh yesterday, we are ready at the press of a button to take action against the two largest financial institutions in Russia. Together, these are institutions that hold $750 billion in assets, $750 billion in assets, half of the total Russian banking system. There are other measures and moves we have in store and that are ready if Russia continues with this invasion, including export controls, targeted sanctions against oligarchs and elites, and other measures. So the Russians can depict these moves however they would like. I think it is noteworthy what we heard from our Ukrainian partners yesterday. You heard from Foreign Minister Kuleba as he was standing right next to Secretary Blinken here at the department. He said that, quote, "We do appreciate the sanctions which were announced today. They target Russia. They're very specific. They are painful." Please. Please go ahead. Yeah, Joel.
Thanks, Ned. I arrived with a couple questions of my own and have a couple follow-ups for this interesting conversation from what you told my colleagues. First, do you think that China, given their desire for the world order that you just described, regards Russia's invasion of Ukraine as a step towards bringing that about?
It is certainly not a step in the direction of the principle that the PRC claims to prize, and that is state sovereignty. I think everyone in this room is familiar with the position the PRC has taken in response to Russia's aggression in Ukraine since 2014. I wouldn't want to characterize that, but it suggests a level of deep unease. So again, I would refer you to the PRC for any comment they might have on what Putin has in store. But if we are to judge the PRC based on what they have said consistently on the world stage in any number of fora, a direct assault on the sovereignty, on the territorial integrity of another state, that would not be consistent with what we've heard.
Yeah, I was just trying to clarify because I thought I heard you say they've combined forces somehow.
It was a reference to the burgeoning partnership that we've seen between these two countries over the course of many years now.
Okay, on Ukraine's Plan B, fighting for every inch, Senator Risch, who is of course ranking on foreign relations and on intelligence, or a senior member of the Intelligence Committee, has said that Russia could sweep across Ukraine pretty quickly. Their first day would be their best day. They'd immediately face resistance movements. So I wonder, would the United States, as a member of NATO, either encourage or object to other NATO members offering this Ukrainian resistance cross-border safe haven?
Countries are going to make their own sovereign decisions. We have, in recent weeks, as you know, worked with a number of our NATO allies to authorize them to provide U.S. origin equipment to our Ukrainian partners. This is defensive security equipment with an understanding that our Ukrainian partners need supplies, need material to defend themselves. The United States has provided them with this. We have a number of our NATO allies have done the same. But when it comes to decision that NATO allies or other countries in Europe might make along those lines, I need to refer you there.
And that, I guess I wonder, do you see any lessons from Afghanistan for the kind of risk where of course, when the Taliban could retire across the border to a place where they couldn't be attacked, then that was difficult for a modern military to defeat?
I would hesitate to make battlefield comparisons between two very different countries.
Finally, what I hope are truly a couple quick ones. Those Nord Stream 2 sanctions, are those permanent, or do you think that the permanent punishment for this is that's gone, or do you regard that as something that could be lifted again later in exchange for de-escalation? And can we also get an answer to Foreign Minister Kuleba's request for a Lend-Lease program? Do you expect that to proceed?
The fact is that sanctions are a means to an end. There is no sanction in any responsible sanctions program around the world that is permanent. And that is precisely because we don't sanction countries just with the goal of enacting sanctions. This is not a policy to be purely punitive. This is a policy to change behavior. In this case, this is a policy to deter a further Russian invasion of Ukraine, to deter a war, a bloody, costly, devastating war that would take place on European soil and that would constitute the greatest threat to peace and security since the conclusion of World War II, certainly since the end of the Cold War.
Right, so now the imposition is a deterrent? I thought we just spent the last couple of months, you and the administration spent the last couple of months arguing that the threat of sanctions was the deterrent, and that if you actually imposed them, then you would lose that deterrent.
Matt, you've heard us say.
Well, you can't have it both ways.
We're not having it both ways, Matt. You have heard us say very clearly, if Russia's invasion escalates, if Russia's actions escalate, so too will our response. We are prepared to enact an escalating series of measures against the Russian Federation until and unless that the Russian Federation changes course. So look, I don't have any response to that, but specific response to that, but I will make the point that this has not been Lend-Lease. This has been a program of provision. We have provided our Ukrainian partners with, over the course of the last year, $650 million worth of defensive security assistance. We're in a constant conversation and dialogue with our Ukrainian partners about their defensive security needs, and that will continue. As I mentioned before, if the Russian invasion continues, we will not only continue with that provision of security assistance, but we'll double down on it.
Yeah, could I change topics?
Anything left on Russia, Ukraine?
On the Palestinians.
In the very back, please.
But we listened to the Russians also, and they present also, as they say, their legit security grievances, and it seems the West, in a way or another, did not reach any common. To which extent the U.S. and NATO now is really going into this offer of diplomacy? Where is the West going to give into the security demands from Putin?
So this is something we've spoken to at great length. It's actually something that we put in writing at some length. Subscribers of El País can see it with their own eyes. But we've been quite clear that there are some quote-unquote demands that the Russian Federation has put forward that are non-starters for us. The very principles that are at stake in terms of the rules-based international order, those are not negotiable. The idea that any other country can dictate the policy choices, whether foreign policy or domestic policy of any other country, that is not something we're going to negotiate. International borders, internationally recognized borders, sovereignty, the inviolability of borders, that is not something that is up for negotiation. But there are some areas that would improve our security, our own security environment, the security environment of the transatlantic community, and could address some of the stated security concerns of the Russian Federation. And we've delineated a series of those. Discussions regarding the placement of offensive missiles in Europe, broader arms control protocols, protocols regarding stability and transparency, confidence building measures. There are a number of areas that we think have the potential to be fruitful if we find a negotiating counterpart in the Russian Federation that operates in good faith. We have not found that yet. And I think at this stage, those sort of broader areas may not take precedence to the first priority that we have, and that's averting a bloody, costly, devastating war in Ukraine. So I think our diplomacy going forward, at least for the foreseeable future, if, again, we find a counterpart in Moscow that is willing to sit down in good faith to discuss these issues in good faith, we are going to be very focused on saving lives, on preventing a war, on seeing to it that the plans Putin has set in motion over the course of many months now do not go forward. Connor.
Trevor Reed and Paul Whelan, do you have any indication that their cases are being treated separately from all this? Any concerns that the crisis would affect their detentions?
We always treat the cases of U.S. hostages separate and apart from geopolitical issues and geopolitical dynamics. It remains an absolute priority for us to see the release of Paul Whelan and Trevor Reed, both of whom have been held unjustly, traveled to Russia as tourists, have been imprisoned on false charges that entire time. So it's a priority of ours.
You do, but do you have any concern that the Russian government would not?
Again, human beings should not be held as pawns in terms of state-to-state relations. It is our priority to see them released, to do everything we can to achieve their release as quickly as we can.
And then secondly, do you have any new estimate of the number of Americans that would be in Ukraine at this moment in time?
So as we've told you, late last year, October of last year, it was our assessment at the time that there were some 6,600 Americans who were resident in Ukraine. Now, that time frame is important because the very month, October 2021, that this assessment was last updated was the very month that we started urging Americans not to travel to Ukraine. In more recent weeks, as you know, we have been recommending and even more recently urging Americans to leave Ukraine. So I think there is every expectation that the number of Americans who were resident in Ukraine late last year, October of last year, is far lower now than it was then. I can tell you procedurally, we have been in repeated contact with Americans who remain in Ukraine. We have asked them to provide us with their contact information so that we can continue to be in communication with them, to urge them to leave the country, to avail themselves of commercial and private options that continue to be available, and to provide any form of support that they may need in doing so. And that includes a repatriation loan if they're not able to afford the return travel on their own. In addition, we have provided specific guidance on overland crossings that Americans can take, providing specific recommendations about border crossings. We have been engaged in diplomacy with our Polish allies to see to it that Americans need not have any sort of advanced authorization to travel across the border. We've even established a welcome center across the Polish border to assist Americans should they need any assistance, whether it's a passport application, whether it's any other form of consular assistance. Yes. They're Americans who are unjustly detained.
So you regard them as hostage? I haven't heard that formulation before, but maybe I've missed it.
They are Americans who are held unjustly against their will.
I know, but do you regard them as hostages?
We'll get back to you if there's a on that. Yes.
Latin America, the fact that Putin is looking for new partners in Latin America, for example, Argentina, Brazil. What's the position of the State Department? And do you think this is a way to increase the pressure on the United States? Talking about the close relationship of United States with Latin America.
Well, it goes back to what we were discussing before, and this is the fact that what we are seeing is autocracies around the world band together. And we've seen, in some ways, Russia at the vanguard of this activity. When it comes to their motives or intentions, that's not something I would want to speak to from here. I would refer you to Moscow to speak to their own foreign policy decisions. But we have certainly seen Moscow reach out to some of the most repressive, autocratic, undemocratic governments in this hemisphere. That includes Nicaragua. That includes Cuba. That includes Venezuela. Yes, Saeed.
I want to move to the Palestinian issue, and I have a quick one on Iran. On the Palestinian issue, on the Palestinian issue, I know I have asked in this room many times before on your position regarding the practice of administrative detention by Israel, to which all Palestinians at one time or another probably experienced. And there's one particular case, a 14-year-old boy who has been falsely accused. One Israeli judge after Israeli judge threw it out of court, but the authorities keep him in prison. They keep renewing this. He has a neuromuscular disease. He might die in prison. Will the United States call on Israel to quit this practice, especially against children who have been found innocent by their own judicial system?
Saeed, you've heard this from us before, but
and
we
the
urge.
name, by the way, is just for the record, Amal Nakhla.
We urge the full respect for human rights in Israel and the West Bank and Gaza. As we said many times, Palestinians and Israelis alike equally deserve to live safely and securely, to enjoy equal measures of freedom, of security, of prosperity.
Do not arrest Israelis and put them under administrative
Saeed,
detention.
and again, you have heard this from us before, but we continue to elevate the role of human rights in our foreign relations and to encourage, to your question, legal reforms that advance respect for human rights of all individuals.
My second question also pertains to the holding of dead Palestinians, killed Palestinians, those who have been killed by the Israeli authorities for years on end. Is that a form of collective punishment? Does this administration view this as a collective punishment?
We have stressed to Israel, both publicly as well as privately, our strong hope that any measures that Israel takes would be designed to avoid further escalating tensions and to take into consideration the impact of any such measures on the Palestinian people.
And lastly, on Iran, should we expect some sort of a deal or returning to the deal over the next few days, as was suggested?
Well, you've heard this from my colleagues, but there has been significant progress, and we are close to a possible deal, but at the same time, a number of very difficult issues remain unresolved. What we know is that there is very little time remaining to reach a deal, to resolve these remaining issues, given the pace of Iran's nuclear advances. You've heard us say this before, but it remains true that even as we are narrowing the set of issues we're discussing, nothing is agreed until everything is agreed. If Iran shows seriousness, if it demonstrates serious of purpose in Vienna, we believe that we can and should reach an understanding on a potential mutual return to compliance in short order, potentially within days. But anything much beyond that, if this were to drag on any longer than that, would put the possibility of return to the deal at grave and profound risk. Andrew.
Any more specific in characterizing the remaining issues, whether they involve, equipment, centrifuges, compliance, verification, broad categories?
I really can't, and that is primarily because we are at this decisive stage where it is incumbent on the Iranians and all parties to do everything we can to narrow those differences. We're going to be a little bit more circumspect at this especially sensitive period. But again, if the Iranians demonstrate seriousness of purpose, we believe that we can achieve an understanding in relatively short order.
Is there anything more on travel?
On travel.
By the Secretary.
Oh, by the Secretary? We do not have any travel to announce or to preview at this time. The Secretary has been working the phones. He's been on with Joseph Borrell of the EU today. He spoke to his British counterpart, Elizabeth Truss, earlier today as well. And I expect you will see him continue to engage with his counterparts around the world. Yes?
We saw the designations today, and in the statement you said they are intensifying the humanitarian crisis. When you removed them last year from the terrorist organization list, you said you did that for humanitarian purposes. Is the State Department, my first question, is the State Department objecting designating them as a terrorist organization?
So as you know, there's a review underway regarding that very question, so I'm not in a position to speak to it in any great detail. What I can say is that we have a number of tools at our disposal, including the tools we use today in mounting sanctions and designations against these Houthi-affiliated individuals and entities that can hold the Houthis accountable for their reprehensible behavior. We are committed to doing so. We will continue to do so. We will use every appropriate tool to hold accountable those Houthi leaders who are responsible for the terrorist attacks against our partners in the region, for the violence in Yemen itself, for the humanitarian emergency, which by many estimations is now the world's worst humanitarian catastrophe, with some 16 million people who are suffering from food insecurity and malnutrition. So we are committed to doing everything we can to bring this conflict to an end knowing that only through a diplomatic resolution will we be able to, on a sustainable basis, calm the violence, ease the humanitarian suffering of the Yemeni people, and mitigate the threat that the United States and our partners face from the Houthis, including in the context of these attacks.
Iran, do we expect anything regarding the detainees ahead of the deal?
Again, this is an issue that is of the utmost important opportunity. We make the release of Americans, of other third country nationals, a priority of ours. We have been clear that the nuclear negotiations in Vienna and our efforts to see our unjustly detained citizens released, these operate on separate tracks precisely because a potential return to the JCPOA has always at best been an uncertain proposition, and we want the release of our citizens to be a certain proposition. So we have not explicitly tied our Americans, tied these individuals, these detainees, to progress in the nuclear talks. But as Rob Malley has made clear, it is certainly, it colors our engagement in Vienna and elsewhere, knowing that this is a government that is unjustly detaining Americans and other third country nationals. So in every other context we're doing this, but certainly in the case of Iran, we're making every effort to see our Americans, to see other third country nationals released just as quickly as possible.
So back on Yemen and the Houthis. And I realize that a lot of people probably think this is just a semantic thing, so I'll keep it short. But these designations were made under an executive order that is a counterterrorism executive order. And you, in the Secretary's statement and the Treasury statement, it refers to the Houthis committing terrorist acts. But it doesn't identify them as terrorists. And the EO, they're being designated under a counterterrorism EO simply because of their affiliation with the IRGC Quds Force, which is a designated foreign terrorist organization. So my question is, do you believe that the Houthis as a group are terrorists? You say that you've designated them under a counterterrorism executive order. You accuse them of launching terrorist attacks, but you won't call them terrorists.
Matt,
why not?
So this is a question that's based on semantics, but we've been very clear that the Houthis have launched reprehensible terrorist attacks against our partners in the region. These may be attacks that are targeting our partners, but these types of operations have the potential not only to harm citizens of Saudi Arabia, citizens of the United Arab Emirates, but Americans who may be in the region as well. So we have been very clear that these are terrorist attacks.
Yeah, but you're not saying that the Houthis themselves are terrorists, and I'm just wondering why. And yes, it's a semantic argument, but I'm just looking at a statement that came out from Senator Murphy and a bunch of his colleagues urging you not to reinstate the foreign terrorist organization designation against the Houthis. So, because it would cause grave damage and economic, humanitarian, even worse humanitarian disaster. But yet, today, you have designated these individuals and entities under a counterterrorism executive order and accused them of committing terrorist attacks. So what's the problem? Why can't you identify
it is
the Houthis
completely
as terrorists?
consistent that a certain label and a certain authority, in this case the FTO, not be applied to a group that can commit terrorist attacks. There are any number of examples. The groups that aren't FTOs, that you know well, that have committed over the course of years consistent terrorist attacks. This is a question of semantics. This is a question of legal authorities.
Political will, right?
It is a question of us demonstrating that we have a number of tools and a number of authorities to hold Houthi leaders and others affiliated with this movement accountable for their reprehensible actions, including the terrorist attacks that they've undertaken in recent days against our partners in the region.
Can you give me an example of a group that has been committing terrorist attacks for decades that hasn't not been labeled an FTO?
Matt, I think there are a number of examples. You could look at the Taliban as a group that is not an FTO that I think you would probably agree has committed terrorist attacks. Thank you all very much.
So once again, we've been listening in to a State Department briefing with spokesman Ned Price going on for a while. They're answering questions not only about the situation with Russia and Ukraine, but also situations around the globe. We are tracking everything, every step of the way here on Live Now from Fox. Want to pull up a couple of the podiums that are set and ready to go. John Kirby to be speaking at the Pentagon here just momentarily as troops are being deployed, especially U.S. troops out to Poland and into surrounding countries, as well as President Biden and the Biden administration has said they are standing firm with their NATO allies. Speaking of President Biden, around 3:30 Eastern time, although things have been a little off track when it comes to the schedule of President Biden, we are expected to hear from Press Secretary Jen Psaki as she will be giving the latest there at the podium as well. Stay with us as Ukraine is preparing to declare a state of emergency with no signs of Russian President Vladimir Putin backing down from potentially launching a large-scale invasion of the country. We'll have the latest from Washington, D.C. after this break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A look from our Phoenix, Arizona studios. It is about 1:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm Daytona Everett as we are tracking the tensions between Ukraine and Russia as they sustain. Ukraine preparing to declare a state of emergency with no signs of Russian President Vladimir Putin backing down from potentially launching a large-scale invasion of the country. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera brings us the latest from Washington, D.C. on the tensions.
As a threat of an all-out conflict looms, Ukraine is now calling up military reservists and asking all of its citizens to leave Russia.
We have said many times that the main task of Russia is to achieve its goal of internal destabilization.
President Vladimir Putin is defiant despite a series of sanctions that international leaders have slapped against his cronies and Russian banks. Republicans are slamming President Biden for releasing a first tranche of sanctions, pushing for a tougher response.
It's almost a little too late at this point, but what we need to do as Americans is to push back on President Putin. Go after him personally.
A meeting between the president and Putin is off the table for now, until Russia de-escalates the situation by pulling back troops. The president threatening more economic penalties if Russia further invades.
They're long-lasting and sustainable, and they're intended to squeeze.
But Americans are likely to feel the squeeze too, with the crisis potentially driving gas prices up. U.S. businesses could also face cyber threats, warns the Department of Homeland Security.
Those consequences, we're already feeling them, right? We're feeling them at the gas pump.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has asked for an all-Senate briefing on the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Congress is eyeing its next steps after it failed to pass a Russia sanctions package last week. In Washington, Mallory Rivera, Fox News.
And President Biden releasing a statement today saying since Russia began deploying troops to the Ukrainian border, the United States has worked closely with our allies and partners to deliver a strong, unified response. As I said when I met with Chancellor Scholz earlier this month, Germany has been a leader in that effort, and we have closely coordinated our efforts to stop the Nord Stream 2 pipeline if Russia further invaded Ukraine. Yesterday, after further close consultations between our two governments, Germany announced that it would halt certification of the pipeline today. I have directed my administration to impose sanctions on Nord Stream 2 AG and its corporate officers. These steps are another piece of our initial tranche of sanctions in response to Russia's actions in Ukraine. As I have made clear, we will not hesitate to take further steps if Russia continues to escalate. Through his actions, President Putin has provided the world with an overwhelming incentive to move away from Russian gas and to other forms of energy. I want to thank Chancellor Scholz for his close partnership and continued dedication to holding Russia responsible for its actions. So that was, again, the statement released from President Biden a little bit earlier. As we told you before the break, we are waiting to hear from the White House. Sure, we'll be hearing more about those conversations and communications with Germany at this time, as Press Secretary Jen Psaki will be stepping up here anytime, as well as the Pentagon briefing, as the podium is set there at this time. Well, we are also hearing from Ukrainian Foreign Minister Kuleba, who says that Russia is unilaterally creating a security crisis in Europe. He delivered remarks at the United Nations General Assembly. He called out Putin for overtly denying Ukraine's right to exist. The statements coming as hopes for a diplomatic solution with Russia appear to be dampening, with Putin declaring he would recognize the independence of two separatist regions in eastern Ukraine. Here's a bit of those remarks from earlier. Actually, it does look like we have John Kirby here, so let's listen in live.
We good?
We're fine.
All right. Just a couple of things to start with, everybody. As the president mentioned in his remarks yesterday, at his direction, Secretary Austin ordered the additional movement of some U.S. forces that were currently stationed in Europe to continue our support for NATO allies and the defense of the eastern flank. These forces, comprised of aviation element and some ground forces, will move inside the European area of operations to NATO's northeastern and southeastern flanks in the coming days, and we expect them to be in place later this week. They include an infantry battalion task force of approximately 800 personnel that will be moving from Italy to the Baltic region. It's a movement of up to 8 F-35 strike fighters from Germany to several operating locations along the eastern flank. A battalion of attack aviation, specifically 20 AH-64 helicopters from Germany, again to the Baltic region. And an attack aviation task force, which is 12 AH-64 helicopters, will move from Greece to Poland. The additional personnel are being repositioned to reassure our NATO allies, deter any potential aggression against NATO member states, and train with host nation forces. And of course, they'll continue to report to General Todd Walters, the commander of U.S. European Command. These moves are temporary. I want to stress that. They're temporary in nature, and they are part of the more than 90,000 U.S. troops that are already in Europe that are both there on rotational as well as permanent orders. And of course, as you know, the U.S. maintains significant numbers of combat-capable forces in Europe. Relatedly, U.S. Army Europe and Africa will be kicking off exercise Sabre Strike 22 later this month. The exercise will run through March with approximately 13,000 participants from 13 countries. Sabre Strike has been held every 2 years since 2010. This is the next year for it. It is scheduled during the wintertime to help demonstrate the ability to operate in austere conditions. The 5th Corps, Army 5th Corps, will provide command and control for the exercise. And conducting Sabre Strike now, we believe, demonstrates that U.S. forces in Europe can simultaneously support ongoing operations and regularly scheduled training without any degradation in support to our NATO allies and partners. Training events like Sabre Strike are planned well in advance, and this one was, and demonstrate that NATO allies and partners are stronger together, and through training and interoperability exercises, get stronger together. Lastly, I think you may have seen that the Secretary did approve a couple of requests for National Guard support here in the Capital Region. He approved that request yesterday. Those requests came from the D.C. government, their emergency management agency, as well as the U.S. Capitol Police. All told, among the two requests, it's about 700 Guards personnel and about 50 vehicles. They are designed for traffic support in anticipation of potential challenges to traffic here in the D.C. area surrounding some potential protest activity. I want to stress again that it's a relatively small number here, about 700, and they will be supporting traffic support needs. That's their goal. That's their mission. And with that, we'll take questions. Lita.
John, the people are talking about this a potential invasion by Russia of a large scale being imminent. Can you talk about what the U.S. has seen today that may be different than what it has seen in recent days? Why this has become sort of now imminent? Have you seen Russian troops move into Luhansk and Donetsk? Have you seen them move into that Donbass region? And have you seen them move further into Ukraine beyond those two regions?
Okay, lot there. On the Donetsk and Luhansk, as you've heard administration officials say before, we do believe that marks the beginning of an invasion. We certainly believe that additional Russian military forces are moving into that region, not beyond that region that we have seen, but we can't confirm with any great specificity the numbers and what the formations are, what the capabilities are, but we certainly believe that that's happening. As for your larger question, Lita, without speaking to specific timing, because only Mr. Putin knows what the timing is here, what I would tell you is that we continue to see him form his capabilities in such a way that leads us to believe that we are potentially close to some sort of action. Again, what that action is going to be and exactly on what timeline, we can't be sure. But what we see is that Russian forces continue to assemble closer to the border. And put themselves in an advanced stage of readiness to act, to conduct military action in Ukraine, again, at virtually any time now. We believe that they are ready. I'll just leave it at that. They're ready. Jen.
John, there are reports of a chemical plant in Crimea that's been evacuated. This is the kind of location that was described to us by Secretary Blinken as a possible staged provocation. Are you seeing reports of any sort of preparations either for an attack on a chemical plant, or what are you seeing?
I don't have any specifics on that claim. But it is of a piece of the kinds of ridiculous claims that we have seen the Russians make in recent days of alleged provocations or assaults and attacks unprovoked on their people. So again, no knowledge of this particular one, but again, we've been seeing this over now recent days. These claims of whether they're acts of terror or acts of violence, unprovoked shelling of Russian forces or Russian separatists. All again, that is of a piece of the playbook that we have seen the Russians use time and time again. I have no specific knowledge about this particular report. But again, it fits perfectly into the Russian disinformation playbook.
Did the U.S. government help protect the Ukrainian government from this denial of service attack, the cyber attack? Did you help them with preparations for how to to get back online quickly after such an attack?
So first, I don't think we're in a position to attribute these cyber disruptions, that you're talking about. I assume you're talking about the various websites, the government websites that were taken offline. What I would just tell you, broadly speaking, Jen, is that we have provided some cyber resilience training and assistance to the Ukrainians, and I won't go beyond that in terms of these specific attacks. Again, not in a position right now to attribute them to any one entity. I would just say that, again, this is of a piece of a Russian playbook, which is to disrupt in cyberspace. Let's see, anybody else? Janie.
Thank you, John. I have two questions on the Ukraine and linkage with Korea. And if Russia uses nuclear weapons to invade Ukraine, what will the U.S. do? Secondly, if Russia were to use nuclear weapons in this invasion, what would be the impact on the Korean Peninsula? Because there is a fear that North Korea will copy this. Any comment?
Yeah, I'm going to avoid speculating here and getting into hypotheticals, particularly about the potential use of nuclear weapons, Jenny. What we've said all along, two things. One, Mr. Putin has a lot of capability at his disposal right now. As I've said earlier, they are ready to go. And number two, if he decides to conduct a full-scale invasion here, again, bigger than what we've seen in just the last few days, this will be a war of choice. That he'll be doing so with diplomacy and options still left on the table. And it won't be bloodless. There will be suffering, there will be sacrifice. And all of that must and should be laid at his feet, because he's doing this by choice. How he does this, when he does this, we don't know for sure. But if he does this, this will be a war of choice and totally unnecessary. And as for the impact on the region, I couldn't begin to speculate. Nothing's changed, obviously, about our commitment to our South Korean allies, and we noted that the South Koreans also came out publicly yesterday with a statement of support for Ukraine. That was certainly noticed by the whole international community. Yeah, in the back there, Abraham.
Yeah, thanks, John. Couple parts to this question. You just described a lot of different forces moving to the eastern flank. Is there any consideration of those forces going under NATO command, and why not? Also, there's the word is temporary is pretty prominent there. Is there a time frame for temporary? And is there any talk yet of the NATO rapid response, those U.S. forces getting activated?
Okay. Yep, there's a lot there. Right now, they're going to be under the command of General Walters in his U.S. European command hat. I don't know of any changes to that. Temporary, I don't have an exact time frame on this. I want to remind you that they were already in Europe. They're simply repositioning elsewhere in Europe. I don't have a time frame on how long that repositioning is going to be, except to say that it'll be as long as we believe it's necessary, and the host nations, the new host nations that will be hosting these units are willing to continue to have them. So this will be a constant discussion with each host nation that they end up in about where they go, how long they stay, and what kind of training opportunities they're going to conduct. This is really all about reassuring allies and partners and demonstrating that in tangible ways. On your, I lost your third question, dang it.
Rapid response force.
Oh, that's a better question for NATO, Abraham. That's not a question for the United States. That'll be up to the NAC to decide, North Atlantic Council to decide, not just the United States unilaterally, of course. What I will tell you is that as you know, the Secretary has put on a shorter alert tether our contributions to the NRF, the NATO Response Force, so they are more ready to go if called upon. So while I can't give you any sorts of timing or certainty about whether the NRF is going to be activated, what I can tell you with certainty that is, if it is, our contributions to the NRF will be ready to go and will contribute fully.
But they're still in the United States, correct?
Correct. Yeah, Tony.
Is there much discussion within the Pentagon or within the National Security Council about whether all of Putin's maneuvers and the force buildup is a grand game of brinksmanship, and he's got no intention of invading? He just wants to show his muscle, get the U.S. and NATO to commit to not letting Ukraine into the alliance. In other words, a game of brinksmanship, bluffing, but not really an intent to invade.
We have seen no indication of that, Tony.
Let me ask you though, has it been groupthink here though? You're all thinking, just assuming he's going to do this? Or have you actually skeptically look at whether this is just a bunch of BS brinksmanship, albeit on a grand scale?
Tony, we've been looking at this now for months, and we've been talking to allies and partners for months. The Secretary was just in Brussels last week meeting with all his counterparts in the alliance. It's not just the United States who is deeply concerned about the potential for war in Ukraine now. That other NATO allies feel the same way. We've all been looking at this. I hope, we all hope, that we're wrong about this. But every indication we have is that he is poised to attack Ukraine again, and this time with what could be significant military force. I mean, we are talking about more than 150,000 troops that he has arrayed against that border. As I said earlier, we believe that they are now at a state of readiness where they could attack at any time. That's what we're seeing. And that's what we've been saying. We've been talking about this very openly now for weeks. We've seen, sadly and unfortunately, no indication that he's willing to de-escalate, move those troops back home, and actually get to some sort of serious diplomatic solution. Every indication, rather, that we see is quite the opposite.
Can I ask you a China-related question? Is there any indication that President Xi has given his tacit or explicit approval to Putin for a force, for an invasion? You recall there was speculation that an invasion wouldn't happen until the Olympics were over. The Olympics are over now. Any indication that China's given its wink and nod?
Well, I mean, I would point you back to the February 4th statement that Xi and Putin put out, which certainly we took as tacit approval for what Mr. Putin is doing. You could point also to concerning comments by the Chinese Foreign Ministry yesterday that made it clear that they weren't going to support any what they called unlawful unilateral sanctions against Russia, and then blame the United States for contributing security assistance to Ukraine, somehow blaming us for this issue. No mention whatsoever in their statement about the 150,000 plus soldiers and the threats that Mr. Putin has been lobbying against Ukraine now for many weeks, including just yesterday. We wonder, can it really be the Chinese policy now to support separatist movements over the sovereignty of nation states? That's an interesting twist, isn't it? Zoe.
Thank you, John. Is there any, I would like to go back to the
the movements of US troops to the Baltic states and to the eastern flank. Is there any consideration of sending more US troops if there is an invasion and on a permanent basis on this eastern flank of NATO?
There's nothing, there's no expectation at this time, Sylvia, that we're going to move to more permanent basing on NATO's eastern flank. What we're talking about now are short-term, temporary, rotational redeployments, if you will. As for your first question, whether there's, I assume what you're asking is, are we going to send more troops from the United States to NATO's eastern flank? And I have no such announcements or movements to speak of today, but as I have said repeatedly, we're going to keep all options on the table. I'm not going to rule out that the Secretary might want to consider that should there be a need. We're looking at this day by day. And just yesterday, as you saw, we did reposition inside Europe, and there are lots of options available to us to continue to look for ways to reinforce that eastern flank.
But this will be temporary. You don't think about changing your posture in case of an invasion?
Right now, we're focused on reassuring the allies, and we're going to be in constant contact with them and consultation about what that looks like and how you do that. Given the current tensions on the continent, it's too early to tell whether any of this is going to lead to some other longer-term posture changes. We're just not at that point right now. Barbara.
You mentioned before that if this conflict breaks out, it would not be bloodless. So I assume that's also somewhat of a caution to Russia that it would not be bloodless for them and their troops. Can you be any more specific as this is assessed? Or is the Russian military, to use the expression, really 10 feet tall? Or do you see some vulnerabilities for them here?
So clearly, if he chooses war, he chooses violence, which means he's deliberately choosing to put lives at danger, soldiers' lives, civilians' lives. And he's going to have to bear the responsibility for that. And I would hope that he understands that some of those lives at risk are going to be his soldiers' lives. And he's going to have to answer to Russian moms and dads about their soldiers that aren't making it back home alive or making it back with injuries. He's going to have to answer for that. And as for the 10 feet tall, look, I think getting into qualitative assessments here of militaries is probably not the best exercise for me right now. They have, as we've said for a long time, significant combined arms capabilities arrayed against Ukraine right now. And they are ready to go right now, should that be the way that Mr. Putin wants to go. And we would obviously like to see that not happen. And we would like to see him de-escalate. We would like to see him make a better choice here, which we still think there's time to do, and de-escalate. Move those troops back to garrison. Move them back home. Keep them safe, and not pursue a war of choice totally on what is his whim.
As we sit here today, are there still active, functioning channels of U.S.-Russian military-to-military communications? Are you able to, the secretary, the chairman, are you able to pick up the phone, and will your counterparts talk to you?
Well, I would point to conversations that we've read out in just recent days. The secretary spoke with Minister Shoigu just a few days ago. Chairman Milley.
Talking about right now.
I know, I'm getting there. Chairman Milley has had many conversations with General Gerasimov, his counterpart, and we have seen no indication that those lines of communication between those two leaders are closed. I don't have any additional phone conversations to talk about today or to announce, but we have seen no indication that there won't be that communication should it be necessary. Court.
How about more of like a tactical line of communication? I don't know if deconfliction is the right term to use here because there's not a U.S. military component to this. Like they're not going to theoretically be flying over the same skies. But what about something that might deconflict tactically on the ground once Russia moves in? It seems that we keep hearing about the U.S. military moving more and more assets into that region. Mm-hmm. Is it appropriate for General Milley to be the one calling General Gerasimov when we're talking about like potentially very quick tactical moves on the ground?
I don't think we're at a point right now where that's needed, right? Because there hasn't been a large-scale invasion yet of Ukraine, and hopefully there won't be, Court. So hopefully there won't be any need for that kind of communication. But you get to a really good point, which is the potential, if he decides to go in big in Ukraine, that puts Russian military forces right up against the eastern flank of NATO, his western flank. And that's an eastern flank, by the way, that we're going to continue to reinforce and make more ready. And so you do get into a potential there for miscalculation and miscommunication. We're just not there yet that we can speak to specific deconfliction mechanisms, and hopefully there won't be a need for that. But it does raise a larger issue, your question does, of the potential for miscalculation here.
And given the fact that this isn't, again, I know we talk about deconfliction, I think a lot of us think of Syria, but this is a very different situation. There's not U.S. military component inside the potential invasion area,
Correct.
Right? Would it be more appropriate for DOD or General Milley or state? Like, what would that mechanism, who would be the one who would be responsible for establishing that mechanism?
Yeah, again, we're not at that point right now, Courtney. So it's difficult to answer that question, and I'm not dodging it. It's just we aren't at that point right now. I mean, so I'd rather not speculate about who would be in communications with whom. Again, as my answer to Barb, there's no indication that we've gotten that there still isn't the ability at the strategic level for leaders to talk. Jim.
John, you talked about to build on Sylvie's question, you talked about the F-35s and I guess 32 Apaches. Well, it's not just an aircraft and a pilot. How many people are associated with those moves?
Yeah, all told, if you added up, the infantry battalion that we talked about, that's about 800, and then there's about another 200 crew, pilots, maintenance that would go with those aircraft elements that we talked about. So all told, the president's announcement yesterday equates to about 1,000 people. Again, I want to stress two things. They're being repositioned inside Europe. They're not coming from the States. And two, these are temporary moves.
And if I could just build on Courtney's question, doesn't General Walters in his NATO hat, can't he speak to Gerasimov?
I would suspect yes, as SACEUR, he certainly could. I know of no reason why he wouldn't be able to do that. General Gerasimov is the chief of defense, so he is more appropriately General Milley's counterpart. But I can't imagine that there would be a reason why, if General Walters wanted to speak to him, that he couldn't in his NATO hat. Yeah.
John, based on given the fact that Russians have brought a variety of capabilities to the area, including cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, do you still think that the arms provided by the United States would help Ukrainians to defend themselves against all these capabilities? Because
we are providing, again, lethal and non-lethal assistance to Ukraine. They've expressed their gratitude for that assistance. I would remind you that, well, a couple of things, $650 million just this year alone, and we're still in discussions with them about what kind of support they might need going forward. And we're in constant consultation with them about their needs and what we can provide. It's not just us. That's my second point. Other nations are as well stepping up to provide both lethal and non-lethal assistance to Ukraine. Let me go to the phones here. I haven't done that yet. Let's see. Mike Brest, Washington Examiner.
Thanks for taking my question, Mr. Kirby. A little bit out of left field, but the 90-day period that General Michael Garrett had to look into the Syria strike from 2019 expires this weekend. Would you details or take the question?
You know what? You broke up there, Mike. Can you just repeat the last part of your question?
Yeah, so the 90-day period for his investigation into the 2019 Syria strike expires this weekend. Could you provide any update or take the question?
I know that he's wrapping that up, Mike. I don't have a specific timeline of when that's going to be turned in and reviewed. I will take the question, and we'll see if we can't get you a better answer, Tom.
Hi, John. Good afternoon. I have two questions, one on Ukraine and one on the Guard deployment. Which would you like first?
You can decide, Tom.
The Guard deployment is the easier one, perhaps. There's been reports and complaints and concerns by the District of Columbia government and Capitol Police that they don't have the ability to remove trucks, tow trucks, in other words, to remove any trucks that impede traffic situations. Is there any Defense Department assets that could be made available to help them in this situation?
You know, I don't really know, Tom. I mean, the request that we got was for some personnel and 50 vehicles to help with traffic flow. There's been no request of the department for tow truck capability, and frankly, I'm not sure that we have a lot of that, to be honest with you.
That's what I was
I actually don't know how many tow trucks we own, but I don't think it's very many. So, again, we're focused on meeting the requirements that they laid forth for help. Again, it was roughly 700 guardsmen and 50 vehicles. What's your second question?
On Ukraine, you've talked a lot, and others have talked about what the Russians are doing is out of their playbook. In other words, everything they're doing is sort of doing their playbook.
Yeah.
Yet the massive development of the forces on the border, the type of overall attack that's being projected possibly for Ukraine, that's not the blunderbuss approach they usually have taken if you look at Georgia and the Crimea and other areas. What playbook are they emulating for this possible attack on Ukraine?
When we talk about the playbook, as you will, we're talking about the preparatory moves that we have seen them do in the past, and 2014 is a great example of that. And when we look at the kinds of pretextual things they were doing, it seems to me like they haven't updated their playbook in a long time, because it's the same kind of stuff. It's claiming that they're the victims, creating false events, or even not even creating events, but simply claiming that things happened that never did, to paint themselves as the victims. As if Ukraine, which has never attacked anybody, is all of a sudden going to spuriously attack Russia and threaten their national security when there's 150,000 plus troops along the border. I mean, it is ridiculous. But that is exactly the kind of plays we've seen them run, the preparatory plays. Now, to your point, and it's a fair one, what we've seen them array against that along the border, more than 150,000 troops and significant, as I said, combined arms capabilities, that is something we haven't seen them do before.
Where do you think they've gotten that tactic from, that strategy from, since they've never employed it in their past adventurisms?
That is a great question for Vladimir Putin. I mean, I'm not trying to dodge the question, but
Russian accent.
I'm not trying to dodge the question, but we don't know. I mean, we can't possibly get inside his head to figure out, why he's doing it the way he's doing it. And again, Tom, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, it doesn't have to be this way. He can make another choice. Of all the options he has available to him, the one he still has is diplomacy, if he chooses. And we just haven't seen an indication to do that. Mike?
Hey, Don, two questions. First off, any idea whether or not Russia's also used the Wagner Group mercenaries as part of this invasion force, or is it strictly sort of mainline Russian army troops?
I have not seen any indications of that. I haven't seen indications of the Wagner Group being used, but again, that's really that might be a level of detail we don't have.
Okay. Also, to go back a little bit in history, the Soviet Union conquered Hungary in '56, rolled through Czechoslovakia in '68. The U.S. complained and made a lot of noise, but nothing really happened. How will this turn out different from what's already happened in the past with their former satellite countries?
I was a history major at the University of South Florida, but I don't know that I can answer that one. Let me just put it this way. What we hope happens is that he de-escalates, and this war of choice doesn't occur. It's difficult if he chooses to go ahead, and again, every indication is that he will. It's the one thing any student of war will tell you is it's unpredictable once it starts. It's the old adage, I think it was Eisenhower, right? No plan survives first contact. It's difficult to know where this will go. What we believe is that it will involve significant casualties and destruction, and that it will only cause instability on the European continent, rather than the stability that I think most of the world and certainly the West wants to see. Where it goes beyond that, I just don't know, Mike, because we don't know really what he has in mind here. I mean, he's pretty much, in terms of military action, that's what I mean. If you look at his speech, he was pretty clear, wasn't he, about the disdain he has for Ukrainian sovereignty, and the false claim that Russia created Ukraine. I mean, it's pretty obvious that, as the Ukrainian foreign minister said just when he was here, that Putin wants to erase Ukraine as a nation state. What that ends up looking like long term is difficult to know. And again, at the risk of sounding like I'm dodging, and I'm not, I truly don't know the answer to your question. It's a good one, and I don't know anybody could know that. But it doesn't have to be that way. It just doesn't have to be that way. He can choose a different path here, which is still open to him, and that's what I think all of us would like to see him do. I get time for a couple more. Yeah, go ahead.
A country is invading another country just because that country wants to be part of an alliance that the United States is leading, like NATO. Isn't that an indirect threat to NATO and the United States national security at the same time?
Well, predominantly, it's a threat to the Ukrainian people. And I think, again, if you go back and look at his speech, certainly he's groused about potential NATO membership for Ukraine, no doubt about it. But he laid out an even more sweeping alternative reality in his speech, that it isn't just about whether or not NATO, Ukraine joins NATO. As for whether it further threatens NATO, I think that remains to be seen. Clearly, we are making it very obvious that we take our obligations to NATO seriously. That's why we're sending these additional forces. That's why we're bolstering our allies. That's why Secretary Austin was in Europe just last week to deliver that message, so that Mr. Putin knows, and quite frankly, our allies know too, what President Biden said. We will defend every inch of NATO territory. Again, we don't want to see it come to that. But if it does come to that, the United States will be ready. Okay.
You are really saying that the open door policy, you are stick to the open door policy of NATO.
It is up to the alliance and the nation state in question to determine future membership. It is not something that Mr. Putin gets to veto, period. Okay, thanks everybody.
A lot to unpack right there as the Pentagon briefing wraps up, a highly in-demand one, given everything with the threats of Russia and how we're learning more and more that a full-scale invasion could happen really at any moment there. And you heard from John Kirby saying that this type of war would be a violent one, and they're hoping that that won't be the case, but they continue to wait to see what Russia will do. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here while we have it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. So when we come back, we'll take you out to the White House briefing that is underway as well, talking to the latest sanctions and so much more. You're watching Live Now from Fox. back out here for you live on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us here. We're going to go right out to the White House briefing, show you a little bit of that as it is still ongoing as they're talking the latest sanctions against Russia and so much more.
We have a graphic here today because it's been a while since we've had a graphic. So I wanted to deliver on that. So as you all know, we announced our first tranche of sanctions in less than a day after the beginning of the invasion, with allies and partners from the European Union, the United Kingdom, Canada, Japan, and Australia. And what we wanted to provide to all of you today is an overview of what we're seeing as an impact on the Russian economy. Obviously, the bite of these sanctions has not taken place yet, so this is largely in anticipation. So let me just go through a couple of these points. Borrowing costs for the Russian government has spiked to almost 11%, highest since 2015. Foreign investors are fleeing Russia. The ruble is trading at its weakest level since November 2020, one of the weakest currencies in the world. In response to inflation risk, the Russian central bank has hiked rates 8 times in the past year to 9.5%. And Bloomberg reported, just going to cite Bloomberg there, that the fortunes of Russia's super rich have tumbled $32 billion this year, with the escalating conflict in Ukraine poised to make that wealth destruction much larger. So as I started off saying, this is before the bite even takes place, and this is just after the beginning. I mean, we've only had obviously a first tranche here, but this is a vicious feedback loop that will get more severe if Putin doesn't escalate. So as he's looking at the impact on his own economy, on his rich and wealthy oligarch friends, and on the people of Russia, these are the facts, regardless of what you're hearing from the Kremlin about the impact. Also, just wanted to note, because I know that we put out these sanctions when a lot was happening yesterday, just wanted to give you a little bit more detail of them. Obviously, you hopefully have seen the announcement and the statement from the president about Nord Stream 2. We can come back to that, but that is an additional step today. And also on banks, in the announcement we made yesterday, what we did was we used our most powerful sanctions tool to target 2 major state-owned Russian banks for the first time. That is the significance. These banks can no longer, what it means is they can no longer make any transactions with the United States or Europe, and their assets in the financial system will be frozen. They are the glorified piggy banks, some of the glorified piggy banks for the Kremlin, including one of them, which is a key financial institution where support military finances has been held. And this will have a significant impact on Russian leadership in the inner circle because they're state-owned, banks controlled by them. We also were clear yesterday, but again, there was a lot going on, so I just wanted to touch on this lightly, that no financial institution is safe. And the authority that was announced yesterday means that we can expand this to other financial institutions in Russia, and we have every capability and capacity to do that. Second, we made an announcement about sovereign debt. And essentially this means, I know there's been some commentary out there, some from Russia, of course, that they have a rainy day fund. A rainy day fund is limited. A rainy day fund means you can only tap into it until the rainy day fund is done. The ability to purchase sovereign debt means that you can gain access to additional funding. And what we are essentially doing is cutting off their ability to tap into that from the United States and Europe. Finally, on elites, what is significant about this, and somebody asked me this question about what's different. So some of the people who were sanctioned yesterday are repeat people that we have sanctioned in the past. But the additional step we took was that we sanctioned family members, because what we've seen in terms of tactics that they've used in the past is they have moved, they're very sophisticated, some of these oligarchs, no surprise, they've moved money around to children, to family members, so they could still have access to it. And we wanted to reduce the likelihood of that, so that is an additional step we took. So just wanted to cover that. One other note, today also marks 100 days since the president signed the bipartisan infrastructure law. Time flies. It's also day 400 of the administration. In the past 100 days, we've hit the ground running, rolling out nearly $100 billion worth of programs and funding to state and local governments. This funding will help rebuild crumbling roads and bridges, replace lead pipes, help provide high-speed internet to every family in America, and produce concrete results that change people's lives for the better. To continue this momentum, today the Department of Transportation announced nearly $450 million available to strengthen port infrastructure and supply chain resiliency, and obviously there is more to come. Chris, your first day in the AP seat. Welcome to the front of the room. No pressure.
So a few questions about Ukraine. First, talk about the impact of the economy on Russia. Ukraine is also feeling a lot of economic pain right now. What more is the White House prepared to do to shore up their economy and provide them with financial assistance?
Well, we have provided them an extensive amount of financial assistance, including recently announcing $1 billion in loan guarantees, and that is something we are open to building upon, and we are going to continue to assess what the impact is on the Ukrainian economy, what is needed on the ground. That applies to both access to economic assistance as well as humanitarian assistance. So I don't have anything to announce today, but we will continue to be a large provider and supporter of financial and economic assistance to Ukraine.
A new AP poll found that only 26% of Americans want the U.S. to play a major role in this crisis. Given that this could increase costs on Americans, gas prices, other economic ripples, has the White House done enough to prepare Americans for what the U.S. role could be and what impact it could be on their lives?
Well, this is very important to the president personally. It's why he gave remarks, delivered the remarks he did last week, and why he has spoken several times to provide updates to the American people over the last couple of days. Two pieces I would note that I think are very important as Americans are tuning in and learning more about this potential conflict, this conflict that's underway, I guess I should say, between Russia and Ukraine. One, the president has no intention of sending U.S. military or U.S. troops to fight in Ukraine. It is hard to know, because I don't think it was in your poll, how people assess what major involvement means, but that has not changed in terms of the president's view and his approach. Second is he is going to do everything he can to reduce the impact on energy costs for the American people, and that means engaging closely with partners around the world. It means considering a range of options that are all on the table to reduce the impact on the oil markets, and that is what would impact energy costs. But the last thing I would say is that the president and the White House, we make national security decisions based on what's best for our country's national security, not on the latest polling. And if you step back, what hopefully the American people will see and have seen is that while Russia has sought to divide our allies and the American people, the president has sought to revitalize our partnerships and alliances and unite our country. He's standing up for our national security interests and bedrock democratic values against the aggression of a dictator threatening to further invade a sovereign country. That's why he's doing what he's doing. So we're less focused on the politics of Ukraine and more focused on preventing a war.
The other question I had was yesterday, the administration said the goal of the sanctions is to prevent and deter a wider invasion of Ukraine. If Russia does attack, as U.S. officials are warning that they're imminently prepared to do, does that mean that strategy has failed?
Well, I would say as we look at it, we're focused on accomplishing two things. One is implementing serious costs for the actions that have already been taken. So the actions in the Donbass, and we've taken steps beyond what we did in 2014, which obviously I just outlined at the beginning of the briefing. Second, yes, deterrence is part of our objective. If he goes further, we will go further. We have a range of tools at our disposal. I mentioned some of the potential financial steps we could take that could impact financial institutions. That is very significant and could have a very significant impact. But we have far more options beyond that, including export controls. And what export control steps would mean, Russia, as President Putin looks to the future of Russia, there is a lot of access to different industries.
All right, folks, that's the White House briefing. We'll get back to it a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. A lot of different moving elements when it comes to Russia and Ukraine, obviously. And coming up at the bottom of the hour, we'll get a live report out of Ukraine from Fox News' very own Lucas Tomlinson, who continues to break down everything that he is seeing right there on the ground in the Ukraine. So we'll keep an eye on that. But we want to pivot here just a little on Live Now from Fox and take you out to Fox Weather as we're going to go out to Oregon right now, where we find Fox Weather's Max Gordon with the very latest on how some new resources are coming to help those in flooding situations. Max.
Hey, good afternoon from Rogue River, Oregon. So the Oregon Office of Emergency Management has recently initiated this program called the Spire Grant Program. Essentially, what it's all about is making sure that local fire departments get the resources that they need to respond in the case of a disaster. So we're talking about items like generators, rescue boats, other items like that. And recently, 6 departments here in Oregon received these off-road engines, essentially, these off-road trucks that can respond during a disaster or a brush fire or a flood. And yesterday, we got to ride along with one fire department that recently took one of these in. The Pacific Northwest is no stranger to the fury of nature.
It's the full gamut. And here in Southern Oregon, we definitely have 4 seasons.
And when things go wrong in this neck of the woods, it's up to the men and women of the Evans Valley Fire District to answer the call.
We're all hazard. So we respond to fires, for structure fire, for wildland fires, rescues, you name it, we're probably involved in it out here.
That's why they were happy to receive their newest piece of equipment.
Don't be deceived by the cab over design. This thing is a full off-road vehicle underneath.
The truck is made by Commander Off-Road Equipment.
The idea behind it is it's going to help us prepare and respond for natural disasters primarily. But we're also going to use it for everyday responses.
6 of these have been distributed across the state as part of Oregon's Spire grant program.
Talk to me about this grant. What does it do? Why is it in place?
It's the State Preparedness and Incident Response Equipment Grant Program. And through some state funding, it allows us to procure a wide variety of equipment that's really vital to local first response.
Much of this equipment, from generators to rescue boats to the newly delivered trucks, are geared toward responding to natural disasters.
From catastrophic wildfires to historic flooding. And then we have this ever-present threat of a Cascadia subduction zone earthquake and tsunami lingering just off the coast of Oregon.
What do you hope is the overall effect of this grant program?
We know that these resources and this equipment will save lives.
And back at Evans Valley Fire District,
we're really excited. This truck is going to allow us to respond to situations we just couldn't before,
making this department ready to weather whatever comes down the road. Evans Valley Fire District has only had their new off-road truck for about a week, but they've already used it on an incident. It was first on scene for a reported structure fire. Hey, back to you.
Hey, Max, thanks so much for that. That really will come in big handy for everyone out there, especially the fire department. Thanks so much. You're watching live now from Fox, everybody, as we continue to bring you the very latest here across the board. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. Coming up at the bottom of the hour, we'll get a fresh live report from the very latest on the ground in Ukraine as these tensions continue to rise. Live now from Fox, coming back in just 2 minutes.
Diplomacy, but to make very clear to President Putin and to our partners around the world that there will be significant consequences beyond what we have done already should he invade further.
Go ahead, Jen.
Jen, what's the next trigger point for new sanctions? Obviously, yesterday's was the start of the invasion. What does Putin have to do next to see another wave?
I'm not going to give you a detailed, if he does this, we will do that. I would only just reiterate what I said a little bit earlier, which is that we have the specific authority based on the announcement made yesterday to take additional steps as it relates to financial institutions in Russia. There's additional enormous financial institutions, the two largest banks, for example, which were not a part of the announcement we made yesterday. There's an additional steps we've expressed an openness to, including taking steps as it relates to export controls. So these are assessments we will continue to make internally, and we have a range of tools that we are prepared to, steps we are prepared to take should he further escalate.
On Monday, when President Putin made clear that he was sending troops into those two breakaway regions, the White House initially said that does not constitute an invasion because Russia already has troops there. This is just more overt. The next day, President Biden came out and said, this is the start of an invasion. What happened overnight? What changed to lead to that change in rhetoric?
Well, I talked about this a little bit yesterday, but what we looked at and what we assessed were a range of steps. I'm not obviously going to get into military assessments or movements today, just like I didn't yesterday, but we looked at a couple of steps, including President Putin taking steps as it relates to the Duma to ask for authority to take additional military action beyond that region. We looked at his recognition. We looked at the positioning of troops and military, and we looked at the range of steps over that period of time to assess and make that decision. I would also note that our Deputy National Security Advisor was on TV conveying that morning as well.
All right, and just lastly on this, the president of Russia, President Putin, said on Monday that he felt the West was going to impose sanctions basically regardless of what they did. Given that, you're obviously trying and effectively putting a lot of pain on the Russian economy. Do you think these sanctions will actually be a deterrent?
Well, I think that is a decision for President Putin to make. I mean, there are statements he has conveyed in terms of what he wants to achieve here, right? The division of NATO, the opposite is happening, right? He wanted to see Nord Stream 2 move forward, a key prize for him. That is obviously not happening. He wants to have a flourishing economy for the Russian people. Just even without the bite of our sanctions, that is clearly not happening. So this is an assessment he's going to have to make, and we expect he'll hear from people around him who are being impacted and other people in Russia about the impact of these sanctions. Go ahead.
Does the White House share the assessment of the Australian Prime Minister today that an attack is likely within 24 hours?
I'm not going to give an additional timeline to it. We have been saying it could happen at any time, and they are in attack position for some time now, but I'm not going to give you an additional day, hour, moment.
Well, just to follow up on that, you have been saying that it's imminent for some time. You guys stopped for a little bit, then you went back to it. Has there been a new warning to the Ukrainians in the last 24 hours or so? Because it seems that CNN and others are reporting that they have shared new intelligence about the threat of just how quickly an attack could happen.
We don't know what that's based on. We have been conveying in close touch with the Ukrainians. We have been conveying that they are capable of operationalizing at any time. That has been the case. I'd also note that obviously our preference would be that President Putin doesn't further invade. And as I said a few minutes ago, what we're also assessing is that he has had to adjust, adapt to the strength of the unity of the global community, to what our reaction has been, and he has been forced to need to respond and adapt his own actions. We will see. We still very much anticipate and predict that he will invade further. But again, we're also seeing an impact on how he's behaving.
And on Nord Stream 2, last month the White House opposed an effort on Capitol Hill to put sanctions on this pipeline. Last year, of course, President Biden waived the sanctions on that, and now today he is imposing the sanctions on it, which is a pretty big shift. So can you just explain the changes and where you...
Well, we don't see it as a shift at all. We've never supported the pipeline. It was 90% built when the president took office. We've always spoken out against the pipeline. The question was, what was the most effective step in order to have the result that we have now over the last 24 hours? And there were calls by some in Congress to do preemptive sanctions on, or earlier sanctions, or take earlier steps, I should say, on Nord Stream 2. We disagreed with that strategy. We worked through a diplomatic path with the Germans. You saw the German Chancellor make the announcement yesterday, and the announcement today was complementary to that.
So the change is just because you were waiting on the Germans to take the first step here?
Well, actually, it was that we felt a diplomatic approach would be the most effective approach, and we have succeeded in our efforts, and we didn't think the alternative approach was the right one.
My last question, a French official recently told the Wall Street Journal that during his last visit, the French president found Putin was more rigid, isolated, and had basically gone into a sort of ideological and security-minded drift. The president recently spent about an hour on the phone with him. Obviously, he knows Putin pretty well. I wonder if he has seen a change in the Russian leader.
I don't have any personal observations by President Biden about President Putin to read out, but I think we all watched, including the president, the speech or read it from the other night and saw a leader who was outlining a case for war to his public, one that was based on revisionist history, and whether that's based on isolation or not, we'll leave that to others to assess.
Go ahead. Thank you, Jen. So you've said many times today that there is not a new assessment, but yesterday the president clearly chose his words carefully when he said the world was watching the start of an invasion, which is very different from the U.S. warning today that a full-scale Russian invasion is imminent. So are you saying that nothing has changed between when we heard from the president yesterday and today?
I'm saying we have been saying for days that there has been that they are prepared to launch a full-scale invasion. We saw the beginning of that yesterday. So nothing has changed in that assessment.
What about the figure of 80% of Russian troops are now in the forward attack position? Was that also the case yesterday?
I'm not going to be in a position to give you troop assessments or movements, but as I said just a few minutes ago, they are in an attack position. That remains the case.
And then to follow up on something I asked Dilip yesterday, he said that the administration would not give a time frame for when Americans might feel the impact of this conflict. Why not? I mean, the president has said we need to be honest about the cost of fighting for democracy. Can you share anything about a time frame, a range? Should people be saving money?
Well, I think there's been a little confusion about this because, one, the sanctions that we announced yesterday will not have an impact on the American people. They will have an impact on the Russian elite, on financial institutions, on individuals who are trying to use those institutions to engage with Western banks, including President Putin and his inner circle. What we're seeing in the markets is an anticipation of a further invasion by President Putin, and what we're trying to do and focus on is.
We've been listening to some of the White House highlights here from the White House briefing from earlier, just moments ago there, as Jen Psaki updating on the very latest there coming from the Biden administration. Obviously, a lot of moving parts today that we've already heard about. We heard from the State Department, the Pentagon, and now the White House about everything that is happening in Russia when it comes to these tensions in Ukraine. And for some updates on what it's like right now in Ukraine, we go right here to Fox's Lucas Tomlinson with the very latest right here, and joining us live on Live Now from Fox. Always great to have you, Lucas. So tell us, what is it like on the ground right now as we're learning more and more about this full-scale invasion could happen at any moment, is what they're saying.
That's right, Mike. Well, things here on the ground are as tense as they've ever been since we've been on the ground over the past 3 weeks. Now, U.S. officials are saying Russia has all the forces they need on the border to launch a large-scale invasion at a moment's notice. So things here are very tense, particularly back in Washington at the Pentagon, where they're seeing this, some 150,000 Russian soldiers. Now, U.S. intelligence sources that I've been speaking to say this could be a three-pronged attack from the east, from those separatist-controlled areas that Putin has now claimed as part of Russia, and tonight is claiming that he needs to go protect ethnic Russians, and some of those breakaway provinces are requesting Russian help. Also north from Crimea. Remember those satellite pictures that we've been looking at that have dozens of helicopter gunships in Crimea? Those helicopters could be flying north. And also east from Moldova, believe it or not. There's another separatist area there, too, Transnistria. We don't talk about it a whole lot. I'm not sending everybody scrambling for a map, but that's where things could also be going. Bottom line is, officials I'm talking to are looking to the east of the major river that bisects Ukraine in two, Mike.
And Lucas, when we saw those new satellite images of the Russians making their own hospital areas, that was startling for many people, including the United Nations, when they were speaking about it earlier today, too.
That's right, and that field hospital I think you're referring to is only 12 miles from the border. It's pretty concerning. Why would Russia put a field hospital in the middle of the woods? For one reason, because they're expecting to take casualties. Now, Mike, the Russians aren't going to come into Ukraine on a Ural pass. They're coming in on T-72, 280 tanks, helicopter gunships, Iskander short-range ballistic missiles, Su-35 flankers. I mean, they've got, over half their whole army is on the borders, upwards of 75% of the entire Russian army. They deployed troops over 5,000 miles away from near the Sea of Japan. Remember, Russia's 11 time zones, Mike. So some of these forces have traveled a long ways. Some of them, the southern military district is not too far, it borders Ukraine, but especially this city called Belgorod, they're seeing a lot of armor built up. We've seen on social, we've seen on TikTok. Here's the thing, though. A lot of officials I'm talking to are actually scratching their heads. They thought Ukraine would go dark, that the Russians would put out some kind of electronic warfare tactics, and also on social. They think they would have blocked social media because a lot of these Russian troops are, of course, texting their girlfriends, and they're hoping they're, not giving away state secrets. But these are all concerns that, people have in the ground. But bottom line is we are now in a launch window in the next 4 or 5 hours. Obviously, as you can see behind me, it's well after dark. And, typically that's when forces attack. The Russians, they have their own night vision goggles. They can operate at night. They can operate in the mud. And believe it or not, they have their own GPS system. They don't use our constellation, that little blue dot on your iPhone. That's not what the Russians use. They have their own. And some people think it's not totally accurate. So hopefully they know where this hotel is.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, when a lot of us woke up, we saw the news there that a lot of the Ukraine government agencies were getting hacked again. What's the latest now with the hacking situation and cyber attacks in Ukraine?
It's hard to tell how serious it is. Are these hackers just mucking around, changing the screen, putting funny faces on the screen, or are they actually stealing products? Right now, it seems like more the former. One of the concerns here, of course, is just, making the citizenry, the president of Ukraine is now calling up reservists, all able-bodied men between the ages of 18 and 60 who were asked to post and sign their names to the ledger, and they're talking about calling up over 36,000 troops. Now, some people think that's a little too late, especially if the Russians invade tonight, of course. Not much they can do. One other little interesting is the Second Amendment came to Ukraine today. The Ukrainian parliament passed a law that says that citizens can have concealed carry or open carry if they so choose. So in a country where they've been telling the people, don't panic, they're now telling them, Mike, don't panic, but maybe grab a gun.
Yeah, I mean, we've really seen a different stance here from just a week ago to today. It's really, really big when you think about just how far it has come. Now, lastly, what is the thinking of the everyday people on the ground as they could be just moments away from a possible full-on invasion on their country?
That's right, Mike. Well, a lot of these people are numb to this. Many of the people we talk to say we've been at war with the Russians for 8 years. We've lost over 14,000 people. So I'm glad the world's taking notice, they say, but we've been through this. Now, of course, this war in the East is more of a dirty war. It's fought with artillery, small arms, not short-range ballistic missiles, not fighter jets dropping guided munitions or even some unguided munitions. And there certainly aren't helicopter gunships strafing people's homes with 30-millimeter cannons. So the armaments the Russians are bringing right now potentially is a hell of a lot bigger than what people have seen in the past. But walking around, I've said this the other day to your colleague Daytona, you don't feel like an invasion is coming. I mean, when you see kids playing on the playground, you see the coffee shops full, the restaurants. I spoke to a few people today, and they're a little bit worried. That's why I've said they're more tense than they've been. But at the same time, I think most people are just hoping for the best, and also realizing that what can the Ukrainians do? While they have an army, they don't have U.S. THAAD, anti-ballistic missile systems. They don't have Patriot surface-to-air missile systems. If the Russians start to, fly jets over the country, they can't shoot them down. They can't shoot down incoming ballistic missiles. And so I think the whole "don't panic" is, frankly, just the only card they have to play.
Absolutely, and well, we're hoping that
they're not getting any help from the U.S. forces.
No, that's true. That's true. Well, thank you so much, Lucas, for your all your insight right there live on the ground there in Ukraine. We really appreciate it. Your reporting has been top notch. So thank you so much again for all of your insight.
You bet, Mike. Great to join you.
Yep. Stay safe out there. And we'll continue to always bring you the top stories and headlines from all over the country. Everyone, we're going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More live now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Thanks so much for joining us here. Well, we've been really covering Russia, Ukraine here, not only big today, but for the past week. And the one great thing about Live Now from Fox is we can bring you from news conference to news conference when they pop up and really bring you the news as it's happening in real time. And you just never know what's going to happen next or what next feed is going to come up. But we've been monitoring right here. Looks like the end of a police chase here in Houston. You just never know what you're going to get here on Live Now from Fox. One of the cool things is that we take feeds from all over the country here, and when we get breaking news, we bring it to you live, raw, and always direct right here. It looks like the pickup truck driver is stopping here at this gas station. Not sure yet where the police are, but it's back on. So, like I said, you don't know what's going to happen next. That's why we always say, hey, okay, now door's opening again. Here we go. What's he going to do now? Now he's getting off it. He's out of the truck again. Now totally out of the truck. I don't know if he's going to one of these businesses here or what. We don't know where the police are at this moment. We saw them following not too long ago here, but we're just coming back from a commercial break. We appreciate you joining us here today on Live Now from Fox, giving you all the top stories and headlines from all over the country. A little bizarre situation there in Houston. And now it looks like it's back on again here. Wow. You just, like I said, it's a stop and go situation here in Houston as we continue to follow it for you right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are definitely going to keep an eye on this situation as we don't know what's going to happen next here with this driver that is leading. And we don't know if the police maybe have stopped following or they're just going to follow from a distance. Don't know all of that at this moment here right now. But this driver doing some erratic things now, going off-roading. Yeah, a little strange right here, but we follow it right here. Sky Fox Images right here for you on Live Now from Fox. We'll keep an eye on this. It's getting really interesting, but we'll take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More Live Now from Fox coming up. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, continuing here to showcase this police chase that is happening right now. We don't know if the police are just maybe monitoring this because we haven't seen them follow this vehicle. We just have Sky Fox up right now, but this pickup truck is being watched here in Houston, Texas. The shot going a little bit in and out right now, but yeah, this is live aerials happening right now in the Houston area. Kind of a bizarre one, just because before the break, we went to it and, well, he was doing a little bit of off-roading. Now back onto streets here, and found some more streets, but we don't know what exactly will happen next here, or when this driver may want to just give it up and come to grips with whatever fate he or she is going to have here. But Sky Fox continues to follow it along right here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all our viewers from around the country and around the world, just showcasing, you know, when we have breaking news and different types of feeds, we go to it right here for you as it's happening, always in real time, live, raw, and direct, right here for you, giving you these updates in real time. But you can see the driver there. So, well, you know what? We'll keep an eye on it. It's not pressing here at this moment just because the police aren't following it as well. If we get any updates here regarding this, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Live look right now at the White House on this Wednesday as we've been hearing from the White House briefing. We heard from the State Department, Pentagon. We played all of that out here for you. I want to play out just a little bit more of the White House briefing from earlier that we didn't get to showcase to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Of the seat, Peter. I'm not going to get it ahead of where we are in the process. It is not happening. It's not moving forward. It hasn't been operational for some time. So that is where it stands, and this is all the result of diplomatic engagement and leadership by the president and his engagement with Chancellor Schultz.
Let me ask you about some other security issues as best you're able to detail.
Yeah.
There's some things you can't discuss. So without detailing specifics that you can't discuss, what role is the U.S. playing in securing President Zelensky's safety, and does the U.S. bear some responsibility in making sure that he is safe?
I'm not going to detail our conversations or engagements about security with the president of Ukraine, who remains in Kyiv and is continuing to lead the country.
Do we bear some responsibility, though, for making sure, without detailing what you're doing, do we bear some responsibility for making sure that he is safe?
We are going to continue to engage with him privately. I'm not going to detail or speak to it further from here.
Just a last quick question.
Sure.
Is there any circumstance, obviously we're focusing so much on Ukraine as evidenced by these questions, is there any circumstance in which the president would hold his announcement of the Supreme Court pick after February?
No.
Declaratively it'll happen before that. Has he made a decision yet?
I don't have any updates on that. Go ahead.
So this has been asked a few different times, but just to clarify, you and other officials have said that the purpose of withholding additional and harsher sanctions is so that they have a deterrent effect.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you're saying that a broader invasion is likely. So how are both of those true if the idea is that they would have a deterrent effect?
Well, we're trying to prevent that from happening, and we are making very clear how impactful and serious what we're considering in terms of additional sanctions could be.
And is inflation playing a role at all in deciding, what gets sanctioned, how you're thinking about the sanctions package?
Inflation in the United States, I assume you're referring to? Look, I think we look at a range of factors, and I'll use the energy markets as an example because I know that was a question that was asked yesterday. It's a good one. As we look at what sectors we're going to sanction, one of the factors we look at is what can have the biggest impact, of course, on Russian leadership, people around President Putin, on the Russian economy. What we're trying to minimize is what impact there's going to be on the United States and global markets in a lot of ways. And if you look at energy, the energy sector as an example, sanctioning them further could also mean that President Putin and people around him get richer. So we look at a range of factors, and certainly the impact on the global economy is a factor as we consider options. Go ahead.
If Russia does launch a full-scale invasion of Ukraine, should we expect to hear from the president as we have in the last few days?
I would expect you would, yes.
He would address the nation in some televised fashion.
I would expect you would hear from the president as you have.
And then can you explain a little bit more for people who are trying to follow this continuing situation with Russia and Ukraine, why would the U.S. not directly sanction Putin at this time?
It it remains an option on the table. What I would say to people who are trying to understand why is that sanctions are designed to, we've always designed them to increase, be escalatory. That would be an escalatory step, as would be sanctioning the largest banks, the very largest banks, and additional components of the financial sector, as would taking export control steps be. So there's a range of escalatory steps we have as options. Go ahead.
You mentioned the sanctions on oligarchs at the top, and the president was a little unclear in his wording yesterday. He said that sanctions on Russian elites wouldn't start until today. That was crossed out in the transcript to yesterday. The reason I'm asking is, as part of this sort of first tranche of sanctions, are we going to see more elites sanctioned, or would that only happen if Russia takes additional escalatory steps?
I can check if there are additional ones. I'm not tracking additional ones that we're holding for a rollout. I will note on your first part of your question that for the elite individuals, if they were to have used their bank card, I guess, to make a financial transaction, it wouldn't have been working yesterday.
There was a cyber attack on Ukrainian government websites today. I know the NSC has already said that it was sort of similar to the one that we saw on Ukrainian banks earlier and would be in keeping with what you expect from Russia, but I'm wondering if at this point you've made a definitive determination that Russia was responsible, and if so, if you have any sort of retaliation or response to
we have not attributed today's activity yet. That would be very fast, even fast for us, as fast as last week was. We do consider it, as I think some of my NSC colleagues said, to be consistent with the type of activity Russia would carry out in a bid to destabilize Ukraine. It's consistent with what we saw last week, where we attributed similar incidents to the Russian government, and we, of course, consider these further incidents to be consistent with the type of activity we've seen Russia take over the course of time. We are in conversation with Ukraine regarding the cyber-related needs, including as recently as today, and we're going to move with urgency to assess the nature and extent of this, what steps need to be taken, and therefore our response.
And then the president's got a virtual meeting with the G7 tomorrow morning. Obviously, I think the topic's going to be Ukraine, but I was wondering if you could put any meat on the bone in terms of what the president's trying to, what his objective is in that meeting and what he's looking to accomplish.
Well, one of the steps the president has been focused on is ensuring that we are coordinated with key allies and partners around the world, and certainly the G7 is an important entity to remain very closely engaged with. The G7 is 50% of the world's economy and joined us, all of them, in this first tranche of sanctions announced yesterday. The president is a believer that this level of coordination happens by accident. It happens through a lot of work and in close engagement. We're obviously at a pivotal point in this process, and so he felt tomorrow was a time to discuss with them what we're seeing, what it looks like, what's next, and engage in this format.
Go ahead. So a couple questions. On this first tranche of sanctions, have what's going to be announced in that first batch been announced, or will we see more today?
The first tranche has been announced, and obviously the Nord Stream 2 announcement today is an additional part of that. I can certainly check if there's anything additional coming at this point beyond for the first tranche, not that I am aware of, but I will check and make sure that's correct.
And then when you all talk about this first tranche of sanctions, can you give us a sense of how many tranches, if that's the right word, are in this toolbox that you have to apply? I mean, how many sets of sanctions are we talking about?
I understand the question. It's hard for me to give that assessment. It really depends on what escalatory actions President Putin takes. If he goes further, we will go further. What that looks like, I can't outline for you at this point in time. I gave you the sense a little bit of what some additional options are, right? Export controls, sanctioning additional financial institutions, larger financial institutions. Those are all on the table, as are other options. But in terms of what the breakdown of tranches would look like, I can't outline that for you at this point from here.
And in terms of the cyber attack, we just were asked about, will the U.S. or could we expect the U.S. to have some sort of retaliatory behavior towards Russia in response to this?
We always reserve that option, and obviously we haven't made an attribution for this recent DDoS attack. As we go through the process of doing that, we'll certainly consider what actions could be taken as well.
One final question, actually on the JCPOA.
Sure.
There have been reports that the U.S., Iran is
That was just some more highlights here from earlier, the White House briefing. Of course, a lot talk here on the Russia-Ukraine tensions, the sanctions on Russia, and so much more. We'll play it out for you a little bit later right here on Live Now from Fox. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thanks so much for joining us here as we bring you the top stories and headlines from all over the country. Now it's time to get to some weather. Earlier today, we were showing you out in Tulsa, Oklahoma. They were getting a lot of snow, but now we're going to go live here, show you rain and maybe even ice conditions a little bit later. We're going to hear now the voice of Will Nunley with Fox Weather, who is heading to Missouri right now. Will, how you doing?
Hi, Mike. Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to spare you and not be on camera for this one, so I won't crack your monitor there in the studio. But hello, everybody. We are tracking a lot of weather across the Mid-South right now. You may have seen some of that video from my colleague Hunter earlier. I've been in an area where we've had lots of rain. Middle Tennessee dealing with several different waves of rain at this point, causing flooding conditions. And now I'm in Northwest Tennessee. This is Dyer County, what you see on your screen. And I tell you what, not only do you just see it, let me let you hear it for a second. All of that is sleet that is just pounding the windshield here as we make our way towards Missouri. We're going to head to Cape Girardeau, I believe is going to be our destination here, because we have a lot of this sleet starting to accumulate and freezing rain. And look, we have several places in the Mid-South that are dealing with just an onslaught of different types of precip, from rain to this freezing rain, and it's causing a lot of problems. As a matter of fact, we have several rivers quickly approaching their flood stage, lots of flood advisories out throughout Middle Tennessee. I'm going to show you really quickly what it was like to try to drive around Nashville, the Music City, yesterday through one of these big waves of rain that really lasted most of the day. That when the front first came through, it just absolutely poured rain onto Nashville, and the storm drains are having a hard time keeping up there along the interstate to try to move that out of the way. Really led to some hydroplaning and dangerous conditions. Several lanes, as a matter of fact, of Interstate 24 and 440 had to be closed to try, because it was just ponded up and cars couldn't get by. And meanwhile, I know it's kind of hard to see, maybe even a blurry picture there on your screen from us, but it's blurry to drive through this, I'll tell you what. And we're seeing this sleet here along 412. We're about to turn on Interstate 155 West, and it is a icy scene already. This sleet is starting to pile up on the road, so these are the types of conditions, Mike, where you want to start taking it real slow on bridges and overpasses, because it can get really slick very fast. And we're expecting some of this ice to build up here overnight. We're going to be tracking things in Missouri to see how they are dealing with any possible power outages and all the problems that come along with dealing with these types of winter weather. But again, such a big part of the country dealing with ice and snow, and now we have another round that we're dealing with here in Tennessee as well. So just a lot to keep up with, but our Fox Weather team is on top of it. Anytime you need a real-time update and you want to give us a stream as well, along with our friends here at Live Now, you can do that with that free Fox Weather app for you to download. And Mike, anytime you need an update with us, just feel free to check in.
Yeah, well, you guys always do such a great job of showing really across the country what is happening. And, so many people out there, Tennessee, Missouri, they don't mind the rain, they don't mind snow, but what they worry about is the ice, right? I mean, that is something you just don't want to deal with when you're driving at all.
Without a doubt. And I mean, it's what you're probably seeing on your screen is hard to decipher, and that's what we're experiencing as well. And everything in moderation, right? I mean, we can handle a little bit of rain. Of course, it's good for the farmland out here. But I was just speaking with some farmers near the Tennessee River before we started to venture out this way, and they're saying, look, if we get several more inches of rain, which, by the way, are in the forecast tonight, they said we're going to have some real problems on our hands. That's when our fields just get flooded, crops start to take a hit, livestock, you have to manage them, get them to higher ground, and it just really becomes too much, especially when we have rivers that are already at flood stage. And you're right, ice on top of any of this just makes things worse, Mike.
Absolutely. This is Fox Weather's Will Nunley. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox and really showing us in real time what you guys are seeing as you head into Missouri. We appreciate it. Stay safe out there.
Anytime.
And of course, we'll bring you the top stories and headlines from all over the country right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come right here.
a deal given the pace of Iran's nuclear advances. Also, I would note that typically the most difficult components, the last mile, is where there is the most difficult conversations and negotiations. So yes, significant progress, and we are close, but there's a lot that still needs to be worked out. It is true that Iran, we believe if Iran shows seriousness, we can and should reach an understanding on mutual return to full implementation of the JCPOA potentially within days, but there is still more work that needs to be done.
So you all are optimistic, or I mean, it's mixed?
We are encouraged by the significant progress, but having been through a few of these, I would note that often the most difficult negotiations happen in the last portion.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. So following up on the Nord Stream, I'm wondering if anything happened. I understand you were saying that there was an intent to want to do this in a coordinated way with the Germans, and obviously they made their action yesterday. But was there anything else that happened on the ground in Ukraine yesterday that warranted the sanction happening today rather than yesterday?
No, but it's part of our first tranche of sanctions. So we would see it as a part of what was rolled out yesterday.
And then you were also telling, I think you told Caitlin that that you wanted this approach with Germany rather than an alternative. Just looking at, the president last year said in Cincinnati, the construction is already kind of going at this point. I believe the exact
90% of it, yeah.
Right. He was saying 9%. So why is this a better way, a more effective way than issuing sanctions unilaterally and then possibly pressuring the Germans to take action themselves?
Well, it hasn't been operational, which is an important component, right? It's not like oil has been flowing through Nord Stream 2, which is a very important component here. And we made the assessment, others can have different assessments, that this would be the way to achieve the outcome that we've now achieved. Others can have different assessments. There's no proof or evidence that their approach would have worked. Ours has worked.
More so the question was, why would not issuing sanctions earlier, why wouldn't have that been effective?
Because we felt working in coordination with our German counterparts through a diplomatic process would be the most effective way to approach it.
And then pivot just two more. Can you outline what exactly Doug Jones has been doing in terms of the SCOTUS process, who he's been talking to on the Hill? Lastly, the March 18th mask mandate for travel, is the administration considering extending that, or is that seen as an expiration date?
Sure. On the first, I'm sure once there is an announcement to be made, we will have more detail about all of the engagements that have led up to it, but certainly Senator Jones is playing an integral role, engaging with senators, engaging with different stakeholders and individuals who want to give their view on where this should head. I'm sure we'll have more details once an announcement is made. As it relates to the March 18th timeline, the CDC is in the process of reviewing their mask guidelines and their mask guidance. We will let them make any announcements on that, but I don't have anything to predict at this point about March 18th and where that stands on planes.
Cool.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Jen. Earlier during today's briefing, you said it's the U.S.'s assessment that President Putin did not expect the U.S. to have this level of information that we have, did not expect us to put out the amount of information that we put out, and did not expect the global community to be as unified as it is. What have you seen from Putin's actions, from Russia's actions that have led to that conclusion, that assessment?
Well, I think why I was conveying that is because what we've seen, and I don't think I can give much more detail than that, other than to say what we've seen is him adjusting and adapting some of his actions and needing to respond to what our actions are. And we've obviously been assessing that he is prepared to operationalize at any time. That has not changed, but we are also watching closely what he does.
And what's your response, the administration's response to lawmakers from both sides of the aisle who say President Biden still hasn't gone far enough with sanctions? Representative Adams yesterday said, quote, the administration must go further. Today, Senator Graham called the administration's initial response inadequate, and he said, let's quickly up our game. So what is the strategy behind holding back some of these larger sanction possibilities that you've talked about?
Well, our strategy has been start high, which is certainly what we did. We did not sanction a major bank or financial institution back in 2015. 2014. This is a farther step than that. As I noted a little bit earlier, we also sanctioned not just oligarchs, but also family members around them to cut off their ability to preserve their funding and financing. And our approach and our strategy has been to preserve a range of sanctions and options that we can also escalate to should we need to. Obviously, our preference is that President Putin de-escalates.
But if Russia does invade further, as it, there are indications that could, does that mean that those sanctions imposed yesterday, imposed today, were a failure?
Well, again, part of them were a cost. Part of them is an effort to prevent a war. We're doing that not alone, but in coordination with our partners and allies around the world. That is the way to do it. That is the strong way to do it. That is the effective way to do it. There may be others who have different points of view. They're welcome. It's a free country. They can have those points of view. But our approach has been to date to respond with strong sanctions, to start high and build from there, and that is what we will continue to do if he escalates.
And lastly, on the Supreme Court nomination process, can you confirm that the interviews are now finished ahead of an announcement before the end of the month?
I'm not going to confirm any details about the process. I would note that we are 5 days away from the end of February, if my math is correct. The interviews are typically late stage in the process, so we are getting close to an announcement. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I want to ask about food prices, but first a quick question about Ukraine. Just a short while ago, separatists in eastern Ukraine formally asked President Putin for military help. Is that a signal that the U.S. expects a broader invasion is about to begin?
Well, I think as we've said from the beginning, there are going to be a range of false flag operations that we have expected to and laid out the playbook to see. This is an example of it. That is suggesting that they feel under threat. By whom? The Ukrainians, that the Russians are threatening to attack. So we'll continue to call out what we see as false flag operations or efforts to spread disinformation about what the actual status is on the ground.
And Americans, they just experienced their most expensive Thanksgiving. This conflict will likely drive up food prices, grocery prices. What does the White House minimizing the impact of even higher grocery prices actually look like?
I don't think we've ever minimized the higher impact of the cost of food. I would note, let me finish. Factually, I think the price of a turkey just a couple of months ago was about $1 more, if we just look back at the facts of what was actually happening at the time. And we've talked a bit in here about our concerns about meat conglomerates jacking up the prices. If people go into the store and they try to buy a pound or 2 pounds of meat, what we're seeing as the impact of not enough competition in the industry. But the president has repeatedly expressed concern about cost for the American people. That's one of the reasons he continues to press for steps with Congress that will lower significant costs on people's budgets, whether it's child care, health care, elder care, whatever it may be. That is a central part of his economic agenda. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. You've said, and the president has said several times that, to Americans that the U.S. is not sending the military into Ukraine, not going to war with Russia. And I just wanted to ask, given that you're warning of a full-fledged invasion, potential attacks on Kyiv, how the administration is as confident as it is that that won't become necessary at some point, that there won't be any need down the road for military engagement with Russia?
That is not a decision the president is going to make.
Based on?
We are not going to be in a war with Russia or putting military troops on the ground in Ukraine fighting Russia.
So ultimately, if Vladimir Putin takes all of Ukraine, that's a situation that the administration is not going to condemn, obviously going to punish economically, but that's not something that will be engaged.
Well, that is several steps down the road. But what I will tell you is the president has been crystal clear and consistent. He is not sending U.S. troops to fight in Ukraine. That has not changed.
Has there been any discussion of the strategy of saying that, though, so publicly and potentially giving Putin an indication that the U.S. and NATO allies are willing to cede that sphere of influence outside of NATO boundaries to him?
Again, I don't know how many more times I can say it. There's no scenario. The president is not sending U.S. troops to fight in Ukraine against Russia. We are taking a range of other steps, as you've touched on, but I would say they're quite significant. Not only are we the largest provider of security assistance, humanitarian assistance, and economic assistance to Ukraine, but we have also taken significant steps to plus up not only our NATO forces and our force posture, but the force posture of our partners in Eastern Europe to make sure they know we have their backs and support support them. We will continue to plus this all up, but the president is not sending U.S. troops to fight in Ukraine. That hasn't changed. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. This is a little bit related to Eli's question. So it's very clear what Russian escalation could be, right? Go from today to the whole of Ukraine, or bombarding Kiev, or there's a lot of things along the way. You've laid out all sorts of different sanctions that are being considered.
Yeah.
But what is the arc? It's very clear what the Russian arc could be, right? Could ultimately go to whatever, occupying the whole of Ukraine, let's say. What is the arc of the U.S. response? Like, what's the equivalent to, smashing Kiev to pieces?
Again, I'm not going to outline if this, then that from here. And unless you know something the rest of us don't know, I don't know that anyone knows exactly what the next step will be. As much as we're seeing them positioning their military forces for attack. Obviously, until they further invade, they haven't further invaded, right? If they do and take escalatory steps, we will take escalatory steps. What those look like will depend a lot on what the actions are.
Okay, one other question, please. Got the G7 virtual meeting tomorrow. The President's made a lot of outreach to allies.
Yeah.
Is any consideration whatsoever being given to some kind of last-ditch outreach to the Russians, either from the President or him encouraging the Europeans to have another go at it?
Well, I talked about this a little bit yesterday. I mean, a couple of days ago, obviously the president made clear, or we made clear on his behalf, that if they didn't invade, that he was open to engaging with President Putin. And that would follow a meeting or engagement between our Secretary of State and Foreign Minister Lavrov. Obviously, we're in a different point at this point in time, and it doesn't feel appropriate or the right step to have those diplomatic engagements right now. We will always leave the door open. If they de-escalate, we will certainly proceed with diplomatic engagement. But no, we're not considering it.
All right, those were just some of the highlights from just moments ago at the White House briefing. You're watching live now from Fox's really all day today. We've been giving you this coverage from the Russia-Ukraine tensions as they continue to grow. It seems hour by hour, getting new information. But right now we want to pivot just a little bit, keep you on Russia-Ukraine, but learn about what is the price of an invasion as far as what would it cost a normal American, and where would we see price changes in our everyday lives? Let's break it all down right now. Go out to D.C. area. We do have Fox 5's Tom Fitzgerald joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us.
Good to talk to you, Mike. How are you?
Doing great, doing great. So yeah, that's one of the major things that a lot of people are thinking about. Okay, if we do see this full-scale invasion, what could it do to our economy?
Well, it's a serious question, made more so by the activity. We're here at the FBI headquarters tonight, and earlier, the FBI and the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency issued two concerning bulletins to private companies in this country. The concern is this: the bulletin goes on to warn companies to fortify their internet networks in the face of possible Russian state-sponsored cyber hacking. Now, this bulletin goes on to detail both phishing scans and what they call blunt force cyber attacks. What this could possibly mean is that Russian-directed cyber attacks could be launched at financial institutions, energy companies, infrastructures like water companies or electrical power grids. All of that is why the FBI right now is putting out this warning. And it's a real concern. You know, we spoke with the office of Virginia Senator Mark Warner. He is the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee. He says, confirming this concern, he said not only is this activity underway in Ukraine right now, but Warner tells Fox 5 that he expects that there is going to be spillover of this kind of activity from Russia in here to the United States.
Yeah, I mean, that is very concerning for a lot of people. I think, as Americans, we take a lot of things for granted. I mean, we could pull up on an app on our phone and we could do banking on there. But what would happen if one day you wake up and you don't have access maybe to your money or different situations like that? That could be a really big moment for us right here in our own country.
Yeah, you don't have to go back very far to see that it was not all that long ago that, we dealt with this. Here on the East Coast, gasoline distribution was disrupted back in June of 2021. That's because the Colonial Pipeline, which runs from Texas all the way up the eastern seaboard, was seized by hackers last year. Now, that disrupted the flow of fuel and energy in that pipeline for a week. It caused long lines at gas stations. It saw many gas stations have to close because they were not able to get the fuel they needed to stay in business. Likewise, you'll remember the following month, in June of 2021, meat packers were the target of cyber attackers. One of the largest in the world had its operations upended because of a cyber attack. And, Mike, these are not cheap things to get out of. The goal of those cyber attacks on those private companies was ransom. Colonial Pipeline is reported to have paid about $4 million. The meat packers are said to have paid about $11 million to those cyber attackers to pay those ransoms. However, the concern here is that if this gets into an arena of state-sponsored cyber warfare between the United States and Russia, well, there might not be any ransom on the table to be paid, and that would mean a possible escalation of these kinds of activities between both countries.
Yeah, I mean, these are such true points, and I'm so glad that you're bringing this up, because I think a lot of people were looking at this Russia-Ukraine tensions as well. It's between two countries, and it really won't affect us, but it could affect us in a big way, because we, as the USA, have always had a large target on our backs.
Well, traditionally in foreign affairs, and especially the United States, which is separated by two oceans on either side, there is a tendency for people sometimes to, when they look across the world and see tensions rising in other parts of the planet, they ask the natural question of, well, why should I be concerned about this? Back in 1945, at the end of World War II, when the Cold War began, a lot of Americans at that point were concerned about things like a nuclear war. All this time later, the real concern right now is that the United States and Russia could be locked into cyber warfare where no weapons are fired, but yet computer systems could be compromised, disrupted. People's everyday lives could be disrupted. If you can't get gasoline, or if your bank is hacked and you can't use your ATM card, that's a real-life disruption in your everyday comings and goings. And, as these warnings go out and these concerns raised, it's likely a lot more people are going to start paying attention to this, especially if these things start happening again.
Absolutely. Tom Fitzgerald, thanks so much for breaking it all down for us this evening right here on Live Now from Fox. Really, really big stuff that could happen. Thanks so much. We appreciate it. Of course, we bring you the top stories and headlines from all over the country. Let's take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you on Live Now from Fox.
more European companies that are shareholders of the consortium?
I think we put out an extensive statement on this, as well as some details. Let me see if I can just outline it all from you from here, and we can get that to you after the briefing as well. What was your other question?
Yeah, on Mexico, the president of Mexico said today that the U.S. isn't well informed about violence against journalists in Mexico, and that there isn't impunity for those crimes. Are you worried that he's downplaying the risks that journalists face in that country?
Well, I would say first we've seen factually the threats that have been posed to journalists in Mexico. And we've seen the threats, and that is a concern that I think the Secretary of State was expressing on behalf of the United States about those abuses. So I think he was speaking to facts we've seen on the ground.
Go ahead.
Hey, Jen, a couple domestic questions for you. First, does the White House have any reaction to the order from Texas Governor Abbott calling for prosecutions of parents who move forward with gender-affirming treatments for their kids?
Well, I spoke a little bit, unfortunately, to another law that we saw moving in Florida just last week. But let me reiterate some of the points I made then. There are efforts in some states, not just Texas, but also Florida, and fortunately others, designed to target and attack the kids who need support the most, LGBTQI+ students who are already vulnerable to bullying and violence just for being themselves. This isn't an isolated action, as is evidenced by multiple states pursuing this. We're seeing Republican leaders take actions to regulate what students can or cannot read, what they can or cannot learn, and most troubling, who they can or cannot be. You've heard the president. He also, I think, put out a tweet or a statement to the Florida law, and I would say we have the same concerns about these type of actions we're seeing in Texas.
And then in Florida, Governor DeSantis' administration is moving forward with a rule targeting shelters that house unaccompanied minors. Does the Biden administration have any contingency plans for the unaccompanied minors who may be affected by that rule in terms of their housing?
Well, I think this is an important thing to call out here, because what we're talking about here is, one, it's our view, it's our responsibility, I should say, as an administration to responsibly and safely care for unaccompanied children. We're talking about minor kids here. So HHS is currently examining all legal options available at its disposal to ensure that our shelters continue to provide services to the unaccompanied minors in our care. I would remind you all that there have been kids in Florida, these facilities since 2005. I mean, these facilities have been open for 17 years now, but being overseen by the Office of Refugee Resettlement. So we're obviously looking at legal options here, but I also would say this is, really flies in the face of what should be a moral view of anyone, that caring for the safe care for unaccompanied children should be a part of what we all want to be active participants in. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. So the Justice Department today announced that they are ending the Trump administration's 2018 China initiative and replacing it with a broader approach towards more countries, Russia, Iran, North Korea. I know that justice officials have spoken about this, but if you can elaborate from this podium the reasoning behind that, and especially in addressing the complaints of discrimination from Asian Americans.
I would have to dig further into this, Patsy. I'd really point you to the Department of Justice. I'm not sure we have more to add from here.
And then just on the global pandemic response, can you confirm the amount of funding that the administration has requested from Congress? We're hearing this number of $5 billion that activists say is not nearly enough to help vaccinate the world, as well as to stop new variants from attacking the U.S. as well.
Well, I don't have any specific numbers. We're still in conversation with the Hill at this point about funding and funding needs, both domestically and internationally. We want to continue to be the provider of not just vaccines, but vaccine know-how and assistance to the global community. We don't believe that the pandemic sees borders, and we know that in order to continue to get it under control, we need to be the leader in the world on this effort. But numbers are still being discussed with the Hill, so I don't have any more specifics, unfortunately.
Really quickly on Ukraine, are you at this point urging Americans to leave Russia? I know that I think 2 days ago the embassy in Moscow is issuing an advisory saying for Americans to have evacuation plans that do not rely on government assistance. But are you actually telling Americans in Russia to leave?
The State Department makes those assessments and recommendations, and they update them regularly, so I'd point you to them for any updates. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. A few on Ukraine. First, the Kremlin has vowed counter-sanctions in response to the U.S. We've not seen what those will look like, but it sounds like the U.S. has quite a bit of intelligence, so I'm wondering if you have any view on what the nature of those counter-sanctions could be, what impact they could have on consumers, and how the administration could offset that.
Well, we've seen those threats or those reports, but I don't have anything to provide or assess from here.
And yesterday, President Biden said nothing in Putin's lengthy remarks indicated any interest in pursuing real dialogue on European security in the year 2022. If that's the case, what do you see as the end game here?
Well, again, our hope is that Putin will decide to de-escalate, that he will feel the threat of the sanctions, what the impact will be on the Russian economy, on the Russian people, on the people who surround him. They are meant to have a deterrent impact, that he will feel the weight of being a pariah in the global community. It does not mean we have never closed the door to diplomacy, and the president didn't have that intention of conveying that yesterday either. And certainly, if it is an appropriate time, he will engage with President Putin again, but now is not the appropriate time where he's continuing to invade a sovereign country.
And finally, the administration is working on putting its budget together. How much humanitarian assistance for Ukraine is the administration prepared to support?
It's a good question. What we're going to, and it's hard for me to give you a number right now because we're going to continue to assess the needs on the ground, and we certainly are prepared for the potential for there to be major continued humanitarian needs on the ground. Obviously, those have existed since back to 2014, but we want to continue to be the largest provider of humanitarian assistance. This is something we will continue to discuss with colleagues in Congress as well.
Thanks, Jen.
All right. Okay, thanks, everyone. We'll do this again tomorrow.
Supreme Court vote question?
Yes, ma'am.
Going back to what Peter asked.
Sure.
This small window, and in the midst of this window, you have a lot going on with foreign policy.
We do. It means you guys have a lot going on, too. All of us.
Yes, right. How about that? With that said, how is the president feeling in the midst of all this as it relates to this impending nomination, this historic nomination that he's getting ready to make?
Tell me more about what you mean. How is he feeling?
How's he feeling? I mean, he's got all of this going on with Ukraine and Russia, and then he's got this historic nomination of the first black woman to potentially sit on the U.S. Supreme Court.
Yeah.
It's history being made in the midst of looking at sanctions and other things that are happening overseas. How's he feeling about this piece over here?
Yes, I mean, I think the president is looking forward to announcing a historic, eminently qualified black woman to serve on the Supreme Court. He feels there's tremendous honor in that. He takes the role that every president has in selecting and nominating someone to the Supreme Court very seriously. That's why he has been spending time not just studying bios, but also reviewing cases and engaging very closely with an internal team on this process. But he is very much looking forward to making this announcement and getting this individual confirmed.
How many nominees has he met with thus far?
I'm not going to get into further detail on that. I expect once he makes an announcement, we'll have more details to share.
And lastly, the administration has been fervent, I can't even get the word out, saying that you all will fight against anyone who tries to mar or ruin the reputation of any of these nominees.
Yeah.
What are you willing to do in this fight to keep their reputations that they walked into this process with?
That's a good question, April. I think what we mean by that is there are a range of eminently qualified black women whose names have been out there as potential nominees. All of these women would make tremendous additions to the Supreme Court. And we have also seen efforts to mar their reputations. And what we mean by that is we are going to fight back even before, obviously, the president has made a decision or made an announcement against efforts to tar any of their reputations. That means defending them publicly, standing up for them, providing information to debunk any information that's being put out about them that's inaccurate. And hopefully, they all feel that we have delivered on that promise. But that has been important to the president from the beginning.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow or whenever. Thanks, Ken. It's currently dead at the bottom of the sea, Peter. I'm not going to get it ahead of where we are in the process. It is not happening. It's not moving forward. It hasn't been operational for some time. So that is where it stands, and this is all the result of diplomatic engagement and leadership by the president and his engagement with Chancellor Schultz.
Let me ask you about some other security issues as best you're able to detail.
Yeah.
There's some things you can't discuss. So without detailing specifics that you can't discuss, what role is the U.S. playing in securing President Zelensky's safety? And does the U.S. bear some responsibility in making sure that he is safe?
I'm not going to detail our conversations or engagements about security with the president of Ukraine, who remains in Kyiv and is continuing to lead the country.
Do we bear some responsibility, though, for making sure, without detailing what you're doing, do we bear some responsibility for making sure that he is safe?
We are going to continue to engage with him privately. I'm not going to detail or speak to it further from here.
Just a last quick question. Is there any circumstance, obviously we're focusing so much on Ukraine as evidenced by these questions, is there any circumstance in which the president would hold his announcement of the Supreme Court pick after February?
No.
Declaratively it'll happen before that. Has he made a decision yet?
I don't have any updates on that. Go ahead.
So this has been asked a few different times, but just to clarify, you and other officials have said that the purpose of withholding additional and harsher sanctions is so that they have a deterrent effect.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you're saying that a broader invasion is likely. So how are both of those true, if the idea is that they would have a deterrent effect?
Well, we're trying to prevent that from happening, and we are making very clear how impactful and serious what we're considering in terms of additional sanctions could be.
And is inflation playing a role at all in deciding, what gets sanctioned, how you're thinking about the sanctions package?
Inflation in the United States, I assume you're referring to? Look, I think we look at a range of factors, and I'll use the energy markets as an example because I know that was a question that was asked yesterday. It's a good one. As we look at what sectors we're going to sanction, one of the factors we look at is what can have the biggest impact, of course, on Russian leadership, people around President Putin, on the Russian economy. What we're trying to minimize is what impact there's going to be on the United States and global markets in a lot of ways. And if you look at energy, the energy sector as an example, sanctioning them further could also mean that President Putin and people around him get richer. So we look at a range of factors, and certainly the impact on the global economy is a factor as we consider options.
Good. If Russia does launch a full-scale invasion of Ukraine, should we expect to hear from the president as we have in the last few days?
I would expect you would, yes.
Think he would address the nation in some televised fashion?
I would expect you would hear from the president as you have.
And then can you explain a little bit more for people who are trying to follow this continuing situation with Russia and Ukraine, why would the U.S. not directly sanction Putin at this time?
It remains an option on the table. What I would say to people who are trying to understand why is that sanctions are designed to, we've always designed them to increase, be escalatory. That would be an escalatory step, as would be sanctioning the largest banks, the very largest banks, and additional components of the financial sector, as would taking export control steps be. So there's a range of escalatory steps we have as options. Go ahead.
You mentioned the sanctions on oligarchs at the top, and the president was a little unclear in his wording yesterday. He said that sanctions on Russian elites wouldn't start until today. That was crossed out in the transcript to yesterday. The reason I'm asking is, as part of this sort of first tranche of sanctions, are we going to see more elites sanctioned, or would that only happen if Russia takes additional escalatory steps?
I can check if there are additional ones. I'm not tracking additional ones that we're holding for a rollout. I will note on your first part of your question that for the elite individuals, if they were to have used their bank card, I guess, to make a financial transaction, it wouldn't have been working yesterday.
There was a cyber attack on Ukrainian government websites today. I know the NSC has already said that it was sort of similar to the one that we saw on Ukrainian banks earlier and would be in keeping with what you expect from Russia, but I'm wondering if at this point you've made a definitive determination that Russia was responsible, and if so, if you have any sort of retaliation or response to
we have not attributed today's activity yet. That would be very fast, even fast for us, as fast as last week was. We do consider it, as I think some of my NSC colleagues said, to be consistent with the type of activity Russia would carry out in a bid to destabilize Ukraine. It's consistent with what we saw last week, where we attributed similar incidents to the Russian government, and we, of course, consider these further incidents to be consistent with the type of activity we've seen Russia take over the course of time. We are in conversation with Ukraine regarding this his cyber-related needs, including as recently as today, and we're going to move with urgency to assess the nature and extent of this, what steps need to be taken, and therefore a response.
And then the president's got a virtual meeting with the G7 tomorrow morning. Obviously, I think the topic's going to be Ukraine, but I was wondering if you could put any meat on the bone in terms of what the president's trying to, what his objective is in that meeting and what he's looking to accomplish.
Well, one of the steps the president has been focused on is ensuring that we are coordinated with key allies and partners around the world, and certainly the G7 is an important entity to remain very closely engaged with. The G7 is 50% of the world's economy and joined us, all of them, in this first tranche of sanctions announced yesterday. The president is a believer that this level of coordination happens by accident. It happens through a lot of work and in close engagement. We're obviously at a pivotal point in this process, and so he felt tomorrow was a time to discuss with them what we're seeing, what it looks like, what's next, and engage in this format.
But, so a couple questions. On this first tranche of sanctions, what's going to be announced in that first batch been announced, or will we see more things today?
The first tranche has been announced, and obviously the Nord Stream 2 announcement today is an additional part of that. I can certainly check if there's anything additional coming at this point beyond for the first tranche, not that I am aware of, but I will check and make sure that's correct.
And then when you all talk about this first tranche of sanctions, can you give us a sense of how many tranches, if that's the right word, are in this toolbox that you have to apply? I mean, how many sets of sanctions are we talking about?
I understand the question. It's hard for me to give that assessment. It really depends on what escalatory actions President Putin takes. If he goes further, we will go further. What that looks like, I can't outline for you at this point in time. I gave you the sense a little bit of what some additional options are, right? Export controls, sanctioning additional financial institutions, larger financial institutions. Those are all on the table, as are other options. But in terms of what the breakdown of tranches would look like, I can't outline that for you at this point from here.
And in terms of the cyber attack, we just were asked about, will the U.S. or could we expect the U.S. to have some sort of retaliatory behavior towards Russia in response to this?
We always reserve that option, and obviously we haven't made an attribution for this recent DDoS attack. As we go through the process of doing that, we'll certainly consider what actions could be taken as well.
One final question, actually on the JCPOA.
Sure.
There have been reports that the U.S., Iran is closing in on some sort of deal. Would you all confirm that that is an accurate assessment, that you are inching towards a potential deal this week?
Well, what we're seeing is there is significant progress being made, and we are close to a possible deal. But there are a number of very difficult issues that remain unresolved, and there's very little time remaining to reach a deal given the pace of Iran's nuclear advances. Also, I would note that typically the most difficult components, the last mile, is where there is the most difficult conversations and negotiations. So yes, significant progress, and we are close, but there's a lot that still needs to be worked out. It is true that Iran, we believe if Iran shows seriousness, we can and should reach an understanding on mutual return to full implementation of the JCPOA potentially within days, but there is still more work that needs to be done.
So you all are optimistic, or that's mixed?
We are encouraged by the significant progress, but having been through a few of these, I would note that often the most difficult negotiations happen in the last portion.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Bill.
Thanks, Jen. So following up on the Nord Stream, I'm wondering if anything happened. I understand you were saying that there was an intent to want to do this in a coordinated way with the Germans, and obviously they made their action yesterday. But was there anything else that happened on the ground in Ukraine yesterday that warranted the sanction happening today rather than yesterday?
No, but it's part of our first tranche of sanctions. So we would see it as a part of what was rolled out yesterday.
And then you were also telling, I think you told Caitlin that you wanted this approach with Germany rather than an alternative. Just looking at, the president last year said in Cincinnati, the construction is already kind of going at this point. I believe the exact
90% of it, yeah.
Right. He was saying 9%. So why is this a better way, a more effective way than issuing sanctions unilaterally and then possibly pressuring the Germans to take action themselves?
Well, it hasn't been operational, which is an important component, right? It's not like oil has been flowing through Nord Stream 2, which is a very important component component here. And we made the assessment, others can have different assessments, that this would be the way to achieve the outcome that we've now achieved. Others can have different assessments. There's no proof or evidence that their approach would have worked. Ours has worked.
More so the question was, why would not issuing sanctions last year, earlier, why wouldn't have that been effective?
Because we felt working in coordination with our German counterparts through a diplomatic process would be the most effective way to approach it.
And then I'll pivot just two more. Can you outline what exactly Doug Jones has been doing in terms of the SCOTUS process, who he's been talking to on the Hill? Lastly, the March 18th mask mandate for travel, just is the administration considering extending that, or is that seen as an expiration date?
Sure. On the first, I'm sure once there is an announcement to be made, we will have more detail about all of the engagements that have led up to it. But certainly, Senator Jones is playing an integral role, engaging with senators, engaging with different stakeholders and individuals who want to give their view on where this should head. I'm sure we'll have more details once an announcement is made. As it relates to the March 18th timeline, the CDC is in the process of reviewing their mask guidelines and their mask guidance. We will let them make any announcements on that, but I don't have anything to predict at this point about March 18th and where that stands on planes. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Jen. Earlier during today's briefing, you said it's the U.S.'s assessment that President Putin did not expect the U.S. to have this level of information that we have, did not expect us to put out the amount of information that we put out, and did not expect the global community to be as unified as it is. What have you seen from Putin's actions, from Russia's actions that have led to that conclusion, that assessment?
Well, I think why I was conveying that is because what we've seen, and I don't think I can give much more detail than that, other than to say what we've seen is him adjusting and adapting some of his actions and needing to respond to what our actions are. And we've obviously been assessing that he is prepared to operationalize at any time. That has not changed, but we are also watching closely what he does.
And what's your response, the administration's response to lawmakers from both sides of the aisle who say President Biden still hasn't gone far enough with sanctions? Representative Adams yesterday said, quote, the administration must go further. Today, Senator Graham called the administration's initial response inadequate, and he said, let's quickly up our game. So what is the strategy behind holding back some of these larger sanction possibilities that you've talked about?
Well, our strategy has been...
So you've been listening into a press conference right there with the White House briefing. And of course, our shot kind of going everywhere right now, but we are getting reports of an officer shot at a Houston mall. One person in custody. It's a pretty active scene. You can see the caution tape there sectioning off Plaza Americas. No press conference quite yet, but the Sheriff's Department has been pretty active on social media, saying that HPD commanders and person of interest were en route to this officer-involved shooting. No further updates at this time, but if they do have a press conference, we'll bring it to you live here on Live Now from Fox as our team is there on the ground. That's what we do, live, raw, and unfiltered. One story to the next as we are tracking, of course, Russia-Ukraine tensions. We'll head back into some of that press briefing with the press secretary. We also just recently heard from Vice President Kamala Harris as she is outlining the situation, saying if escalation continues, if Putin decides to move forward, the United States will impose even further sanctions on Russia. Also talking about that SCOTUS nomination, as that has kind of fallen by the wayside with everything that's going on globally right now. So we'll be playing out some of those remarks for you after this commercial break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. 3:45 here in Phoenix, Arizona, 5:45 out on the East Coast. We want to take you out to Houston, Texas right now, where we are getting in reports of an officer shot at a Houston mall. One male is in custody at this time, but the caution tape's still being rolled out as it seems to be a very active scene. Investigation underway. An ambulance just now showing up to the scene, and our crews there, Fox 26 in Houston, trying to get all of the details. If we get any more information, we will bring it to you as we have it. But we want to move back into Russia-Ukraine tensions. And imminent invasion is what the Biden administration is calling it. We just heard from Vice President Kamala Harris not too long ago as she is outlining, saying if Russia goes further, we will continue to implement more costs. That's as President Biden announced further sanctions today involving the Nord Stream 2, and we'll be getting into what that means for the United States and what this military buildup is looking like as we speak right now along the Capitol in Kyiv here. So all of that coming up on the stream here on Live Now from Fox through the rest of the evening. But first, let's listen in to the Vice President just minutes ago.
Important congressional delegation. We went to Israel, where we began with the President of the United States will announce soon a most eminently qualified, extraordinary lawyer and jurist who will have a record of excellence and who will happen to be a black woman to be the next justice on the United States Supreme Court. And she will, without any question, she will be the first but not the last. So with that, let me say to this august group of leaders that I fully appreciate the President sends his greetings for all the work that you do every day. One of the areas that I know you are focused on and have been is the issue of voting rights, and so that's a subject that I'll address briefly, and then we can discuss that in more detail. As we know, we are at this moment faced with probably an unprecedented fight to preserve and protect the right for all people who are eligible to vote to be able to vote unencumbered. We are also looking at an unprecedented assault on the freedom to vote in our country. In many of your states, we have seen legislation that has been passed or is attempted to be passed that will have as its, I believe, direct intention the goal of making it more difficult for people to vote, with the hope and expectation that when it is more difficult for people to vote, people won't vote. So it is our collective responsibility to do everything we can to ensure that those laws are not passed and that we speak using the full voice given to us through the bully pulpit we have to let folks know that they have a right and that we will fight for that right for all eligible voters to be able to vote. We, of course, here in Washington, D.C., have fought through our administration and along with many of the leaders here to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. Sadly and unfortunately, there were not the majority of legislators who had the ability to pass that legislation present to weigh in. But we are not going to give up because we fully realize that if we are to comprehensively address this issue, we need federal legislation. That being said, there is still work to do at the state level, and that is where your leadership kicks in a very fundamental and a very important way. And so I look forward to our conversation and the work we will do together. I will tell you as a point of privilege, last night I was speaking with the president of the National Baptist Association, the convention, Reverend Jerry Young, and Reverend Young said to me, well, you know, I've got a saying, he said, and I told him that I was going to share with you what he said. And his saying is, no vote, no voice, your choice. Right. And that is a message that he is sharing through the National Baptist Convention and through his role of leadership. And I shared with him that some of us may echo that same message. But with that, I want to thank again the National Black Caucus of State Legislators for your work for this visit and for the work we will continue to do together. So thank you and welcome.
There you have it, Vice President Kamala Harris speaking about the situation underway and not letting up, saying that they will move forward with additional sanctions if things do end up escalating there, and also touching on voting rights. We want to head over to Washington, D.C., though, as we are seeing this shot come in from Washington as the Freedom Convoy protests continue, this time in the nation's capital. D.C. preparing for the Freedom Convoy trucker protests, and the timeline of all this is a little unsure at this point, but we've been following it out of the Canada area. As we know, Ottawa police talking about this situation, and they had to initiate emergency powers to get truckers off of the road, but now the protests heading into the United States. We want to bring you the very latest on the situation underway.
A convoy of truckers in California gearing up to travel cross-country to the nation's capital. And in Scranton, Pennsylvania, a smaller group taking off Wednesday morning, bound for the same destination. The two just some of several organizations aiming to stage protests like the one that recently paralyzed the Canadian capital of Ottawa over the country's COVID-19 mandates.
Kudos to Canada for starting all this.
Bob Bolas is leading the convoy from Scranton with a list of grievances that he says is driving him and other protesters, from COVID restrictions to higher prices.
It's about our rights. It's simple as that Biden administration has taken. The states have taken.
Bolas had planned to shut down all but one lane of the Capitol Beltway, but didn't seem to get nearly enough supporters. And the People's Convoy's official line is that it won't be going into D.C. proper. But police aren't taking chances, especially in the wake of the January 6th Capitol riot.
People said, oh, don't let them put up a fence. That's not my call. That's a security call.
700 National Guard troops are also being deployed to help local law enforcement with traffic. They won't be carrying firearms. Still, some lawmakers say the precautions are necessary, while others believe they're overkill.
I think the symbolism of it is bad, but I think it's an overreaction and a bad optic for the president, a bad optic for the country.
Authorities plan to keep their guard up until at least the State of the Union next week. The D.C. National Guard plans to assist through March 7th. In Washington, Malda Rivera, Fox News.
And here we see it back out to the Washington, D.C. area as media is staged and speaking with truckers who are heading in as preparations are underway to keep the Capitol safe. Well, we're going to move back into some of the latest on the Russia-Ukraine crisis as military buildup is underway as well. Caroline Shively brings us the latest on that from Washington, D.C.
Pro-Kremlin activists hit the streets of St. Petersburg Wednesday to celebrate Russia's moves on Ukraine. While on the ground in Kyiv, Ukrainians are grimly preparing to fight.
My friends are ready to protect, to defend our country.
Ukraine's foreign minister warned the United Nations General Assembly that the effects of an invasion would be felt worldwide.
If a permanent member of the UN Security Council succeeds in breaking literally all rules, other actors will be inspired by him and follow his pattern.
The Biden administration is ready to impose more sanctions depending on Russia's next move.
If Moscow's approach changes, we remain ready to engage. Diplomacy cannot succeed unless Russia changes course.
Members of Congress are split on whether sanctions are enough.
I think the president has full knowledge of what impact these sanctions will have and is fully ready to go all the way.
They have not brought guns to a gunfight, and I don't think that's going to be sufficient to deter Vladimir Putin.
There is some unity on Capitol Hill. A bipartisan group of lawmakers has crafted a measure that would require congressional authority before involving U.S. troops in Ukraine. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
And back out to a live look of Capitol Hill as you're hearing Putin is ready for a full-scale invasion, and those on Capitol Hill outlining that. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi holding a press conference a little bit earlier today. You saw just a small portion of that. Let's listen in to the rest of it up to the top of the hour, and stick with us. We'll have an expert on to talk about the military buildup in Ukraine, how Russia is moving, and what the timeline could look like for that full-scale invasion.
Important congressional delegation. We went to Israel, began with Israel, where we met at the highest level with the Prime Minister, the President, who welcomed us in the grandest style to review the troops and be honored at events. But the really important part were our conversations about our unanimous view within our CODEL of support for the two-state solution. When we met with the Palestinian government under the leadership of the People's Palestinian Authority and the leadership of President Abbas, we delivered the same message, a message of peace and two-state solution. I went on to Munich. Of course, when we planned this trip, it was not a trip that was planned in the backdrop of the imminent invasion of Ukraine. That became, obviously, the centerpiece of the Munich Security Conference. Many of us have gone to that conference over the years to talk about security, economy, and how that relates to security, and governance, and how that relates to security. In fact, those three things, security, economy, and governance, are the purpose of any foreign travel of members of Congress. The Munich conference, it gives us a distilled way to see so many leaders from so many countries on those subjects. And at this time, of course, the focus was Ukraine. We had more than one delegation, but around 40 members of Congress, House and Senate, Democrats and Republicans, all united in our support for the transatlantic alliance, NATO, all of us united in being there to remove all doubt in Putin or anyone else's mind that we were acting as one. And of course, that would have been our message with or without Ukraine. Ukraine made it even more so, because now we're talking about sanctions and the rest. We are very proud of our Vice President our President whose leadership has been outstanding, and the message was delivered to the conference by the Vice President. It was well received, it was unifying, it was firm in terms of how we would work together for sanctions should there be an invasion of Ukraine. What I just want to say as a sideline to my colleagues is that I was so pleased with how many women who were there were leaders in national security. When you're at this, the dynamic is people come up to you. Well, you have all kinds of bilateral meetings planned. We met with the new Chancellor of Germany. We met with the head of the EU, the head of the NATO, the mayor of Kyiv. We met with very high-level bilateral meetings. But as you're there, others approach. And for example, the president of Moldova is a woman, and she expressed concern to me that the Russian propaganda was having an impact there, where people were making a case that they had to go into Ukraine because Ukraine had done this, that, or the other thing. The president of Kosovo, a woman, told me that the Russians were successful in having some Serbians on the border put forth a Russia message, a Russian message. Both the foreign minister and the defense minister of Canada are women. We shared some thoughts about what's going on in Canada right now. The foreign minister of Germany is spectacular, a woman, and she was here recently, and so we renewed that friendship there, as well as meeting before we left with the foreign secretary of the UK. I would just say that because there's a lot of informal contact that reinforces, first of all, the need. I think that one thing that we all agreed upon, the attack on the Ukraine by the Russians is an attack on democracy, an attack on democracy. And our final visit was to the UK. We met with Boris Johnson, but our real host was the Speaker of the House of Commons, with a great welcome to the House of Commons, which is unusual, they tell me, and then a formal luncheon where we could interact with members of Parliament of all levels and all parties. Well, they don't have that many parties, but the fact is they were very united. Every place we were, that people were united in opposition to what was happening, of course, in Ukraine, but more importantly, in what we needed to do about that. You know, we're traditionally about the issues of security, economy, and governance. In recent years, of course, the climate issue is an issue in all of those categories, and so is COVID. So that were part of our conversation. We did meet with the head of the World Health Organization and got an up-to-date on how he saw things globally. And again, in every place we went, that the COVID challenge was part of our discussion. So it was intensely busy, and we were magnificently served. You've seen the list of members. They are mostly from our security committees: Adam Schiff, Intelligence; Adam Smith, Armed Services; Ted Deutsch, Foreign Affairs; Barbara Lee, Appropriate. Well, let me come back to Barbara and Betty McCollum; Jim Himes, Intelligence; Bill Keating, Foreign Affairs and Armed Services; Sean Patrick Maloney, Intelligence; Eric Swalwell, Intelligence and Homeland Security; Ruben Gallego, Armed Services; Seth Moulton, Armed Services; Ro Khanna, Armed Services; Andy Kim, Armed Services and Foreign Policy. But when you're having these discussions, all roads lead to the Appropriations Committee. And Betty McCollum, the chair of the Defense Subcommittee, was really a very important participant in the conversations about our support for the defense of Ukraine. And Barbara Lee, in terms of her committee, the Foreign Ops, State Foreign Ops Committee, in terms of, well, she'll talk about it, but she was in great demand because whether it was about refugees or whether it was about humanitarian assistance or whether it was about the loan guarantees, and the list goes on. So again, we were well served by the leadership, knowledge, and commitment of our participants. And all of them were not in every country, but mostly they were. It's stunning to see, in this day and age, a tyrant roll into a country. This is the same tyrant who attacked our democracy in 2016. This is the same tyrant who is opposed to democracy and wants to trivialize it, to downgrade it in the eyes of the Russian people. One other person I met there who was so courageous was Svetlana. We just call her Svetlana. You know, she was the wife of the person who ran for president in Belarus. She escaped. Her husband is imprisoned. But she had a movement in Belarus, largely women, but not just women. And the people turned out by the hundreds of thousands. And then the president of Belarus declared himself the winner of the election. But the desire for democracy is alive and well in the Ukraine. Many of us who have visited there can attest to that. So the people of Ukraine, although it's not a Article 5 country, we will not have boots on the ground, know that we are with them, not only in spirit, but materially in terms of meeting their needs and just heralding their message with gratitude for the defense that the people of Ukraine are making for democracy. As I mentioned, underlying all of this were our meetings with heads of station in all of the countries that we were in about the intelligence of what was going on, what they knew about a range of subjects that are central to our national security. We were very pleased to have on the trip the chairman of the Intelligence Committee, Adam Schiff. Adam, you want to share some of your views of what you saw there. Excuse me. And thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, Russia has again invaded Ukraine. As the Speaker said, it is a stunning fact that in this century we once again see a despotic regime trying to remake the map of Europe by dint of military force. Because of the courageous actions of Ukrainians, the courageous forbearance of Ukraine not to rise to Russian provocation, and because of, I think, the very shrewd declassification of intelligence by our president, by our allies, it stripped away any Russian pretext and laid bare for the world to see that this Russian invasion of Ukraine is nothing more than naked aggression by Vladimir Putin. Putin is terrified by the prospect of a democracy at his border, a democracy giving an example to the Russian people of the kind of life and economy they might enjoy if they cast aside their own autocrat. This is, I think, one of the preeminent motivations of Vladimir Putin. Set aside the nonsense he puts out about Ukraine not being a real country. That is nothing but a Kremlin lie. This is about Vladimir Putin's desire for his own personal and national aggrandizement at the expense of his neighbor, and it's about his fear of a successful democracy providing an example to his own countrymen. I was very encouraged by what we saw in Munich. I was there with the Speaker 2 years ago, and the theme of the conference 2 years ago was whether the West was a coherent whole, whether the West was essentially relevant as a coherent body of nations. And there was no question about that this year. Putin brought NATO together in a way I don't think we have seen in quite some time. And it was heartening to see that as a result of our administration's diplomatic efforts, countries had come together to agree on a brutal package of sanctions, some of which have already been applied, more which will, I fear, be necessary to apply. Among the most significant of steps was the step announced also by the German Chancellor. We were all very impressed by our conversation with him. The decision to essentially cancel the process of moving forward with the pipeline, I think is a very strong indication of the solidarity of NATO and our other allies to punish Putin for this naked aggression and the prospect of further devastating sanctions in the days and weeks ahead. So very encouraged by the solidarity of NATO, and we're going to have to remain united because Putin will look to exploit any fissure, any crack within NATO and our coalition, and we simply cannot have nations using military force in violation of the international rules-based order to enlarge their own borders, to subvert the democratic institutions of their neighbors or others around the world. As the Speaker pointed out, they tried with the United States in 2016 and continue to do so. And thank you, Madam Speaker, for leading a remarkable CODEL.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you, Speaker Pelosi, for, and I just have to say this, for being such a global leader. And we were able and privileged to witness you on the global stage. So it was quite amazing, and thank you for putting together such a diverse grouping of members from a variety of committees for this congressional delegation. Our congressional delegation, of course, we went to Munich Security Summit to make clear that we remain fully committed to maintaining the unity with our European allies, as we now witness as it relates to how democracies around the world are under attack, specifically with Ukraine now. The Congress continues to address the domestic threats to our democracy, such as, but not limited to, campaigns of mis- and disinformation, and we remain unified in addressing threats to democracies around the world. And we see this unity in our efforts to prevent Russia from invading Ukraine through robust diplomatic initiatives, but we all know that authoritarian regimes around the world will stop at nothing to dismantle democratic values, and nobody is exempt, no country is exempt, including the United States. I was struck by what was written on the back of the chairs during the general session. The wording was peace through dialogue. All of our European allies embraced that notion throughout the entire conference. In each of our meetings, the threat was discussed as well as the need to invest in and prioritize the role of diplomacy in seeking security and peace. Vice President Harris and Secretary Blinken both underscored the fact that they have engaged in robust diplomatic initiatives and that democracy remains the essential defense against accelerating forces of autocracy and illiberalism around the world. And that's why defending democracy both at home and abroad must be an urgent national security priority. Madam Speaker mentioned the fact that I do chair the House Appropriations Subcommittee on State and Foreign Operations, which oversees many of the resources to assist the Ukrainian people through this crisis. This includes economic assistance to Ukraine, including loan guarantees. Economic assistance would come through the economic support accounts or for Europe, Eurasia, and Central Asia. Those are the accounts they would come through. Without getting in too many of the weeds, I wanted to just mention that because it's an effort that we're looking at now in terms of our funding. Also, it includes humanitarian funds, including funding for refugees, God forbid, and for those internally displaced by conflict. The administration has committed to us that in the event of conflict, there is a need over the next 12 months of at least $1 billion for humanitarian needs. And so I support the efforts of the administration also to bolster Ukraine's economy, including the proposed $1 billion in loan guarantees to continue with Ukraine's economic reforms. The SFOPS bill for years has carried authorities for the administration to provide loan guarantees for select countries, including Ukraine. In fiscal 22, the House passed SFOPS bill again. It carries this important authority. Also, in terms of addition to our meetings on global security, Madam Speaker mentioned the meeting with the Secretary General of the World Health Organization to discuss our next steps in addressing the global crisis pandemic. And as we speak, we're attempting to negotiate now an increase in terms of our global investment to address the COVID crisis. Of course, our subcommittee oversees the COVID-19 response, and we all know that we're not safe at home until everyone is safe abroad. That's why we must invest in resources for low-income countries to distribute vaccines, access testing, care, and health infrastructure to keep people safe across the globe. So yes, this was an incredible, productive delegation, and I want to thank Speaker Pelosi once again for organizing it in such an impressive manner with such an impressive group. Thank you again, Speaker Pelosi.
Vladimir Putin has invaded Ukraine, and it is now upon all of us as global democracies to unite and make sure that he fails. Like a boa constructor, he has encircled the country, essentially, with troops on nearly all sides. But what we saw on this trip was that united through sanctions, travel restrictions, blocking a pipeline, that we can be a bigger boa constrictor that puts pressure on Putin and makes sure that he fails. We also saw on center stage that U.S. leadership in Europe with NATO is back, and it was truly a privilege to see the way that our speaker was received in Israel at the security conference where she spoke and was a panelist, and in the United Kingdom. Also, we saw Secretary Blinken and Vice President Harris address the security conference to show our resolve, our leadership on the world stage, to first seek diplomacy, and then once that has failed through Russia's actions, to unite the world, not just within Europe, but we're seeing alliances outside of Europe seek to make sure that Vladimir Putin fails. And we will continue to do that, and we must also here at home build a sentiment among the American people that they understand why it's so important that we hold Russia accountable. But I was also struck when we met with the Labour leader in London and we met with the Prime Minister in London that they were absolutely aligned in making sure that Putin failed, despite all of their differences within the country. And there are a lot of differences there, just as there are differences here. In contrast to what we have seen here at home, the two parties there are aligned, and that must also be the case here in America. And finally, there are a lot of experiences I'll never forget on this trip, but one evening, Congressman Gallego and Moulton and I shared a meal with a young member of the Ukrainian Rada. She told us that at a young age, she ran for her parliament, believed in her country, joined President Zelensky's party, and wanted to make sure that what had happened in 2014 would not happen again. The three of us, who had also, at one point in our careers, been young public servants, certainly saw ourselves in her and told her that we will go home and make sure that our constituents see themselves in Ukrainians. And you can't help but talk to somebody who still believes that their country has a right to sovereignty and ask the question, what is our democracy worth if we're not able and willing to stand against an invasion of another democracy? And that was what was on display in every country that we went to. And now, here at home, that's the leadership we must show to unite ourselves as a country and also to unite our alliances across the globe. Thank you.
So once again, lawmakers standing alongside House Speaker Nancy Pelosi in regards to standing aligned with other NATO allies. And we'll be getting into that as we are deploying more forces to the Baltics and to Poland here. But I want to go back into breaking news. We are tracking out of the Houston area. There are reports of an officer-involved shooting at a Houston mall. We're hearing one male is in custody. Still a very active scene tonight. And over to the hospital where we just saw emergency vehicles transporting what we believe to be someone. We don't have a lot of details at this time. Houston Sheriff's Department not confirming whether or not one of its deputies was shot, but you can see Houston police staged outside of the hospital. So once we get more details, we know our Houston 26 team is there and trying to get some answers from the public information officer who we are hearing just got to the scene. So if there's a press conference, we'll bring it to you live here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, though, we'll be speaking with a foreign policy expert about what is next for Kyiv amid these new sanctions from the Biden administration and amid announcements of more deployment of troops, not only from the United States, but also from Russia. So a lot to be getting to. Don't go away. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here live now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Sticking with Russia-Ukraine tensions underway, we heard from Press Secretary John Kirby at the Pentagon, and he was outlining the situation underway, talking about military buildup, saying this is a war of choice. Really pointed words towards Putin. He said it won't be bloodless. There will be suffering. There will be sacrifice. We want to go out to a soundbite from John Kirby at his briefing today, talking about where these troops are being staged at this time. As we have heard from the Biden administration time and time again, they are standing in alliance with NATO, saying that they will be there to defend NATO allies in the Baltics and in Poland. Take a listen.
There's nothing, there's no expectation at this time, Sylvia, that we're going to move to more permanent basing on NATO's eastern flank. What we're talking about now are short-term, temporary, rotational redeployments, if you will. As for your first question, whether there's, I assume what you're asking is, are we going to send more troops from the United States to NATO's eastern flank? And I have no such announcements or movements to speak of today, but as I have said repeatedly, we're going to keep all options on the table. I'm not going to rule out that the Secretary might want to consider that should there be a need. We're looking at this day by day. And just yesterday, as you saw, we did reposition inside Europe, and there are lots of options available to us to continue to look for ways to reinforce that eastern flank.
So once again, Kirby saying they are taking this day by day, and we know that very well here as we've been bringing you all of the updates. I want to bring in foreign policy expert Michael Santo. Michael, thanks for joining us here on the show.
You're welcome.
Okay, so first response to John Kirby and those developments on military buildup from the U.S.
Well, there's a serious Russian threat, and we have to protect our NATO allies. We made a loose agreement with the Russians that we wouldn't keep permanent forces, so we've tended to rotate. But the Russians really are violating the spirit of our agreements that we made under Gorbachev, because the spirit was that the Russians would end their police state and end their occupation that had once extended over virtually all of Eastern Europe. So they're kind of twisting and saying, oh, NATO's expanding, but we barely even have forces. So we have to defend our NATO allies. We're rotating just so we can say it's not permanent, but if the Russian threat becomes semi-permanent, those forces will certainly evolve into a semi-permanent force as well.
So when would we start to know that, if it needs to be more permanent? What's the timeline on all of this?
I think we're close to that point now. I mean, because they're saying a massive invasion of Ukraine is imminent. So we're expecting, unfortunately, tragically, to see a massive invasion of Ukraine unfold over the next week, maybe the next few days. Putin opportunistically took advantage of the protests in Belarus, a neighboring dictatorship, also former Soviet republic, in 2020 to effectively seize control of that. So from that position in Belarus, that greatly amplified is a threat, not only to Ukraine, but our NATO allies of Lithuania and Poland. So the situation's evolving where the Russian threat is already far more serious. So I think that we're just trying to leave some more room for diplomacy. I think it's evolving into a permanent presence because we're starting to trip all over ourselves to be able to say it's not permanent. So I think it's evolving into a permanent U.S. presence because we're obligated by treaty to defend those countries. And anything short of a permanent presence is not going to really cut it.
Well, we're hearing that Russian forces are staging closer and closer to Ukraine, and our officials saying, quote, they are ready. What does that mean, they are ready?
It means that a lot of the units have actually put themselves in positions where they're more exposed to elements, they're in their vehicles in forward fighting capacity, and they can really only, in a way, maintain those type of positions over a few days. So 80% have switched to basically the position they would take right before attacking. And that's something that usually they would only hold for a few days. But they're also trying to throw us off so they can shift back and forth. But it appears that the bulk of the combat force has shifted into full attack mode, except isn't yet opening fire or going, just openly crossing into all of Ukraine, though of course they've sent reinforcements to a part of Ukraine that's been effectively occupied by the Russians for about the last 7 years.
Well, we're taking a look at video from earlier this week, which feels like years ago, of shelling in Ukraine. Well, we're also hearing of a chemical plant in Crimea that was evacuated, and John Kirby being asked about this today, and he said this is just yet again a perfect play into the disinformation playbook of Russia. What have you been hearing about that, and what are your thoughts on those reports?
We saw actually a few weeks ago an absurd allegation, but the Russians make many absurd allegations against us. But this is frighteningly escalating and increasing in numbers. A few weeks ago, they accused the United States of preparing a chemical weapons attack in Ukraine. Obviously, completely absurd, ludicrous, but they're conditioning their people and brainwashing them to believe that these lies about us. And it's very frightening because it would even justify the use of their battlefield nukes. And I have to point out something to understand about Russia. While we have strategic parity enforced by the New START Treaty, roughly, between Russia and the United States, the Russians have up to 10 times as many battlefield nukes as us. Those are nukes for the battlefield, which we basically have decided not to use. And it's very frightening when they're accusing us of preparing to carry out a WMD attack, because they're giving themselves justification for what they have often bragged is their ace in the hole in fighting NATO forces. And it's very scary. And it really gets to the core of what makes Russia a very dangerous military. Not only does it have the world's largest nuclear arsenal, they have built up an enormous advantage in tactical. Those are the non-strategic nukes. And there's just a danger. It's the path they're leading down on. And not necessarily in Ukraine, but the fact that they keep making these nuclear threats is very scary. And their false accusations that we're going to carry out a chemical weapons attack. Obviously, God no, we would never, our country would never do that. But they seem to be setting the stage with this. It's extremely dangerous propaganda. I don't think that people should have any illusions about how dangerous this government under Putin is.
Right. Well, Michael, take a listen to this. We are just getting in this address from President Zelensky to the people of Ukraine. Want to read a couple of quotes from it. Zelensky saying, "Today I initiated a telephone conversation with the president of the Russian Federation." He says, "Silence, although there should be silence in the Donbass." He said that they're telling you that this flame will liberate the people of Ukraine, but the Ukrainian people are free. They remember their past and are building their future. He said, "Ukraine on your TV news and the real Ukraine are two totally different countries. Ours is real." What's your response?
Well, of course. I mean, Ukraine is a democracy that we've been helping be more democratic. And we tried in the 90s very hard to sponsor democracy and a prosperous capitalist society in Russia, too. And unfortunately, sadly, we failed. Putin, hardcore KGB guy, took over. But what the Russian propaganda is saying is that the Ukrainian government is a dictatorship. They're fascists. They're neo-Nazis, and they're a puppet regime of the United States and NATO. And that we've created this illegal puppet regime just to destroy Russia, which is frightening, by them repeatedly referring to the Ukrainian government falsely as neo-Nazis and as a threat to Russia, to Russian existence, which is absurd. But again, this is how they're conditioning the Russian people. They're justifying a massive invasion of Ukraine. And it could get extremely deadly, both for Ukrainians and Russians. And, this is not the world that all of us, at least in the United States, wanted to believe that we lived in 2022, that we would have a World War II style war, and it could get very bloody. So, yes, I think as Americans living in a democracy, a free country that's sponsored the global order, of course we feel for Ukraine. And of course we support Ukraine. And it's just a shame that Putin, who's a KGB dictator, is trying to literally present Ukraine as a puppet of the United States, a dictatorship, and neo-fascist. It's all lies, deliberate lies, and it's very, very sad.
Michael, what should we be looking for in the coming days here? What are the next steps when it comes to Putin? It's hard to say, and Kirby even saying today he is the only real one who understands the timeline of all this. But what should we be watching for?
I mean, Putin is dangerous and cunning, and he's very resourceful. So he rapidly evolves his plans to throw us off and adapt to changing conditions. The Russians are capable of massive cruise missile attacks. They can be smart or not so smart. Remember the Tomahawks we used in Desert Storm 1980s technology. Obviously, the Russians have it by now. So they have very good cruise missiles, massive artillery that can be devastating. We've seen in Syria that often the Russian military does not even care about saving civilians. So they use those brutal tactics in Ukraine. Even with their smart technology, they could kill tens of thousands of Ukrainian civilians easily. The Ukrainian military, bolstered by some of our support and anti-tank missiles, could put up a big fight, and that's not a guarantee. You never really know until the bullets fly, obviously, how things will play out, regardless of how Putin plays it. But we're looking at all kinds of, we could see amphibious landings, we could see airborne landings from the Russians, although that's very dangerous for the Russians. We could see a frontal assault. They're moving into the separatist areas, which means that they're gaining Ukrainian territory without even a fight, and they're moving tanks further onto Ukrainian territory. There could be a more limited operation. It could just be airstrikes and cruise missile attacks. So there's a whole spectrum, but it's very, and the Ukrainians, God willing, could put up a very big fight, but it would be very costly, or they could collapse. They're facing easily the second most powerful military in the world.
Well, it's all something that we'll be monitoring there, as I know Kyiv has been the main point of focus right now, which that's where we're actually seeing the troop movements, and also the United States being very clear about next steps when it comes to sanctions being imposed, saying they will be severe and swift if Putin continues to escalate. Last thoughts, Michael.
It's interesting. I think that the one thing that throws off the American viewers is in decades past, we didn't have such widespread access to satellites. So we're seeing this massive, massive buildup by the Russians that they can't hide because of commercial satellites. And based on the lessons of the seizure of Crimea that hit faster than anyone could even do anything, the Biden administration has also chosen the strategy of full transparency. So they're releasing a lot of their intelligence as these preparations on the part of Russia gets more and more serious. So we're watching kind of real time as, the American public, all of us, as these preparations for potentially the worst invasion in Europe since 1945. That's why we're seeing it all in a way that we haven't always seen in past, buildups to war.
All right, Michael Santo, thank you so much for joining us here on the show. I think we're going to talk a little bit later to you in the evening, as well as the developments keep coming in here to the newsroom. Thanks so much.
You're welcome.
And we want to go back out to some of the reporting that we have on President Zelensky as he is addressing the people of Ukraine. He's rejecting Moscow's claim that his country poses a threat to Russia and warns that a looming Russian invasion could cause tens of thousands of deaths. This is a major, major development in the case here. He made the comments in this video address, which is mostly what we've been getting from him throughout the week. He said, the people of Ukraine and the government of Ukraine want peace, but if we come under attack that threatens our freedom and lives of our people, we will fight back. Zelensky says he tried to call Russian President Vladimir Putin late Wednesday, but the Kremlin remained silent. This obviously in Russian. If we get any translations for you here on the stream, we'll bring it to you in full. Want to take you back out to a couple of the other breaking news stories that we have been following here. This in Houston, Texas, an officer-involved shooting. This is outside of the mall itself, and hopefully we'll be hearing from officials from down on the ground, and then a live look from outside of the hospital too, as emergency services have transported, we believe, someone to the hospital. They left the scene, but you can see the amount of police officers and emergency vehicles making their way to and from that mall out in Houston as a shooting broke out. And then we have our Washington, D.C. team that is covering the Freedom Convoy, which is making its way to the nation's capital. You can see a couple of those trucks on the freeways as officials are trying to prepare for whatever could come in the future as truckers are protesting moving from Canada now into the United States here. So a lot more to get to here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick commercial break, but we'll be right back.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft. We're taking two Live Now looks at the moment in Kyiv, Ukraine. And you can see it's a very early morning there on this early Thursday morning over there, about 1:40 in the morning. There have been some developments in the last couple of minutes. We're just watching Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky make an address not only to the Ukrainian people, but also speaking to the Russian people as well. That speech was in Russian. Joining me now to respond, to react to that speech, I'm being joined on the phone by Ukrainian-American Igor Markov. Igor, do you have us?
Yes, I'm here.
Igor, thanks for being with us. You were watching this speech. You have family and friends in Ukraine watching the speech as well. This was quite a historic set of remarks from Zelensky. He was really addressing Russian citizens over Putin's head. He said that Putin did not take his call to meet. He wanted some type of last-ditch meeting with Putin to avoid the worst. Were your family and friends in Kyiv? I know you have an aunt and uncle there and cousins. Were they watching this, and what did they think of it?
Yes, I don't know if they watched for sure, probably. I haven't talked to them after the speech. I just watched the speech myself. I also know that the state of emergency started in Ukraine, and the airports in the east are closed now. I can tell you what I heard in the speech. 2 minutes of that were in Ukrainian and 9 minutes in Russian.
And Igor, you and I spoke just yesterday, and we know now that U.S. officials are saying that a full-scale invasion of the country could happen within 24 to 48 hours. And we now know, like you were mentioning, the Ukrainian parliament has declared a state of emergency. How are you feeling? How is your community there, especially up in the Bay Area? There's over 1 million Ukrainian Americans here nationwide in the United States. They must be on edge tonight as we go into these later evening hours and into the early morning in Kyiv.
Yes, people are on edge. The situation is unbelievable. Even 2 weeks ago, I don't think anyone would agree that this is possible. The Russian army is ready to invade, according to reports, and everything, including the false flag operations and the made-up explosions in these occupied territories, the requests to put into help militarily against Ukraine, this all points to an invasion. I think there is still hope. I think it's still possible to call this off, but the speech by President Zelensky is essentially a last-ditch effort. He addressed the Russian people. It was a very emotional speech, trying to prevent this disaster, this large-scale war in Europe that is very possible now.
And Igor, do your family and friends in Kyiv at the moment, or in other parts of Ukraine possibly, do they have, I guess, contingency plans, plan Bs, plan Cs, plan Ds, in the event that Kiev does come under the sway of Russian forces?
Plans have been made. There are a number of scenarios that were discussed both with my relatives in Kyiv and by the local authorities. The city of Kyiv has a significant subway system. Some of the stations are deep underground. In fact, the deepest subway station in the world is in Kyiv. So the subway would be used as shelters, and there is a large capacity there. I know that the plan calls to stop running trains on the left bank of Dnieper, which that part of the subway system is actually not underground, but the right bank will be used to transport essential workers and to let people shelter. So they do have a number of plans, and of course the security is strengthened all over the country, and people are moving west. Those who cannot fight or are too old or sick, but at least a third of the population in recent polls expressed a willingness to take up arms and fight any invaders.
Yeah, and of course we know that many, especially European airline carriers, have suspended inbound and outbound flights into Ukraine and out of Ukraine. I wanted your opinion. You're Ukrainian American. You were born and grew up in Ukraine. What do you make of President Zelensky? We know that he has kind of a celebrity status that gave rise to some of his power. He was elected in a fair election. Many underestimated him. Is he rising to the moment at this point? Kind of the eyes of the world and the eyes of history are really upon him tonight.
Yes, I think this speech in particular was probably one of his strongest speeches. The speech was very emotional, very personal, and his efforts to get help, to get economic aid, to get diplomatic support, to help orchestrate the sanctions against Russia, and his patience, his careful steps. The Ukrainian military restrained. There were no large-scale action by Ukrainian military for quite some time. I haven't seen him make mistakes in this very difficult time. There were some concerns about his lack of experience not too long ago, and his penchant for zingers. He likes to speak in a certain way, given his background in stand-up comedy. But I think he's learning on the job, and he's growing with the job. And what he's doing right now is impressive.
That's right. He is a stand-up comic. He's an entertainer by trade. This, what he said in the speech, I thought was quite something. He talks about all the times he's spent as an entertainer, especially in the Donbass, that he has friends and family from there. He said, quote, "They told you I'm ordering an attack on Donbass to open fire and bomb indiscriminately, to shoot at whom, to bomb whom." So he's making an urgent, direct plea, not only to Ukrainians, but also especially to Russians and Russian speakers and those who have pro-Russian sympathies who live in these eastern parts, these separatist regions of Luhansk and Donetsk. Right now, what is your gut telling you about an invasion? U.S. officials had said it's coming in just, mere hours, 24 to 48 hours, a full-scale invasion. How worried are you, and do you have still glimmers of optimism?
I'm very worried. This could change not only the how Ukraine exists as a country. It can also redraw the map in Europe and change the world order. I'm not exaggerating. But at the same time, in addition to gut feeling and looking at this emotional, I think it's very important to understand that Putin is trying to accomplish certain things. He made certain demands, and obviously to back up these demands, he needs to make a threat, and this threat needs to look credible. So it is quite possible that he's bluffing, or he's making a threat that is designed to be a threat, but it's really indistinguishable from the real thing. So there is really no way to tell whether he will call off the invasion at the last moment or if he decides to proceed.
Igor, has the thought or the notion crossed your mind that you might not be able to visit or travel to Ukraine in the very near term, but also long term? Have you thought about what that means? Are you reminiscing right now about your upbringing and what Kyiv and Ukraine mean to you?
I did have these thoughts in the last few days. I'm still very much hoping that the worst scenarios will not come to pass.
Igor Markov, we appreciate your time. We'll talk to you again.
Goodbye.
Okay, and right now we are just showing some video of Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian president's speech that he gave just moments ago. We now know that state of emergency is in effect for not only the capital in Kyiv, but for the entire country of Ukraine. Ukrainian lawmakers and parliament voted as such today. And of course, we will stay on top of this story. We are following a lot of developments into this situation. We're going to be bringing on national security experts, cyber security experts, and others to help us parse through all this information we're getting in, to help us make sense of it. This is a very complex story, and we're going to be here through the duration of it. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. More stories where that came from in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and we will continue to be covering all the latest out of Ukraine there. They have also requested yet another emergency session of the UN Security Council. We'll see if that takes place, they being Ukraine for that matter. We're also tracking another story here stateside in Houston, Texas, where we had reports of an officer-involved shooting. We're waiting for authorities, Sheriff of Harris County, Ed Gonzalez, to step up to the podium here to give us an update about what exactly transpired at this shopping mall in the Houston area. In the meantime, though, I do want to go to the State Department right now. They held a press conference. State Department spokesman Ned Price briefing reporters on what is the latest regarding Russia and Ukraine. Let's have just a little listen to that.
Built. Okay. Now, whether it gets turned on or not, is another question.
Right. So
presumably you had more leverage, and I don't understand why you don't think that you would have had more leverage if these sanctions had been imposed before the pipeline was finished.
So, Matt, you also raise a good point. The pipeline, when this administration came into office, was more than 90% complete. We have imposed sanctions under PISA on a number of targets associated with this pipeline, persons and entities. But the fact is that had we sanctioned Nord Stream 2 AG, had we sanctioned its corporate office holders, it is far from clear that that would have kept the pipeline from going into operation. What the Germans did yesterday was to ensure that the pipeline is no longer part of the equation. Right. So by acting together with the Germans, how we did, when we did, and the way in which we did, we have ensured that this is an $11 billion prize investment that is now a hunk of steel sitting at the bottom of the sea.
All right, well, I don't think you can prove, and the converse can't be proven either, but you just don't know if imposing the sanctions earlier would have had more of a deterrent effect, or any deterrent
effect. Well, if we would have made it a sunk cost many months ago for the Russian Federation, I don't think that would have had much deterrent capability.
Well, but it hasn't anyway, so I'll leave it there.
Simon.
Yeah, the Secretary obviously said yesterday he'd cancelled his meeting with Foreign Minister Lavrov, but you guys remain open to diplomacy. So what exactly would you want to see from Russia in order to, reschedule that meeting, in order to resume some kind of diplomacy, diplomatic talks between you? And just an additional one, you've sort of, this is the last, or this is part of the first tranche of sanctions, the Nord Stream 2 sanctions that just came out. Is that the end of the first tranche, or is there more coming in that? And can you say whether more sanctions actions will be taken if Russia, doesn't escalate further from where it is now?
Well, the question you ask is what we would like to see. Let me start by answering that question by letting you know what we no longer will engage in. And that is the pretense of diplomacy. You heard the Secretary use that phrase yesterday, and that is what we have seen. This is, and has been, in some ways, diplomatic kabuki theater on the part of the Russians, making statements that they are committed to a diplomatic path while their actions suggest exactly the opposite. That is not an environment in which diplomacy can achieve the results that it needs to achieve. Our goal here, even as the Russian invasion of Ukraine is beginning, is to avert the worst case scenario that we have warned about for some time now. And we have gone into great detail in terms of what that could look like. Electronic warfare, in a fuller scale invasion, an attack on major urban centers, including Kyiv, a city of 2.9 million people, horrific human rights abuses, atrocities, potential war crimes. These are all things that, even as the invasion is beginning, we are going to do everything that we reasonably can to prevent from happening. And so that's why, together with our allies and partners, we absolutely remain open to diplomacy, but only if Moscow is serious. We are not going to engage in this pretense with them, during which they draw out the process, suggest one thing, do another, ready their preparations, move their forces closer to the border, develop and refine their plans as they give the world a head fake that they are actually committed to the diplomatic path. Now, there are a number of ways that Moscow could indicate that it is serious. It essentially boils down to de-escalation. That would be the most concrete, the clearest indication that diplomacy has the potential to bear fruit, that diplomacy has the potential to save lives. That is the kind of diplomacy we are interested in. That is also not the kind of diplomacy that we have seen any indication as of yet that Moscow is interested in. Vivian.
Can you comment on the reports that the U.S. informed the Ukrainian government that an attack could happen as soon as tonight, and that Kharkiv is possibly, in the line of attack, that it could be directly, that the Russian troops could roll over the border and attack Kharkiv tonight?
What I'll say about those reports is they are entirely consistent with what we have been saying for some time now, that Russia has amassed forces along Ukraine's borders, in Belarus, positioned the assets, the heavy weaponry, the soldiers, the service members it would need to undertake an invasion of Ukraine at a moment's notice. That has been true for some time now. So for several days now, we have said the invasion is potentially imminent, meaning it could start today, it could start tomorrow, it could start next week. What we haven't seen, and this goes back to Simon's question, is any indication that the Russians are backing away from this. We have not seen any data points that alleviate the grave concern, the profound concern that we've been expressing for some time now. So the invasion remains potentially imminent, and Moscow is poised to do precisely the kinds of things that you just outlined.
Can I just follow up really quickly also on something Simon said, that you and Simon discussed? With this notion of diplomacy still on the table, and now you're saying that it's possible that, Donbass is obviously being attacked, if not actually, then rhetorically, that the Russians are now, acknowledging or recognizing their autonomy and sovereignty. So how can you then justify discussions about diplomacy when this is underway? I mean, you keep on saying that the Russians have to show that they're serious, they have to de-escalate, but could they pause things right now and possibly engage in talks with the U.S., or do significant sort of scale back have to happen? Do we have to see troops falling back before that's discussed? Is Donbass being regarded differently from the rest of the country?
So you heard from our colleagues at the White House and others here over the course of the day yesterday, including the Secretary, that the invasion is beginning. And when we spoke about the beginning of the invasion, we talked about several developments over the course of that 24-hour period. Vladimir Putin's recognition of the so-called DNR and LNR, the order that he conveyed to the Ministry of Defense to deploy forces into the Donbass, the authorization that he sought to send Russian service members into service extraterritorially, the rhetorical assault, essentially, that we saw President Putin deliver against Ukraine, denying Ukraine its sovereignty and essentially its right to exist. Those are what we've seen, those are what we've heard, but as I just mentioned, there are some things, many things in fact, that Russia is poised to do at a moment's notice that we have not yet seen. A large-scale invasion, an assault on urban centers, the human rights abuses, the potential war crimes, the atrocities that we have great concern could take place. These are all things that we want to prevent. So you asked the question, why would we engage in diplomacy? Well, we would engage in diplomacy to save lives. We would engage in diplomacy to prevent an all-out war. This is a war that would be brutal, it would be costly, it would be, in many ways, devastating for the Russian Federation, of course, for the Ukrainian people. And the way in which the Russian Federation would wage this war, you heard from the National Security Advisor, it would not be a type of conflict that you might imagine over territory or over concrete ends. You heard the National Security Advisor make the case that this would be a war waged against the Ukrainian people to subjugate them, to crush them, to exact, in many ways, revenge. This is what we want to prevent. So we are ready to engage, but we need a partner. We need a negotiating counterpart that demonstrates seriousness of purpose. We have not seen that from the Russian Federation. In fact, we have seen the opposite at every turn. Andrea.
We have diplomats right now in Lviv, or are they spending the nights in Poland and going back and forth? Have we made any kind of commitment to the safe passage, to any kind of extraction, if you will, for key members of the Zelensky government, if necessary? And what would be our commitment to any insurgency that developed, given if it were a full-scale invasion, if any? I mean, there was training, there was support. And one final question.
Should write these down.
Sorry. Your reaction to former Secretary of State Pompeo and former President Trump praising Putin's cleverness, strength, and smartness over the last couple of
I'll start with that one. I have no response. In fact, I have no words. To move on to Lviv, I think what you heard from us on Sunday is that the Secretary had determined that it was in the best interests, of the safety and security of our team on the ground, for them to temporarily relocate into Poland. They have been spending the night in Poland, but they have been regularly, essentially commuting back into Lviv. Our charge, Christina Kavin, has been leading the team back on the ground in Lviv. We have every expectation that they will continue to do so as long as the security environment remains permissive. When they are on the ground in Lviv, they're able to undertake emergency consular services to help Americans who may be seeking to leave the country. They are engaging with our Ukrainian partners, and they have important missions that they're able to fulfill in Lviv. But regardless of whether they're in Lviv, whether they are in Poland, that in no way changes the commitment we have to our Ukrainian partners. It in no way diminishes the partnership we have with Kyiv. We've remained in constant contact with our partners in the Ukrainian government, and that takes me to your question about any advice we may have passed on to the Zelensky government. The fact is that we are in contact with our friends and counterparts in Kyiv on a daily basis. As you know, Foreign Minister Kuleba was here yesterday. The president had an opportunity to speak to President Zelensky over the weekend. The secretary was in the Oval Office for that call. The President Zelensky and his team know that they have the steadfast and unwavering support of the United States. Of course, our goal in all of this is to avert that worst-case scenario, the worst-case scenario that we've already talked about in the course of this briefing. The fact is that the president and his team will make decisions in the coming days based on the best interests of their country and their people. The foreign minister was asked a question about this just yesterday. He provided an insight into their thinking, but these will be decisions that our Ukrainian counterparts will make based on their own determinations and their own calculus. In terms of our, let me put it this way, in terms of our continued assistance to our Ukrainian partners, the president has made very clear that in the event of a Russian invasion, which, as we have said, is beginning, we will not only continue our defensive security assistance to our Ukrainian partners, but we will double down on it. So on top of the unprecedented level
of defensive security assistance that we provided to our Ukrainian partners over the last year, $650 million, including a $200 million drawdown that the president signed in December, deliveries of which continue to flow into Kyiv. Flow into Ukraine, I should say. We will continue, not only continue to provide that support, but we will look to further that defensive security assistance for our Ukrainian partners. Kylie.
I'm just wondering if Russia has responded at all to Blinken's letter yesterday, and what diplomatic conversations between the U.S. and Russia have looked like in the last 24 hours.
What I'll say is the Secretary laid out for Foreign Minister Lavrov in a private communication the fact that under the current circumstances and what we have seen from the Russian Federation so far, our conclusion that a meeting this week in Geneva would not serve the purpose that any such meeting would need to serve. And first and foremost, that is to avert a brutal, massive, costly conflict. The Russians and all of you later heard that publicly from Secretary Blinken. The Russians know precisely our position. They know through private communications and through our own public messaging that we stand ready to engage diplomatically if they are willing to do so in good faith. And if they are willing to change their posture, we will be ready, willing and able to engage them on this.
And did the Secretary detail what in good faith would look like in this letter, or was it broad descriptions like you just gave?
We are not going to be prescriptive in terms of what de-escalation might look like, what good faith might look like. We have been very clear because all of you know, presumably our counterparts in the Russian Federation know, what steps might look like if they were interested in signaling de-escalation. We have not seen any of those steps. And again, we have seen steps that actually move in the opposite direction.
And then just last question. Can or will the U.S. keep open our embassy in Moscow if there's a full-scale invasion into Ukraine?
We believe in times of conflict, in times of crisis, that the ability to communicate is in some ways even more imperative. Now, long before the massive Russian military buildup started along Ukraine's borders in Belarus, of course, our team on the ground in Moscow and throughout Russia, they were in a very difficult operating environment. A very difficult operating environment because of the restrictions that the Russian Federation had imposed on them. It will be our goal to be in a position to maintain diplomatic communication, the ability to convey clearly any messages that we need to send to the Russian Federation. Embassies are an important tool in that, but we have also seen the Russian Federation, even in recent days, escalate on an unprovoked and needless basis the bilateral challenges in terms of our own diplomatic staffing in Moscow and our ability to operate an embassy on the ground. But again, we believe communication, we believe the ability to pass messages is even more important in times of great crisis.
On Nord Stream, are you working with the Germans to find alternative sources of energy for them? I mean, it seems like the pipeline is not going to go full, operate or going to go operational anytime soon. So, are you working with them, with the Qataris or any other potential suppliers, perhaps in Algeria and so on, and about the means to get it there? Now, I have a quick question on the diplomacy.
Sure. Let me start with your question on the energy, and of course, this was something that President Biden discussed yesterday. We have been frank, we've been candid with the American people that our measures, the measures we have and are prepared to impose on the Russian Federation, certainly won't be cost-free for the Russian Federation, but they won't be entirely cost-free for the rest of the world as well. And so that is why we are working with countries around the world, executing a plan with major producing and consuming countries to secure the stability of global energy supplies, whether that's oil, whether that's LNG. For energy consumers, and you heard this from Deputy National Security Advisor Dalip Singh yesterday, he made the point that we all have strategic reserves at our disposal. And those reserves, we know, could support the supply of global energy. The White House announced such a move late last year. There are other countries that have their own strategic supplies. For energy producers, we know that many of them have spare capacity to provide supply to global markets that could balance those markets in the event of any supply disruption. More broadly, we've been very clear with the Russian Federation that any further attempt to weaponize energy, to constrict flows with malign geopolitical intent or purpose would have massive consequences. And to your point, would only further the longstanding effort to diversify energy supplies for Europe and the rest of the world. We have heard from a number of countries, including Japan, including Australia, including Slovakia, that they are taking concrete steps in terms of global energy markets. We expect other countries will have announcements of their own. We also know that the International Energy Agency has announced that it's monitoring and consulting with member states to ensure market stability going forward. But to the question about diversification of supply, this has been a long-standing goal of ours. And to go back to the question of Nord Stream 2, there was the communique that together we drafted and finalized with the German government over the summer, in the summer of July of 2021. It laid out a series of steps that Germany committed to taking with Ukraine to help Ukraine diversify its supply of energy, cognizant that Russia had weaponized energy flows in the past, and Russia might have been looking to do so again in the future. If Russia were to take that step, we've been very clear about the massive consequences that would befall it.
Very quickly, Bob, on Kylie's and your response on diplomacy. So are you urging the Ukrainians not to cut off relations with Russia? And because there was talk that they might cut off all diplomatic relations with Russia.
That's a decision for the Ukrainian government to make.
Of course, but are you bringing that in I mean, if they decided to cut off their relations with Russia, you wouldn't say, no, don't do it now, or go ahead, do it later.
That is a decision for the Ukrainian government to make. Again, the Russian Federation has launched an assault on Ukraine's sovereignty, on its territorial integrity, in many different ways, in many different forms. But the decision as to whether to continue diplomatic relations between Kyiv and Moscow, that's something that Kyiv will have to decide.
On the diplomacy, I'm curious about your reference publicly from the podium to what the Russians have been doing as kabuki theater. What are specifically
Okay, we have been listening in to State Department spokesman Ned Price take questions from reporters at the briefing today about the increasingly volatile situation between Russia and Ukraine. The sources that we have spoken to on the ground in Ukraine in the last couple of hours here say that it is quite a hairy situation at this point in time. They are prepared for the worst. We are also learning that the state of emergency voted on by the Ukrainian parliament is in effect. There's also a state of emergency in effect specifically for the city of Kyiv. You heard Ned Price there. That is a major European city of more than 2.9 million people. We'll have more on this after the break. When we come back, though, there's a few other stories that we're tracking here on this Wednesday, so you're not going to want to go anywhere. We'll be right back.